The daughter of a tycoon was subjected to school bullying, which led her to commit suicide. When the father found out about it, he forgave the perpetrators. However, he harbored a more intense plan for revenge than death itself. He adopted a daughter, intending for her to exact revenge on all those who tormented his biological daughter. How terrifying will this revenge be? Let's find out together. The story begins with a scene of a girl crying. She is standing on top of a tall building, looking down and contemplating her life. At that moment, tears stream down her face, and she cries out, "Dad, I'm sorry. I'm such an ungrateful child. I'm sorry, Dad." After saying this, she jumps straight down without any hesitation. On that very day, the news in Korea reported that recently, nearly half of the students in the school were pushed into a situation where they had to make an extreme choice. The horrific crimes of the perpetrators are causing public outrage. The perpetrators chained the victim's neck with a dog leash, forced her to swallow a burning cigarette butt, and silenced her. These acts of harassment, including nude photos of the victim, and other violent behaviors, when revealed, shocked the public. On the other hand, the victim's father, known as Vice President Lee Myung-jun of the Hyundai conglomerate, is stirring another wave of controversy. Vice President Lee Myung-jun stated that regarding the students who bullied and harmed his daughter, he would make an official announcement. Lee Myung-jun said, "As for the students who bullied my daughter, I will forgive them. Of course, regarding my daughter's extreme choice, as a father, it truly breaks my heart. But because the students who bullied my daughter are still very young, I think that as someone who has been out in society, I should show compassion. Therefore, I ask the judge, please be lenient with the children. Thank you for listening." But when the reporters heard these words from Lee Myung-jun, they were all stunned. As Lee Myung-jun was about to leave, a multitude of voices erupted. "Vice President Lee Myung-jun, have you discussed this with your family? These crimes seem too serious to forgive just because they are young. Do you really think this is the best way to honor your daughter's memory? The entire nation is outraged by the actions of these criminals. Are you really the father of that child? Vice President, won't you answer any more questions? Please, answer the question. What kind of press conference is this? They should be properly judged by the law. What crime did your daughter commit to deserve this?" As a result, Lee Myung-jun's words have sparked public outrage against the father, and deep sympathy for the daughter. There are rumors spreading that the victim was not the biological daughter of Vice President Lee Myung-jun, but an abandoned child. However, no one could even guess the truth. Meanwhile, Lee Myung-jun was seething with anger. He crushed the wine glass in his hand. No one could understand how he felt at that moment. He was in deep agony. "I forgave them, not to reduce their punishment. I have no intention of applying lenient laws to these teenage hyenas. Hyena, my poor daughter, I only realized everything when it was too late. Why couldn't you tell me the truth about being bullied? Why did you bear all this alone? You were always thinking of others first, and that truth drives me insane with regret. I should have raised you to be more selfish. But hyena, your useless father promises you one thing. Those vile children who drove you to this, I will repay them exactly as they did to you." At that moment, someone entered and said, "Vice President, I have brought the child you mentioned." Lee Myung-jun replied, "Good." After responding, Lee Myung-jun asked, "Is the girl used to life in Korea?" A girl named Ga Ram smiled and replied, "How could I not be? Thanks to my stepfather's careful care, I am very happy. I'm glad everything is fine for you. Now, Ga Ram, you should get ready for school." When Lee Myung-jun said this, his assistant was horrified, while Ga Ram seemed very pleased. At that moment, Ga Ram smiled and asked, "In Korea, someone like me can go to school?" At the same time, the assistant hastily said, "That's not possible, Vice President." "Why not?" Lee Myung-jun replied. "Isn't this a free democratic country? No matter what you say, I will do everything I can to ensure this child can go to school. I think the preparation work we've done so far will take about a year. Ga Ram, you will be living here soon, and shouldn't you be making friends?" After hearing what Lee Myung-jun said, Ga Ram smiled and responded, "Stop beating around the bush and just say it outright. You're not talking about friends, you're talking about things like toys, right, Dad?" Time passed quickly. At the end of May the following year, at Andro High School, in a classroom filled with laughter, a girl said, "Yoon-ji, my sweet, you have to eat the snacks I gave you. Why are you hesitating? Just eat it quickly. This is a special milk with lots of protein and eggs." "Ah, I know, it's probably because you're lacking protein, right?" Song Eun-jin, who was acting crazy, said, "Crazy? What's crazy about it? Just eat it already. I told you it's delicious." Yoon-ji, stammering in fear, replied, but it's been expired for over a month, and the milk inside is. In the milk carton, there were dead flies and clippings of her own hair. She started vomiting uncontrollably, and seeing this, Song Eun-jin coldly remarked, "If you're reacting like this before even eating, what will you do next?" "Please, Song Eun-jin, this isn't right. I can't drink this milk. It's spoiled. Don't you know how cheese is made? This isn't spoiled, it's been processed. I just want to give you something tasty to eat. This is my kindness. When will my sweet Yoon-ji understand my heart? If I cut it with scissors, would you recognize it? I get it, Song Eun-jin. I'll eat it." But as soon as she finished speaking, Song Eun-jin's scissors lunged toward her, and Yoon-ji's scream echoed throughout the classroom. The other students were horrified by the sound of her scream, and whispered to each other, "They've really gone crazy. Shouldn't we report this to the teacher?" "No, we can't do that. Don't you know anything? Song Eun-jin, she killed the daughter of a tycoon and didn't get punished." Song Eun-jin, 15 years old. The school incident involving the daughter of Vice President Lee Myung-jun, with the accused being charged with severe assault. It's crazy, can you believe it? If you can't believe it, then ask the students at Shodi High School. Do you still not know about this? No, I only know that she relies heavily on her brother and is very arrogant. What is Song Eun-jin doing now? What do you mean by the daughter of a congressman? It's best not to get involved. At that moment, Song Eun-jin's voice echoed in the classroom, "You can eat it." Oh my god, she really ate it. Is she crazy? Why would she really eat it? At that moment, a girl couldn't stand it anymore and stood up. She was the class president. Simultaneously, another voice rang out, "You kids, just because there's no teacher, you all think you can go wild, right?" The noise was so loud it reached the teacher's office. "Now, return to your seats. I have something to say to all of you." Seeing the homeroom teacher, Song Eun-jin and her group were puzzled and asked each other, "What's going on? Why did the homeroom teacher come so quickly? Anyway, hide the milk." At that moment, Song Eun-jin turned to Yoon-ji and said, "If you let this slip in front of the teacher, your nude photos will be spread everywhere." The homeroom teacher continued, "Everyone, sit down quickly. Today, we have a new transfer student in our class. Since she's from North Korea, you all need to take good care of her, okay? Transfer student, please introduce yourself." Ga Ram introduced herself, "Hello everyone, my name is Yoon Ga Ram, and I'm from North Korea. Please take care of me." The scene shifts to a previous moment, where an assistant was anxiously speaking to Lee Myung-jun, "It's still not too late. Please reconsider once more. Sending a child from a North Korean reformatory is really a child who says such things in jest. If you have such a child, it could cause a lot of problems." Hearing this, Lee Myung-jun replied, "Director Beck, in your eyes, I adopted a daughter, right?" "Yes, that's right. I didn't adopt her. I just took in an abandoned dog." Hearing this, Director Beck was shocked and then sighed deeply. In 2018, Ga Ram fled from North Korea on her own when she was just 13 years old. She was discovered by a patrol team at the Han River estuary. After undergoing biological experiments by the North Korean government to observe sensory regulation dysfunction, experts concluded that she was mentally ill. This is a special case. She does not feel pain or humiliation, even though the bloodstains on her clothes when she escaped from North Korea were suspicious. However, through a legal investigation under hypnosis, it was revealed that during her escape from North Korea, she was involved in the murder of others, with a total of 13 victims. DNA tests on the bloodstains on her shirt matched the DNA of several victims. According to the legal report, since she was a juvenile offender, she was not held criminally responsible and was instead considered for transfer to a reformatory after 2 years. The girl is extremely aggressive and has a violent personality, which is beyond everyone's comprehension, along with superhuman physical abilities. For these reasons, the Seoul Juvenile Protection Review Committee ordered continued supervision and protection for Eun Ga Ram even after her release, as requested by the Ministry of Justice. Currently, in the classroom, Song Eun-jin is laughing and saying, "This sounds interesting." They are looking at Eun Ga Ram, intending to play some games on her. At that moment, there were many voices saying, "I heard North Korean girls are really pretty. Go and check it out." They were quickly scolded by the teacher. "What are you boys doing in the girls' hallway? Acting like this is disgraceful, isn't it, Ga Ram? Ga Ram, when you introduced yourself, you didn't reveal any North Korean accent at all." "That's right. I've seen people who escaped from North Korea on YouTube, and they all had a strong North Korean accent." "Did you practice speaking South Korean?" "Yeah, I practiced hard while watching Korean dramas." "No wonder, Ga Ram. Can you speak in your North Korean accent once? Upon hearing this question, Ga-ram immediately took on a different tone and said with a smile, "It's nice to meet my South Korean classmates. I'm Eun Ga-ram from North Korea. Ga-ram is so cute. And she's funny too." Yoon-ji, who was sitting next to Ga-ram, thought sadly, "The new transfer student sitting next to me is so noisy. But maybe with this lively atmosphere, this break time will be a bit more bearable. I'm so envious of her. If only I could smile like that without worrying about anything. If only I could be as pretty and loved as the new transfer student." But before she could finish her thoughts, Song Eun-jin approached everyone and coldly said, "Hey, what are you all talking about that's so funny? I want to laugh too. Hello, Ga-ram, right? Welcome to South Korea. You're really handsome, you know that? You look just like a cute, beautiful boy. I really want to be friends with you, Ga-ram. Would you like to join our group?" When Song Eun-jin said this, Ga-ram smiled and replied, "Your group? Yes, our group is really fun." Yoon-ji, who was sitting next to them, thought in fear, "Oh no. The new transfer student is already being targeted by the bully group. Every day will just get worse now. Why does it have to be that sicko, Song Eun-jin? The new transfer student seems so innocent. Will she be okay?" Meanwhile, Ga-ram was still looking at them without responding, but she remembered Director Baek's words. Song Eun-jin, the eldest daughter of the chairman of Nungwon Trading Company, this girl is your first target. Just thinking about it made Ga-ram realize how truly wicked Song Eun-jin was. Did I say something wrong? What's with that look on your face? Alright, let's continue. Speaking about Song Eun-jin's past, among the targets, Hyena was the one who was frequently assaulted, especially often being kicked in the stomach. This was recorded in her diary, and one important thing to note is that Song Eun-jin was the one who came up with the idea of using a dog leash to bully others. Although she was the least physically abusive among the bullies, she was definitely the most enthusiastic participant. Currently, the school where Song Eun-jin is studying is Enro High School, one of the 4 schools Ga-ram will be transferring to soon. This is the only school located in Seoul, which made the transfer process easy. I've arranged for Ga-ram to be in the same class as Song Eun-jin. Normally, she's a very curious person, so I think she will definitely approach Ga-ram when she transfers to the school. Hearing Director Baek say this, Ga-ram smiled and replied, "I get the gist of it. So, if she approaches me, blood and bruises. Is that what you're telling me, to mark Song Eun-jin's body?" Upon hearing this, Lee Myung-jun responded, "No, you're mistaken. Before you do that, there's something very important that needs to be done. Listen carefully, Ga-ram. If Song Eun-jin approaches you, the action you must take is..." Back to the present, Ga-ram smiled and responded to Song Eun-jin, "That sounds great. Let's get closer to each other. Then, let's all join the gathering together, okay? We'll all be there." "That's great, Ga-ram. We'll be able to become good friends." Seeing this scene, one of Song Eun-jin's friends remarked, "This is crazy. Song Eun-jin is pretending to be cute again. Why? I like Ga-ram so much, that's why I'm doing this." "But Ga-ram, Ji-yoon is sitting next to you. Have you gotten to know her yet?" Hearing this, Ga-ram replied, "I just greeted her a few times." "Oh, I see. Well, become friends with Ji-yoon then. Do you want to play a fun game?" As soon as Song Eun-jin finished speaking, she snapped her fingers, and immediately, 2 of her friends approached and stood behind Ji-yoon. They quickly pulled a black plastic bag over Ji-yoon's head. Seeing this, Ga-ram asked Song Eun-jin, "What are you doing?" "Oh, this? You could call it a voluntary activity for our disabled friends, right? This is for our Yoon-ji. One of her eyes can hardly see anything, so it hinders her ability to see far. The wind just blew onto my desk. What if it made my precious phone fall? Anyway, it's a good thing my phone didn't crack, but for Yoon-ji's safety, we should stop this from happening again, right? So, I thought about covering both of her eyes completely and training her to avoid tables. What do you think? Yoon-ji, you can do it, right? I gave you that special milk to make you stronger. You don't need to sit at the desk. Just make it to the other side, it's easy, right? But every time you bump into a table, you'll get hit, okay?" After saying this, Song Eun-jin pushed Yoon-ji forward. Yoon-ji's mind was pitch black, and she staggered as she tried to walk slowly, unable to see the way. Her thigh bumped into a table, and immediately, Song Eun-jin jumped forward and kicked her in the back, causing Yoon-ji to stumble forward and bump into another table. Without hesitation, Song Eun-jin rushed over and kicked Yoon-ji straight in the face. Yoon-ji cried out in pain, while the others pulled out their phones, laughing and recording, saying, The way she falls is hilarious. After a while, Song Eun-jin's voice rang out. Hey, Yoonji, why aren't you crying anymore? She just fell and hit her body on the table. How many times has she hit the tables now? Hey, did you get that shot of her having a seizure? It's so funny. Ga-ram, why don't you try it too? You and I can help Yoonji improve her spatial awareness. And at the next lunch break, let's put the bag back on her head. Weren't we going to try making her walk into the boys' bathroom? At that moment, the class president heard what they were saying, and she quickly stood up and said, Hey, is this for real? She was about to speak up when another voice interrupted, telling them, Stop it right now. That person was Ga-ram, who was urging Song Eun-jin to stop. What are you all doing to a girl who has no strength at all? Even a 5-year-old knows that you shouldn't bully your friends. Is this something an adult would do? Take your hands off her right now. Can't you hear what I'm saying? Then let go and apologize to Yoonji. Apologize to her right now. Ga-ram's words plunged the entire class into silence. Even Song Eun-jin was stunned, as she had never experienced a situation like this before. After a moment, she stammered, What the hell is this? Are you rebelling against me? She immediately pushed Yoonji away and approached Ga-ram. Standing in front of Ga-ram, Song Eun-jin said mockingly, North Korean kids aren't usually this clueless, are they? Or is it because there are no bullies in North Korea? If you're going to expose such disgusting behavior, I'll give you 2 choices. Either join our group or get lost. Otherwise, should I just beat you up? Hearing this, Ga-ram coldly replied, If you keep this up, I'll call the teacher. As soon as she said this, Song Eun-jin burst out laughing and said, Call the homeroom teacher? In North Korean schools, if you don't listen to the teacher, you'll probably get shot, right? But our dear Ga-ram, this is South Korea, you understand? Song Eun-jin immediately lifted her foot and kicked Ga-ram hard in the stomach. Ga-ram was taken aback by the kick. At that moment, she remembered what Lee Myung-jun had told her. Under no circumstances should you hit first. Why shouldn't I hit first, stepfather? No matter what, I'm going to kill them all and turn them into corpses. Does it matter whether I hit first or later? It's not about whether it's important or not. If you just strike once and end the game, it won't mean anything. The core of this plan is to create an environment where Song Eun-jin will be tortured endlessly. That place has already been set up. All that remains is to find a reason to send Song Eun-jin there. For that reason, you need to become a victim of school violence. When Song Eun-jin approaches, be innocent and warmly greet her. When things go unexpectedly, you must oppose it non-violently. Don't forget, justice will always be on our side. But I hated sweet potatoes in North Korea too. That means I'll have to wait a long time, stepfather. What should I do if I really want to hit them and can't hold back? Hearing this, Lee Myung-jun coldly replied, Then just hit them once in front of everyone. Back in the present, Ga-ram was getting up after being kicked by Song Eun-jin. Song Eun-jin was also watching Ga-ram's actions closely. Once Ga-ram stood up, she smiled and said, Then I'll do as my father said. Hearing Ga-ram say that, Song Eun-jin called her a crazy girl. But at that moment, a teacher rushed in to announce, Class 6, hurry up and change into your gym clothes. The teaching schedule for Mr. Min-young has changed, so the timetable has also been adjusted accordingly. Get ready quickly. Upon hearing this announcement, Song Eun-jin's group cursed, Seriously, what the hell, teacher? Today's the gym exam, right? How are the teachers arranging the schedule like this? Ga-ram, on the other hand, didn't care and instead recalled the words of Lee Myung-jun. But Ga-ram, violence is something that should happen at least a week later. Just endure it. The core of this plan is for you to be seen as a victim by outsiders. If you destroy everything out of impulsiveness, I won't forgive you. Still, I believe that it won't be difficult for you. After all, with your physical condition, not feeling pain isn't an issue, right? Back in the present, Ga-ram was angry, thinking, I'm feeling frustrated with my stepfather. At that moment, Song Eun-jin smiled and said to Ga-ram, See you at the next break. I'll do my best to make you really cute. A little later, Song Eun-jin, holding chopsticks and smoking a cigarette, laughed and said, As expected, a secret cigarette during gym class is the best, right, Yoonji? Yoonji, at that moment, was carrying Song Eun-jin on her back. Then, Song Eun-jin's fake sweet voice echoed again, Sorry for kicking you by mistake today. Does it hurt a lot? Anyway, I'm letting you smoke for free like this, so take it as compensation for your broken glasses. 2 of Song Eun-jin's friends standing nearby heard this and laughed, Come on, that's probably not all. Now it's not just cigarette butts, but new cigarettes as well. Yoonji owes you, right? Say he, you think so too? Actually, I do think so, but it seems like someone's footsteps are coming this way. They're heading in this direction. What the hell? We've been caught. Quick, put out the cigarettes first. A little later, someone approached the group of Song Eun-jin. Seeing who it was, Song Eun-jin laughed and said, "Oh, I was really scared. Turns out it's just the class president." At that moment, the class president's face was very cold, and she spoke to Song Eun-jin. "Hey, you guys need to stop this." Meanwhile, Yoon-ji was crying and calling out to the class president, "Please help me." Song Eun-jin then said to the class president, "So, are you here to enforce your class president authority?" Yoon-ji, seeing this, cried and thought, "No, don't do it, class president. Don't get involved because of a useless person like me." At that moment, the class president picked up a cigarette and took a puff, saying, "You guys are rotten to the core." Seeing this, Song Eun-jin's group laughed and said, "I heard Moon Yi-jin quit smoking. But looking at you now, who wouldn't think you've quit? You guys should be more careful. We've already caused one child to die not even a year ago. You crazy idiots." Moon Yi-jin, 16 years old. The school violence case involving the daughter of Vice President Lee Myung-jun. She's the accused of severe assault. Why are you bringing that up, Moon Yi-jin? That's bad luck. That rumor has already spread in the class. This is insane. Who spread that news? I should shut their mouth. Are you stupid? Didn't I just say we need to be careful now? But what are you guys doing? Why are you making that face? Do I need to sew your mouth shut? Hearing Moon Yi-jin say that, the girl responded in fear, "I'm sorry." At this moment, Song Eun-jin asked Moon Yi-jin, "Why are you making the atmosphere so serious? Listen up, you idiots. We're in high school now. Don't you want to go to college? Don't act like a bunch of brainless fools. Don't think you can just act recklessly forever. In this world, not everyone is as stupid as your dog, so when you do something stupid, don't drag me into your mess, got it?" Hearing these words from Moon Yi-jin, Song Eun-jin became furious, thinking, if you're done preaching, then go die. Pretending like you don't do anything just because you're in high school now? Back in middle school, Moon Yi-jin was the same, sitting in the back and pretending to be noble, just to maintain her image, while I'm always seen as the evil leader. She's truly wicked, and in private, she's even worse than me. No matter what, she's disgusting. I don't like her at all. At that moment, Moon Yi-jin suddenly called out to Song Eun-jin, "What did you just bark, you little brat?" Hearing these words, Song Eun-jin stammered, "When did I say that?" "I was wrong, Moon Yi-jin." "Then make sure you do better, understand? Don't think you can overstep your bounds just because I've loosened up a bit. And you guys, hanging around this little brat all the time is really starting to annoy me. You know, suicide is a taboo, right? Yoon-ji, what should I do with you? Life is already painful, isn't it? It's just one case of school violence. Why make such a big deal out of it? If you mess with my school life, I'll kill you, got it, Yoon-ji?" After saying this, Moon Yi-jin stepped on Yoon-ji's hand, causing Yoon-ji to cry out in pain, saying, "Class president, please, your foot, please move it. I promise I won't bother you anymore. I swear I won't report this to the school violence committee. Please." Hearing this, Moon Yi-jin finally lifted her foot. As a result, Yoon-ji bent down to touch her injured hand, which caused Song Eun-jin to fall off her back. Furious, Song Eun-jin kicked Yoon-ji straight in the face. At that moment, a loud laugh echoed. It was Moon Yi-jin. She mocked Song Eun-jin, saying, "What are you doing? You're such a fool, always doing disgusting things. You idiots, you've done enough already. Now get back. Go to the gym. It's your turn for the exam. Don't rush, though. Leave a little later than me, okay? You can't even handle a little thing like that, can you? Hey, Song Eun-jin, be careful. Be cautious with the new transfer student. Slowly torture her. Her arrogant attitude annoys me." Meanwhile, on the other side, the gym teacher was saying, "What? You just transferred here and don't have gym clothes? You should have borrowed from a classmate in another class. But I guess since you're new, you don't know anyone yet. Wearing your school uniform is fine, I suppose. Alright then, I'll consider your situation." "Thank you, teacher," Ga-ram replied. "Okay, if the previous student is finished, please return the ball to its original position. You'll have to wait for your turn next." At that moment, a student came over with a ball and said, "Ga-ram, do your best." The ball was placed in front of Ga-ram. Seeing Ga-ram standing in front of the ball, the other students began to whisper to each other, "It looks like she's actually going to kick it in her uniform. Is that okay?" What's going on? Standing in front of the ball, she looks like a handsome guy. As her classmates laughed, Song Eun-jin, who was sitting nearby, laughed and said, "Why is she smiling that damn smile?" The other student quickly responded, "Sorry, Song Eun-jin." Meanwhile, Song Eun-jin was looking at Ga-ram and thinking, "So what, Moon Yi-jin? Even if you're unintentionally hateful, I've got a new toy to play with, this one here. I'm bored of playing with Yoon-ji. If I bring her along, my status might drop, right? If you're going to keep a dog, you need a bit of skill to tame it. She's pretty perfect, though, she's got just the right amount of resistance. Being a North Korean defector, she has no backing and is very sensitive." At that moment, Ga-ram lifted her foot and kicked the ball. Her shot was incredibly powerful and flew toward the goal. It sped past the girl standing in front of the goal in no time, leaving all the students there stunned. Even Song Eun-jin was shocked. The students started whispering among themselves, "Did you hear that sound? What was that loud noise? It sounded like a ball being kicked with the strength of a boy." Meanwhile, Ga-ram shivered slightly, then she suddenly went wild, kicking the remaining balls toward the goal to the astonishment of the teacher and her classmates. Ga-ram was breathing deeply, and she lifted her foot to kick another ball. This time, the ball flew straight toward the goal, but it hit the goalpost and rebounded, flying past the group. One of Song Eun-jin's friends, seeing this, angrily said, "That crazy girl almost hit me in the face." But a second later, she was terrified by Ga-ram's expression. Ga-ram was smiling at her with a chilling, deadly smile, which only made her more frightened. At that moment, she wanted to say something to Song Eun-jin, but Song Eun-jin suddenly shouted, "That bitch. That bitch is giving me attitude, isn't she? She's trying to show off to me, right? After gym class ends, I'm going to find her." After gym class, Song Eun-jin angrily approached Ga-ram and said, "Hey, you North Korean spy, want to kick the ball around a bit? I bet your body is itching for a fight, huh? You think I'll be scared if you show off your strength like that? Try your best not to get hit, okay? Do you even know who my brother is? You don't belong here, you North Korean defector. What are you looking at, you bitch? Show me how you kicked the ball during gym class." Hearing this, Ga-ram just smiled and replied, "I can't do that." She pointed to her head and said, "The ball isn't here. How could I kick it like a ball?" This statement left Song Eun-jin frightened, while Ga-ram continued walking toward them, saying, "Anyway, you look scared, like a bunch of insects clinging to a tail. Aren't you curious about how my face looks now? Your efforts to pretend to be calm are really quite cute." Unable to take it anymore, Song Eun-jin rushed at Ga-ram, raising her hand to hit her, shouting, "Shut up, you bitch." As she was about to hit Ga-ram, something suddenly hit her face. It was Ga-ram's fist. Ga-ram had punched Song Eun-jin square in the face. With that punch, Song Eun-jin's nose started bleeding, shocking everyone present. Even Moon Yi-jin, who was standing nearby, was furious. At that moment, Song Eun-jin was kneeling in front of Ga-ram, after taking the punch. Ga-ram, meanwhile, was smiling and thinking amid the chaos in the class, "This game is really fun." "Sorry, stepfather." Song Eun-jin, trembling, tried to stand up after taking the punch, but a second later, she collapsed to the ground, causing her friends to panic and say, she can't keep her balance anymore. "Someone, call the teacher." Meanwhile, Ga-ram kept moving forward, thinking, "This is who I am, so what should I do about it? So from now on, I'll do things my way." With that thought, she lifted her foot and smiled, saying, "Now the ball is on the ground, right?" After saying this, Ga-ram stepped on Song Eun-jin's head, laughing as she did so, saying, "You said I should kick like I'm kicking a ball, right? I've heard that kicking and bullying is a custom in South Korea, so I won't refuse your suggestion. So, how should I kick? Should I kick really hard? Should I kick you in the back of the neck? I've made up my mind. You seem a bit slow, so I think I'll just kick without spinning." At that moment, one of Song Eun-jin's friends picked up a chair and swung it at Ga-ram, but Ga-ram dodged by ducking. The girl realized she had missed and saw a foot coming at her. Ga-ram kicked her straight in the body right after dodging the chair. Ga-ram laughed and said, "What are you doing? Are you trying to dance ballet or something? Loyalty like that is admirable, but everything has its order. I'll take my time to show you all my love, so why rush? It seems you want to go earlier than the others, right? I'll do as you wish." A second later, the girl screamed, "What are you doing? I already said I'm hurt." But the other students in the classroom stood there trembling in fear, unable to do anything but watch. A moment later, Ga-ram, still smiling, said, "I'm exhausted. Well, the game is over, and I didn't even need to use a rope. The girl, who was tied up with her own hair by Ga-Ram, screamed, I told you to take this off, you crazy girl. But Ga-Ram just pulled her by the hair and said, you were going to hit me with that chair earlier, right? Desks aren't meant to be used like that. Watch me carefully. This is how you do it. Ga-Ram grabbed the girl's head and slammed it onto a nearby desk, repeatedly lifting and slamming it down forcefully. The other students in the class, especially those who sided with Song Eun-jin, were terrified. Meanwhile, the girl being slammed pleaded, stuttering, I'm sorry, please stop, Moon Yi-jin. Seeing this, Moon Yi-jin, who had been watching, wanted to jump in to help, but just then, someone said, class president. Hearing this, Moon Yi-jin responded, I'll go get the teacher. The girl's head was bloodied from being slammed down, and Ga-Ram continued by raising her foot and kicking her straight in the head. This kick was so powerful that the girl likely passed out immediately. After finishing with her, Ga-Ram smiled and said, all right then, now it's our princess's turn, isn't it? The girl, referred to as the princess, was terrified and started backing away, saying, what? I didn't do anything to you. Didn't do anything? Do you think I'm blind? I saw the nasty face you made behind my back. So don't make me angrier. Come here quickly. When the girl hesitated, Ga-Ram said, don't want to come. Then don't bother, I'll come to you myself. The girl, seeing Ga-Ram approaching, continued to back away, stammering, I told you not to come near me. In her panic, she tripped and fell to the ground. Seeing her fall, Ga-Ram laughed and said, why are South Korean girls so weak? Earlier, the orange-haired girl also fell flat on her face. You can't run away with trembling legs like that. The girl on the ground grabbed a box cutter and screamed, don't come any closer. If you do, I'll stab you with this. Damn it, I'm not joking. I'll really stab you. I mean it, do you hear me? Seeing this, Ga-Ram smiled and said, really? Then go ahead, try it. Come on, do it. The girl, now shaking uncontrollably, couldn't bring herself to attack Ga-Ram with the knife. Ga-Ram continued to smile and said, see? You're all talk and no action. Hearing this, the girl's emotions reached their breaking point, and she lunged at Ga-Ram with the knife, but Ga-Ram dodged it. The girl didn't give up and kept slashing wildly in Ga-Ram's direction. After a while, she put all her strength into one final attempt, stabbing the box cutter straight at Ga-Ram. But Ga-Ram dodged it again and used the opportunity to grab the girl's hand, forcing her to the ground. The girl cried out in pain as she was slammed to the ground, dropping the knife in the process. Lying there in agony, she was helpless as Ga-Ram grabbed her by the hair and yanked her head up. Smiling, Ga-Ram said, why do you always make such a big deal out of things? With just this much, she won't die, so don't worry. I've tried killing before, so I know, it's not that easy to die. So stop pretending to be the victim and keep playing with me. We have to finish the game, right? As soon as Ga-Ram finished speaking, she swung her leg up and kicked the girl hard in the midsection. The kick sent the girl crashing into the storage box in front of her. A moment later, she shakily pushed her body out of the storage box, but at that moment, Ga-Ram delivered another kick straight to her head, forcing her head into the storage box. After taking 2 kicks, the girl completely lost consciousness. Seeing this, the entire class finally began screaming, call 119. When are the teachers going to get here? The class president said she was going to get the teachers, but how did everything end up like this? Isn't she mentally ill? She just transferred here and she's already doing all this. It's terrifying. Hearing them talk, Ga-Ram shouted, all of you, shut up. Listen, my dear classmates, even though I didn't do these things to be praised, why shouldn't I, Ga-Ram, feel uncomfortable? Look over there. These rebellious girls are disrupting the atmosphere in this classroom. Don't you see? I, Ga-Ram, have handled everything for you so you can put your fears aside. Shouldn't you be grateful to me, you little weaklings? Isn't that right? Hey, Song Eun-jin, how long are you going to pretend to be dead? Haven't you found someone to help you yet? If you have any conscience, stand up right now. A lot of people get beaten up just because they like to cause trouble. How can there be fools who only endure being beaten? In the old days, a leader who guided others had to take responsibility if they lost a fight and face the consequences, right? Wait, what's this? Where did Song Eun-jin go? At that moment, a voice rang out, brother. Brother. Song Eun-jin was calling out, call my brother. That crazy girl is trying to kill me. Brother, please help me. As she struggled to open the door, she screamed, gym class is over. Why is the back door still locked? At that moment, Ga-Ram rushed at Song Eun-jin with incredible speed, kicking her hard in the back, forcing the door open. It was a perfect kick, leaving everyone nearby in shock. Ga-ram then grabbed Song Eun-jin by the collar and lifted her, saying, "Hey, Song Eun-jin, you asked me if I fight, right? So, what do you think of me now? Once you've been beaten, answer me." After Ga-ram said this, she immediately punched Song Eun-jin in the face, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Ga-ram continued to punch her wildly, saying, "Can I hit you a little? Just like this. Why aren't you answering me, Song Eun-jin? I'm asking you, you idiot. Say something." As she punched, Ga-ram laughed maniacally throughout the hallway. The scene then shifts to a moment where Lee Myung-jun is reading Ga-ram's medical records. The classification of psychiatric patients during the evaluation process matches the symptoms of explosive mental disorders. Like other psychopathic murderers, she is fascinated by red blood and loud screams. Her inherent nature tends to enjoy stimulation, and among these stimuli, she particularly enjoys drilling into a person's face when they lose consciousness. Back in the present, Ga-ram was smiling with satisfaction as she looked at Song Eun-jin's face, saying, "Song Eun-jin, you look really beautiful now." A little later, at Lee Myung-jun's office, Director Beck rushed in, looking alarmed, and said, "Vice President." Seeing him, Lee Myung-jun calmly responded, "You barged in without knocking. It seems Ga-ram has caused some trouble." Director Beck gritted his teeth and said, "1 week." Even though she couldn't hold back, Ga-ram still pretended to be a victim for a whole week. "You said that was the first step of the plan, didn't you? To be honest, I didn't expect her to last even 2 days, let alone a week. But it hasn't even been 2 days, hasn't even been 2 periods, and the school has already contacted me. What should we do next? We need to follow the plan once we've decided to execute it. We can't afford to let things go wrong from the beginning. To be honest, even the vice president knew this was going to happen, didn't you? So what exactly are you thinking?" At that moment, Lee Myung-jun's voice rang out, "I think I am feeling quite anxious myself. Those children are also struggling in pain. I want to see them within the next hour. My conscience can't bear this. What has happened, so, Director Beck, let's focus on the present now. Therefore, confirm exactly what the situation is." Back at the school, the teachers and the school nurse were dragging Ga-ram outside. As she was being pulled out, Ga-ram was still smiling and looked toward Moon Yi-jin, who was glaring back at her angrily. The two locked eyes, looking as if they wanted to devour each other. At that moment, Song Eun-jin's mother arrived at the school, shouting loudly, "Where's the homeroom teacher? Get out here. Where is the homeroom teacher?" Hearing her, the gym teacher came out and said, "Today, Ms. Minyong is away for training, so temporarily," but before he could finish his sentence, Song Eun-jin's mother started yelling, "Useless people. I only want to talk to the homeroom teacher. Is this the girl who beat up my Song Eun-jin? Oh my, look at her malicious eyes. She thinks she's done something great, doesn't she? How could you do this to my Song Eun-jin? What are we supposed to do with her face now? If Song Eun-jin can't get married because of this, can you take responsibility for that?" Hearing this, Ga-ram smiled and responded, "Mrs. Song Eun-jin, your words are too arrogant. If Song Eun-jin has trouble finding a husband, it's due to her personality, not my actions." "What did you say, you little brat? You're completely crazy. Even if you apologize to us, it won't be enough." At that moment, the gym teacher stepped in to calm the situation. "Mrs. Song Eun-jin, please calm down first." "Calm down? Calm down about what? Where were you when this happened to my daughter? You little brat, do you have any idea how scary the world is? Do you know who my husband is? He's the director of Nagun Trading Company. My husband and the principal of this school are like brothers. I'll make sure you regret this. Vice principal, call her parents immediately." As the vice principal was making the call, suddenly, the sound of sobbing could be heard. It was coming from Ga-ram. Seeing this, Song Eun-jin's mother asked, "What's this? Are you crying?" At that moment, Ga-ram began to cry loudly, saying, "This is too much. I'm the real victim here. I was only defending myself. Why are you treating me like this? What nonsense are you talking about? If you don't believe me, look at this." Ga-ram took off her shirt, revealing her injuries, and said, "This is what happened. Song Eun-jin did this as part of a welcome ceremony for new students." Seeing the wounds on Ga-ram's body, the teachers were all shocked. One teacher, in a state of disbelief, said, "These wounds, they're from cigarette burns, right? My God, doing that to a girl's body? There are so many injuries on her." Hearing this, Song Eun-jin immediately protested, "I didn't do that. Meanwhile, Ga-ram was smiling as she watched everyone and thought to herself, so, how's this? It's going to be complete chaos. Song Eun-jin, you have no idea what this is, do you? I left a few marks on my way to school, and it turns out they were exactly the right ones. It was a bit difficult to secretly get the cigarettes from the manager, but stepfather, did you see that? This is how you deal with people like them. What's the point of making me wait for weeks? My body doesn't feel pain anyway. All I need to do is threaten and hurt myself. At the same time, Song Eun-jin was in shock, unable to process the situation or figure out how to respond. Her mother then spoke up, asking Song Eun-jin, "You told me you quit smoking. Were you lying to me?" "Mom, that's not important right now. She's just trying to scare us. She's the one who threatened me, and she's the one who's wrong. She made her lackeys hold me down and beat me. What nonsense are you spewing, you little brat? Do you even know what brand of cigarettes I smoke? Guess what it is, Demensoli or Manbo. You don't know, do you? You don't know, so you can't answer, right?" Ga-ram responded, "I don't know the names of South Korean cigarettes," which left Song Eun-jin momentarily speechless. At the same time, Song Eun-jin's mother, still furious, said, "In any case, hitting a girl in the face like that, is that normal?" Both Se-hee and Jaeon from the same class were also injured. I heard one of them had to go to the emergency room to get stitches. As the president of the Parents Association, I absolutely cannot overlook this. Even if a disciplinary hearing is held, I will make sure you're punished, according to the rules. She then turned to the vice principal, "When will you be able to reach your parents?" "Ma'am, I've just connected with them. You can speak with them on the phone now." As soon as Song Eun-jin's mother grabbed the phone, she shouted, "Hello?" The voice on the other end calmly replied, "It's a pleasure to speak with you. Are you the mother of Song Eun-jin?" "Yes, that's right. I'm Song Eun-jin's mother. Do you know the condition my daughter is in right now? You'd better come here immediately, kneel, and beg for my forgiveness." "Sorry, but that might be a bit difficult," came the response. "What?" she exclaimed. "You see, I'm a very busy person, so I probably won't be able to come to the school today. I'd like to meet with you separately to discuss matters related to compensation. I'll inform you of the date, time, and place. For now, I'll be hanging up." After Lee Myung-jun hung up the phone, Song Eun-jin's mother kept shouting, "Hello? Hello?" but to no avail. She then exclaimed, "Unbelievable. He just hung up without even listening. Like father, like daughter, both are horrible. Hey, Ga-ram, just wait. I didn't know you had such a great father. I'll make sure you can never show your face in society for the rest of your life." After saying this, she took her daughter and left. The teachers in the room sighed in relief as she walked away. Meanwhile, Ga-ram was deep in thought. Just as I expected, it seems like my stepfather is really angry. No instructions over the phone, but stepfather, your methods are too roundabout. I'll find a better way than yours. A way that will allow me to thoroughly torment Song Eun-jin. Later, back in the classroom, Moon Ye-jin was sitting in thought. Ga-ram. No matter how I think about it, it's strange. At first, she seemed to be trying to stop Song Eun-jin, and I thought it was just an act of simple righteousness. But now that everything has unfolded, it seems like from the very beginning, she wasn't looking to pick a fight with Song Eun-jin. But using Song Eun-jin as an excuse like that, Ga-ram seems to have a weird obsession with justice. From what I've heard, she said she was punishing the bullies in the class, so everyone should have praised her, right? It's strange, like someone from the outside is forcing her to swap identities illegally. Io Ga-ram, a North Korean refugee with unclear origins. Even though she's a minor, she has high combat ability. When provoked, she can cause serious harm. So what's her true identity? Did she really just happen to beat up Song Eun-jin today, or was it just a coincidence? At that moment, Song Eun-jin opened the door and entered the classroom. Seeing her, Moon Ye-jin asked, "What's up? You didn't leave early?" Song Eun-jin, angered by Moon Ye-jin's words, snapped, "What took you so long to call the teachers? How could it take that long? You should have brought a truck full of teachers at that time." "Well, let's see. Unfortunately, I don't have a truck driver's license, so I couldn't do that," Song Eun-jin. "But in any case, was getting the teachers the most important thing? Damn it, let me guess. Why did you deliberately take so long to get here? You were scared. You were afraid your actions would be exposed, right? If Ga-ram saw you leading the teachers, she would have turned on you. That doesn't fit your character, does it? If that had happened, your act as the bookish class president would be exposed as just a facade. Afraid of that, you let me take the beating back there, didn't you?" At that moment, Moon Ye-jin's voice rang out, "Hey, Song Eun-jin, what's up?" A second later, a book flew straight into Song Eun-jin's face, followed by a kick to her stomach. The force of the kick sent Song Eun-jin flying 10 meters away. Having just been beaten, she started crying again. Moon Ye-jin took off her glasses and said, "Damn it, what a nuisance. So what if I purposely came late? What can a tiny insect like you do to me?" Hearing those words, Song Eun-jin, feeling hurt, said, "Are you crazy? My mom just went to the teacher's office. So what? Bring your mom back, and let's see what happens next. Our sweet little Song Eun-jin, don't think you're some kind of queen. It seems like you've forgotten something, you're just a nobody. Your family, your protection, even your looks, none of it really belongs to you. You're just like a cute little puppy, no more, no less. If I were you right now, I wouldn't be trembling here. I'd start buttering up to my brother, the most popular guy in school. That's what I plan to do, anyway. What the hell, you little puppy? Are you nuts, talking like this? I must have been crazy to even think about being friends with you." After Song Eun-jin left, Moon Ye-jin thought, "That's right, Lee Myung-jun. His daughter died, yet he was too forgiving, letting everything slide. If Lee Myung-jun really is behind Ga Ram, things will become clearer through his actions today. For now, I'll keep an eye on things to figure out how to deal with this. It's not too late to consider the situation and plan my next move." A little while later, a young man appeared, laughing, "You look awful. Look at that swollen face of yours. Is that a face or an abstract painting? Hey, my brother, my sister got beaten up like this, and you're still laughing? What's wrong now, you little brat? Stop yelling, it's hurting my ears. This is the senior class, you idiot. Brother, don't you know what's going on? She hit me, meaning she's challenging your authority. Well, you're not wrong. But it's not very motivating, you know? Motivating? What do you mean? So, you got beaten up, huh? But was she pretty?" At that moment, Song Eun-jin took out her phone and showed it to her brother. "Look, Ga Ram. How about now? Feeling motivated?" Her twisted brother started laughing maniacally. "Your brother is drooling over here." Song Jin-won, 18 years old. Involved in the school violence case related to the daughter of Vice President Lee Myung-jun. He is accused of illegal filming and group sexual assault. Seeing her brother's expression, Song Eun-jin thought, "Ga Ram, you're done for. Many people have been bullied by this scumbag and couldn't do anything about it. How dare you mess with me? Just wait, Yoon Ga Ram. I'll beat you and make you regret it." After school, Song Jin-won's gang was eyeing Ga Ram and laughing. Song Jin-won walked up and said, "Wow, you're even cooler in person. Even your cheap expressions look beautiful. The famous North Korean girl, Yoon Ga Ram. To celebrate your arrival in South Korea, we'll make sure you feel comfortable." At that moment, Song Eun-jin chimed in, "Hey, spy, are you scared now? Do you realize who you messed with? Feeling scared, aren't you, you fool? You messed with the wrong people, spy." At that moment, Song Jin-won approached Ga Ram, laughing, "Look at this, are you glaring at me? I like that even more. It's more exciting than those who just cry and whine. Last time, Lee Hyena did the same. I treated her so well, but she left this world, what a fool. Hey, don't pay attention to those guys behind you. They're just a screen to block your escape. But this screen is thick, isn't it? I purposely let them block you like this. You won't escape anyway. So, how about we stop struggling? You've heard the basics, right? Let's officially begin the artistic activity of mine. You guys, take off her shirt." At his command, his lackeys rushed forward. In Ga Ram's mind, she was thinking, can a girl really overpower a group of boys with her bare hands? Girls versus boys. The difference in physical capability between the two genders is beyond imagination. The battle between the two genders began in 1991. The undefeated female fighter, the strongest ever, won 4 gold medals in the World Games. On the other hand, the male champion in the same category was anonymous. In terms of height, stature, and career, everything about him was inferior to his opponent. A rare event, and the result was a resounding victory for the male contender. He won after just 2 rounds. He wasn't an opponent she could win against. It was all because he was a man. He overwhelmingly dominated the supposedly invincible female fighter. A woman's strength is only about 70% of that of a man of the same weight. Even when considering the average weight difference between men and women, a woman's strength is usually 60% lower than that of a man. In other words, no matter how skilled a female warrior is, being overwhelmed by a group of men is almost inevitable. But if it's Ga Ram, she can do it. How is that possible? The first ability of Yoon Ga Ram is hysterical strength. A physiologist was the first to clarify this physiological state, which is caused by an increase in adrenaline. As a result, strength also increases. Ga-ram's thighs were deformed due to a biological experiment on living humans conducted by the North Korean government. Her body can freely increase adrenaline levels. In this state, Ga-ram can deliver her strongest punch, equivalent to that of a heavyweight male boxer. After Ga-ram punched one or two of them, the remaining ones were terrified and said to each other, "What the hell? The sound of her punch is like a watermelon exploding. What is this? Min Chul just got blown away. Is this even real? Forget about avenging Song Jin-won's sister. Should we just go home?" Seeing his lackeys talking like this, Song Jin-won shouted angrily, "You useless, cowardly idiots. A whole group of you, and you're this useless? Just surround her and it'll be fine. Surround her." As Ga-ram was being surrounded, she calmly observed her surroundings. Suddenly, she sprinted off somewhere, ran up a wall, and then launched herself into the air. In front of her was one of the lackeys, and a second later, she kneed him straight in the face. She didn't stop there, she grabbed his hair and slammed his head into the metal railing nearby. This caused many of the others to become terrified. One of them started trembling and rushed forward, yelling, "Stop it, you bitch." Meanwhile, Director Beck continued his report. Ga-ram's second ability is to adjust her perception of time, making others appear slow, corresponding to superhuman reaction speed. Ga-ram has endured the use of stimulants many times, which has caused a deformation in the nerve cells responsible for motor functions and sensory perception. Therefore, with ordinary punches from a normal person, they absolutely cannot touch Ga-ram. In reality, Ga-ram was continuously dodging the punches from the guys. Using her incredible speed, she delivered a punch to each of their faces. Two of them collapsed like felled trees. One of them, still trembling, charged at her, only to be met with a swift kick to the face from Ga-ram. Director Beck continued his report. Ga-ram's reaction speed is about 27 milliseconds. Her reaction time is equivalent to that of a cat, 10 times faster than that of a normal person. At that moment, one of the guys managed to grab Ga-ram, shouting, "I've got her. Get up, you idiots. I can't hold her down on my own." One of the guys, who had been kicked in the face, was slowly getting up. Gritting his teeth, he charged at her, saying, "You're just like a dog running after me." He threw a punch, but Ga-ram dodged it effortlessly and then kicked him hard in the stomach, causing him to collapse in pain. The guy who was still holding onto Ga-ram's neck suddenly felt her hand reach down and squeeze his groin. This caused him to scream in pain, "You bitch, my balls." Even though he was in agony, Ga-ram didn't let go. He begged, "I'm sorry. Please let me go. Please have mercy." With a cold expression, Ga-ram squeezed even harder. The guy who had been kicked in the ribs earlier witnessed this and was terrified. His face contorted in fear, and a moment later, he turned and ran away, shouting, "Damn it. There are no words to describe how crazy she is. Song Jin-won, I'm out of here." Seeing him run, Ga-ram quickly got up and charged at him, kicking him hard in the back. The impact sent him flying into a nearby car. Raising his hand, he cried, "Please, spare me." But a moment later, Ga-ram slammed his head down. After dealing with the group, Ga-ram smiled and said, "Now, only the big brother with the blonde hair is left, right? Why is everyone just standing there in shock? Didn't you all say you were going to make me feel better? I really hate people who just talk and do nothing. Everything's just getting started, so don't let the atmosphere get so tense. Stop standing around like that and get moving." Song Eun-jin, hearing Ga-ram's words, was absolutely terrified. She quickly shoved her brother, Song Jin-won, forward and said, "Damn it, brother, do something. You're the boss of this school." Song Jin-won, confused by his sister's words, thought, "What the hell is this crazy girl talking about? Is this really the time to be thinking about who's the boss? She wants me to handle that thing? There's no other option but to run. Running is the only way out." Ga-ram, noticing his hesitation, smiled and said, "Planning to run away? If you're going to run, then hurry up, big brother. Unlike others, I actually enjoy watching people try to escape. But do you really think a useless guy who can't even fight will be good at running away? Don't you think you're being overly optimistic? I'm someone who escaped from North Korea. So, whether you and that girl try to hide in North Korea or even in hell, I'll follow you to the very end." After hearing these words, Song Jin-won, in a fit of rage, threw a punch at her, shouting, "You wretched girl, don't you dare provoke me, you disrespectful brat." As his punch flew towards her, Ga-ram stepped back and dodged it, continuously evading his attacks. Then, Song Jin-won managed to land a punch, sending Ga Ram flying backward. After hitting her, he breathed heavily and said, "Damn it, I'm not that stupid." Ga Ram, who had taken the punch, noticed her arm bruising, but she still smiled and said, "I guess since you're a boxer, your punches are pretty strong. Alright, now I have to treat this like a tough boxing match." Song Jin-won, furious, charged at her, yelling, "You bitch, stop talking nonsense. Take my punches, you wretched girl." He kept throwing punches, but Ga Ram dodged them all. During this, Ga Ram began to counterattack. Thinking he had the upper hand, Song Jin-won swung another punch, but Ga Ram ducked under it. Realizing she had evaded his attack, Song Jin-won thought in panic, if she lands a hit now, I'm done for. I need to stop her. A second later, Ga Ram's fist landed squarely on Song Jin-won's side. After taking the hit, he immediately put some distance between himself and Ga Ram. Despite the situation, Ga Ram continued to smile and said, "You managed to block that punch? I guess you're not the top dog here for nothing." Meanwhile, Song Jin-won was standing in a defensive stance, thinking, "Damn, what kind of punch was that? Even though I managed to block it, it still wore me out. But even so, this is just the beginning." After thinking this, he burst out laughing. Ga Ram noticed and asked, "What's so funny? Why are you laughing like a madman?" "Laughing? I'm laughing because this is turning out to be even better than I expected," he replied. "From the start of the semester, I planned to become the top dog of this school. There was a time when I fought the leader of the neighboring school. Did you know about that? That bastard was 185 centimeters tall and weighed 115 kilograms. He was pretty bulky, which gave him an advantage. He was even stronger than you, but I still beat him. I didn't know what to do with someone who was my equal, but I had to admit he was tough, even though I didn't want to. But with your strength, do you really think you're stronger than that fat pig? I don't think so." Song Jin-won then charged at Ga Ram, throwing punches, but she dodged them all. After a while, he began to notice that he was starting to land hits on her. He thought, it seems like her dodging speed has slowed down. She's getting tired. This isn't as hard as I thought it would be. She used up all her strength earlier in the fight, so now she's exhausted. The way to deal with an opponent when they're exhausted is to keep hitting them relentlessly, without giving them a break. Eventually, they'll make a mistake out of fatigue, he concluded. As Ga Ram stumbled back, her leg caught on a treadmill. Song Jin-won noticed and thought, this is it. Now's the time to strike with everything I've got. He then threw a punch with all his strength toward Ga Ram, but at that moment, he exclaimed in shock, "Where did she go? What the hell is this? How did she manage to dodge that?" On the other side, Director Beck was reporting to Lee Myung-jun. The third physical state of Ga Ram involves her jumps, combined with her body's strength. Ga Ram, through stress-induced disorder, has already demonstrated the ability to manifest the power of a heavyweight fighter. With a body weight of just 48 kilograms, there was a time she could lift weights up to 250 kilograms. Although her lower body weighs less than 50 kilograms, what would happen if she were to squat 250 kilograms? Her opponents should consider that. Meanwhile, in the current reality, Song Eun-jin was crying, "Brother, wake up. What are we supposed to do if you die? Damn it, you're the boss of this school. How can you, the boss, lose to a little girl like this? Stop lying there and get up. Get up and fight properly." Song Jin-won, furious, cursed at Song Eun-jin, "Damn it, why don't you try fighting her, huh?" At that moment, Ga Ram's voice echoed, "You took that beating and still managed to get up? The resilience of a person isn't determined by their appearance, you know. It's been a while since I've fought someone with such stamina, how thrilling. Get up and keep playing with me, Song Eun-jin's big brother." Hearing this, Song Jin-won thought, damn it, I have to admit she's winning. I can't beat her with just my own strength. But there's no one in this world, as far as I know, with such crazy strength. I'm 183 centimeters tall and weigh 92 kilograms. I have a clear advantage over that girl. I can only win if I can leverage my weight in a favorable situation. I still don't understand what caused this situation, but judging by the fight so far, she uses long-distance fighting techniques. Saying she's preparing for attacks isn't accurate, her center of gravity is too high. The answer lies in this arena. Although I'm not an expert in this field, I've learned some basic techniques from my seniors during training. I have to pretend to use a fake strategy while practicing martial arts. I'll defeat you with the Takadegam technique, Song Jin-won thought. Seeing him charge at her, Ga Ram laughed and said, "You're attacking me without any plan? Don't you know that undisciplined fights like this are always useless against me? Meanwhile, on the other side, Lee Myung-jun was talking with Director Beck. You're aware of Ga-ram's abilities, right, Director Beck? But isn't it too dangerous for Ga-ram if she gets caught in a grappling hold? When she's pinned to the ground, her vision will be severely compromised. If a heavy target like Song Jin-won gets on top, even her strength will be hindered, and he could overpower her. In such a situation, even someone like Ga-ram would have a hard time winning, don't you think? Back in the fight, Song Jin-won was now pinning Ga-ram to the ground and said, I've got you now, you wretched girl. Let's see you try to escape this. Vice President, do you know how Ga-ram feels when she trains in martial arts? Beyond her extraordinary physical abilities, everything else is quite ordinary. However, there is one type of martial art that she excels in, which can be called natural talent. At this moment, Ga-ram is lowering her body beneath Song Jin-won, causing his punch to miss its target. Ga-ram grabs his leg and begins to twist it, naturally forcing his body to rotate. Finding himself now underneath her, Song Jin-won panicked and exclaimed, What the hell? How is this happening? Ga-ram quickly grabs Song Jin-won's arm. Director Beck's voice continues, as I've mentioned before, Ga-ram has cat-like reflexes. From the very start, it's impossible for an ordinary person to defeat Ga-ram. If anyone does manage to take her down, it would only excite her even more. In the present, Ga-ram is laughing, sometimes I get bored of boxing. You must feel the same way, right? I've gone through so many difficult stages. Now, are you ready to face any challenge? Well then, Song Eun-jin's brother, I'm going to break it now. With that, Ga-ram suddenly twists Song Jin-won's arm, causing him to scream in pain. The group with Song Eun-jin watches in terror. Song Eun-jin, overwhelmed by fear, runs away, shouting, Hurry, call the police. Seeing Song Eun-jin leave, Song Jin-won angrily shouts, Hey, you selfish brats, are you just going to leave me here? Go and get the police now. Meanwhile, Ga-ram laughs and says, Don't call them, brother. Song Eun-jin? She doesn't have a sense of loyalty. But what kind of brother calls his sister a dog? Even though you only have one arm left, there's still fun to be had. Because I just came up with a really interesting idea. Want to hear about this fun idea I just had? I will break your remaining 2 arms and 2 legs, and then create a 4-legged person, Ga-ram threatened. Hearing her words, Song Eun-jin fearfully said, Wait, think carefully. If you only break 1 arm, things can still be resolved. But creating a 4-legged person, do you have the courage for that? Aren't you responsible for my life? Responsible? What are you talking about? I don't understand such complicated matters. All I know is that your yelling has made me miss it for a very long time, Ga-ram replied. After speaking, she immediately broke Song Eun-jin's leg. Song Eun-jin's screams echoed down the street. Moments later, all of Song Eun-jin's arms and legs were broken. Seeing this, Ga-ram stood there laughing and said, Now your entire body can't move, just like a newborn baby. After hearing Ga-ram say that, Eun-jin, who was lying underneath, still opened her mouth to curse her, You crazy slut. You damn dog. As soon as she finished speaking, Ga-ram stomped her foot onto Song Eun-jin's groin and said, Whether you're a South Korean or a North Korean, a man who has issues truly has problems. I heard that recently, you've been doing a lot of depraved things with other people's daughters. I heard that some of them have even committed suicide. Damn it, what are you planning to do? Are those sluts your relatives? Why is this brother of yours so stupid? I just crossed the border here, and you think you have any relation to them? I'm doing this just to satisfy my own desires. I've been very curious about this for a long time. Guys like you place too much importance on this stuff. Why do you keep touching it? It makes you guys so weak. I once researched on the South Korean wiki, and the male penis is the organ equivalent to the female ovaries. So, to sum it up, the pain from kicking a man's testicles is equivalent to stomping on a woman's ovaries. It causes pain in the penis, so after hearing that, I wanted to learn more about it. Hearing these words from Ga-ram, Song Jin-won cried and begged her not to do this, but Ga-ram paid no attention to his pleas. She laughed and told him to cry his heart out. Song Eun-jin's brother, Ga-ram said, then reached down and squeezed Song Jin-won's penis. This squeeze caused Song Jin-won's nerves to become numb, and he screamed in pain, more agonizing than death. Meanwhile, Song Eun-jin's group also heard the screams. They were panicking and trying to flee from the street. One of them paused and said, Is it not chasing us? Jin-won's screaming has stopped, so everything should be okay, right? I don't know, another replied. But honestly, I think it's a bad sign. Still, it should be fine, right? Why are there so few people around here? If there were more people, maybe we could ask for help. Hearing them talk, Song Eun-jin responded, when they do that kind of thing to girls, they put up warning signs to keep others away. So until we get off this street, we won't meet anyone. Why did they do such things? It's so annoying. Those damned useless perverts. Anyway, it hasn't chased us so far, so we should be okay, right? But I haven't seen Ga Ram anywhere. Upon hearing this, Song Eun-jin panicked and looked back, thinking, not seeing Ga Ram at all? On this wide road, everyone is here, but Ga Ram is nowhere to be seen? Someone asked Song Eun-jin, what's wrong? Why aren't you running? What's happening? Take a break. Shut up and run, you dog. She snapped. Why do we have to keep running? Who's coming after us? Think about it. We've been running for about 3 minutes now, and there's nobody around. So in such a short time, that crazy girl has disappeared without a trace. I don't understand what's happening, but I have a really bad feeling. So let's keep looking forward and keep running. At that moment, Ga Ram suddenly blocked their path with a mini electric scooter, crashing straight into Song Eun-jin's leg, causing her to fall and scream in pain. Ga Ram then stood before Se-hee and Jaeon, smiling as she said, well, it seems our dear Song Eun-jin says one thing but does another. Why are you running while looking backward instead of forward? Se-hee, puzzled, asked, what's going on? How is Ga Ram in front of us? Well, how should I put it? I used a mini electric scooter to catch up from behind and then move ahead. Thanks to this scooter, which might have been modified, I probably exceeded the speed limit. In America, they call this toning, I think. Anyway, I assume everyone's calmed down now, though from the way you're talking, it doesn't seem like it. It's no good. I think you all need some proper education. It's time for some review, my cute little friends. Se-hee, hearing this, was terrified and started running away, shouting, I don't want this. Ga Ram watched her run and sighed, then revved up the electric scooter and said, are you trying to bother me more? A second later, Ga Ram sped towards Se-hee, who was running while looking back in fear. In just a moment, Ga Ram grabbed her by the hair, pulling her back to where the two sisters were. Ga Ram smiled slowly and said, look at this idiot. Don't you know that a scooter is faster than running on 2 legs? If anyone else wants to exfoliate their skin on the asphalt, just say so. I'll strip you down to make you feel cooler. A little while later, all 3 sisters were kneeling on the ground. Ga Ram asked them, now tell me, what were you planning to do after I strip you all down? What's wrong? Not answering? Hey, Song Eun-jin, give me your phone. What? Why should I give you my phone? Song Eun-jin responded. Hearing this, Ga Ram kicked Song Eun-jin's knee, making her scream in pain, my knee. I told you to give it to me, didn't I? Why can't you do it right away? Ga Ram insisted. Song Eun-jin quickly handed her phone to Ga Ram, who took it and smiled. Let's see, should I open Song Eun-jin's photo album? What do we have here? Aren't these nude photos of Jin Ji from our class? Why do you have so many of these pictures on your phone? Are you running a modeling agency or something, Song Eun-jin? None of your business, you bitch, Song Eun-jin retorted, only to receive another kick to the knee. Why is it not my business? Just one slip up, and you would be taking nude photos of me too, wouldn't you? After taking my photos, you'd use them to hold me hostage, to control me, right? Yes, you're right, so get your foot off me. Song Eun-jin screamed. Ga Ram removed her foot from Song Eun-jin's leg, thinking, even though I told them earlier that I was feeling annoyed, I don't really understand why people make such a big deal out of nudity. What's so bad about being naked? According to my stepfather, my brain lost the nerves responsible for shame due to an overdose of drugs. Could it be that my lack of embarrassment about nudity is related to those nerves? Whatever, let's just forget it. For ordinary people, revealing nude photos is a terrible thing. That's right, no need to overthink it. I've come up with something to replace my stepfather's plan. After thinking it over, Ga Ram returned the phone to Song Eun-jin. Song Eun-jin, puzzled, said, you're just giving it back to me like that? Before she could finish her sentence, Ga Ram smashed her phone. Song Eun-jin cried out, my phone. Song Eun-jin, I had a dream earlier, Ga Ram said. What kind of dream, you bitch? Song Eun-jin snapped. Starting today, I'm going to be a photographer. I looked through your photo album earlier and saw you have hundreds of pictures of those poor girls. Even though you took their money, you didn't take proper photos for them. So, what's the point of taking pictures? Some kids say it's quite fun. I'm going to give you 2 choices. 1. Take off your clothes and cooperate with me in taking pictures, or 2, I'll knock you all unconscious and strip you myself. Sei-hee, hearing this, clasped her hands together in desperation, pleading, Ga Ram, we were wrong. Please forgive us just this once. We'll do whatever you say. Please don't take nude photos of me. Upon hearing Sei-hee's plea, Ga Ram kicked her in the face, saying, okay, so you choose option 2, unconscious it is. Now, you two, make your choice. If you can't decide, I'll choose for you. Song Eun-jin and Jaeon were terrified upon hearing this. The scene shifts to Lee Myung-jun's office. Outside, Chief Beck was standing there, deep in thought. That child, Garam. I knew she would do something like this. She's going to ruin everything that the vice president carefully prepared. Garam's task was very simple. First, take advantage of her unique physique that doesn't feel pain or shame. Endure the bullying from Song Eun-jin's gang for 2 to 3 weeks, and use that as a reason to organize a disciplinary committee on school violence during summer vacation. At that point, the vice president would sway the juvenile court judge, who would sentence Song Eun-jin to community service as a punishment. At this point, the juvenile judge would assign her to a social volunteer facility, a welfare center for the disabled on a remote island. Essentially, it's a place where psychological torture runs rampant, isolating the entire Song Eun-jin family from the outside world for 200 hours, where they would endure relentless torment. This was the revenge plan that the vice president and I devised. If we were to make the ferry returning from that island sink and turn it into an accident, silencing them would be even easier. But Garam ruined that plan. Because she couldn't control her emotions in a moment of weakness, everything fell apart. To be honest, this was always an impossible plan from the start, one that relied on someone mentally unstable and incapable of controlling their emotions. The failure was anticipated, and there was no other option left. At that moment, Garam entered from outside, humming happily. Chief Beck was shocked to see her. Garam noticed Chief Beck and smiled. Hello, Chief. Are you here to welcome me? Chief Beck, furious, responded, Yoon Garam, are you playing with us? I was just having some fun, she replied. To the vice president, this was revenge for his poor daughter, the only daughter he ever had. But from the start, you turned everything into chaos. Garam interrupted him. Oh, come on, Chief. Every time I see you, I feel like you're not very flexible. I'm Yoon Garam, and I've come up with a plan that's much better. What, you little, before Chief Beck could finish, a voice from inside the room interrupted. Chief Beck, let her in. Yes, sir. But before you go in, I must tell you to behave yourself. Garam then opened the door and walked inside, smiling. Stepdad, Garam is back. As soon as she said this, 4 people rushed out of the shadows. Lee Myung-jun, sitting on his cold, rigid chair, responded, Yes, Garam. I hear there was an incident on your first day at school? Stepdad, she replied, do you really think it's fair to have these bodyguards with glasses hold down a delicate girl like me? Let's see, Lee Myung-jun began. To me, Yoon Garam, you're more like a monster than a daughter. Even so, I once considered you my own. Stepdad here is very disappointed in you, my child. Perhaps you have your reasons, a legitimate reason for acting as you did, and someone like that deserves to be shot, as you once said. I did say I wouldn't forgive anyone who, driven by emotions, causes such consequences. Let's try to have a father-daughter talk for a while. Garam remained silent for a moment after hearing him speak. Then, she calmly said, Of course. What do you want to talk about, Dad? Why don't you start first, he replied. The plan from the department head is garbage. You were sure of that, weren't you? Garam said. The first day we met, you said you'd make sure everything Hyena went through would be repaid. I'll say exactly what you said, but I can assure you, if we stick to your original plan, it'll only go so far. It won't be enough. You still don't get it, he responded coldly. Do you think that even 200 hours of torture from someone like you is enough to avenge Hyena? With your fake personality, you're not thinking of making up some excuse about how you didn't meet my expectations, are you? Maybe I am, Garam smirked, but I'm not talking about the extent of the torture. I'm talking about the types of torture. The types of torture? He asked. Yes, Dad. Listen carefully. The revenge plan from the department head had no humiliation in it at all. Think about Hyena's diary, the one you read like it was a Bible. What did Song Eun-jin do to her in the mornings? She put a dog collar around her neck in front of the whole school. She even made her crawl into the boys' bathroom, didn't she? That humiliation is the debt Song Eun-jin owes Hyena. The physical pain I caused them is just the interest on that debt. But do you know what, Dad? Garam continued. That sense of shame only fully manifests when there are people watching. The humiliation Hyena felt wasn't just the shame of being seen by others. It was the helplessness of not knowing how to fight back. But why would you, Garam paused for effect, just have Song Un-jin locked up on some remote, nameless island and tortured over a long period? I'm disappointed in you, Dad. You planned everything out, but that's all you came up with? You think you can do anything to avenge your daughter, but really, you chose the easiest way to handle it because you're afraid of what others will think. Surely, your idea of revenge isn't just a half-hearted effort like that. Or have you lost your confidence? Hearing Garam's words, Director Bitch angrily said, Garam, do you know what you're saying? There's nothing more to discuss, Mr. Vice President. Please don't misunderstand me. This girl is just talking nonsense. If she really thought that way, she would have told us before taking any action. You shouldn't be fooled by such irrational talk. Lee Myung-jun raised his hand to stop Director Bitch. Enough. Let me ask her one question. He looked directly at Garam and asked, You've suffered brain damage, and I've heard you lack the nerve that feels shame. So what exactly can you do? Can you perceive the humiliation of others? Garam calmly responded, I don't have that ability, but I can enjoy it. Lee Myung-jun raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Garam replied, You don't understand anything, do you? The feeling of humiliation and pain that Hyena endured, how unbearable it was. I might not fully grasp Song Un-jin's emotions, but I know the taste of humiliation that attracted her. The twisted faces of people in pain, that's what I seek. Song Un-jin needs to pay, and her revenge must take place right here at the school, where everyone can witness it. Lee Myung-jun remained silent for a long moment before speaking. All right. Although your approach seems somewhat impractical, it does have a certain logic to it. He continued, however, Garam, Director Bitch and I chose that island for the revenge, not to do it halfway. On the contrary, it's the most perfect way to deal with Song Un-jin. I'll handle the rest myself. If you don't want to die, don't say another word. Tell me, in this chaotic situation, what would you do to exact revenge? Garam lifted her head, smiling at Lee Myung-jun, surprising Director Bitch. After a moment, Lee Myung-jun asked Director Bitch, What do you think of Garam's plan? Director Bitch pondered for a moment before replying, Rather than calling it a plan, it seems more like a way to handle an accident. But perhaps it's the best choice under the current circumstances. Lee Myung-jun nodded, Then we need to execute it quickly. If what Garam says is true, we need to address it right now. Yes, I'll contact Song Un-jin's nanny right away. No, Director Big, don't mention it here. Everyone, please step out for a moment. I have something private to discuss with Garam. Upon hearing Lee Myung-jun's request, Director Big and the others were startled and responded, No, Mr. Vice President, it's too dangerous for us to leave you alone with Garam. It's fine, everyone out, Lee Myung-jun insisted. With that, Director Big signaled the security team to leave the room. A moment later, it was just Garam and Lee Myung-jun alone in the room. Garam stood up, smiling, Father, the men in this house are really insensitive, aren't they? How could they hold down a delicate girl so roughly? Garam, Lee Myung-jun began. Do you know why I'm letting you off without any punishment this time? Or do you think you've proposed a better alternative to punishment? No need, Lee Myung-jun continued. You're in my house, and I understand the nature of my revenge better than anyone. I felt something when I heard you speak. The perspective of a professional is important when it comes to hurting others. From today, the power to draft a revenge plan will be yours, Garam. But the chaos that happened today must never happen again. Do you understand? Garam responded, Thank you, Father, for giving me a chance to make things right. I'll do my best to meet your expectations. Good, Lee Myung-jun replied. And you will follow through with everything you're assigned, won't you? Of course, Father, Garam said, handing him a recording device. I have this recording for you. It contains everything Song Un-jin did today. I recorded it all. You work faster than I expected, Lee Myung-jun remarked. The sounds we wanted have been captured. Shall we listen to the recording on Friday? In that file, you'll hear Song Un-jin's brother screaming so loud, it's amusing. I'm going to step out for a bit to rest. Please excuse me, stepfather, Garam said as she made her way to the door. Before she even reached it, Lee Myung-jun had already started playing the sixth recording. The desperate screams of Song Jin-won echoed through the room. Garam smiled and commented, You couldn't witness it firsthand, huh? You got a bit of a hidden sadistic side too, don't you? Meanwhile, Lee Myung-jun, tears mingling with laughter, listened to the recording. Elsewhere, Song Jin-won was crying out for his mother, who was also in tears, seeing her son with broken limbs and likely a shattered manhood. On the other side, Song Jin-won's father was furiously talking to someone on the phone, prepared to file charges immediately. How could my son end up crippled like this? Nothing else is more important than my son right now. I don't care how much the legal fees are. Assemble a team of 5 top lawyers specializing in assault cases and report to me at once. He hung up the phone and turned around, only to be shocked. Oh my daughter, look at our princess's face. Princess, are you hurt anywhere else besides your face? No, nothing worse happened, right? Song Eun-jin, recalling Ga Ram's chilling words, began to cry as she thought, behave yourself, Song Eun-jin. From today onwards, you'll be my puppet. Don't forget, even for a minute, that I hold your weakness in my hands. In the present, Song Eun-jin sobbed, no, Dad, I'm not hurt anywhere else. Just then, another phone call came through for Song Eun-jin's father. Answering it with an air of authority, he snapped, so, you're the guardian of that demon, huh? What? Alright, I'll do that. A short while later, they arrived at a certain company. The mother, shocked, whispered to her husband, this is really using force now. He replied, it doesn't matter. He wants to settle here instead of at the school? It must be something similar to his adopted child. As they entered, he announced, I am Song Jin-sik of the Nun Gold Group. Let's see just how impressive you are to be making settlement demands without mentioning the consequences. This could lead to something akin to a war between us. But as Song Jin-sik stepped into the room, his face paled in shock. Seated before him was Lee Myung-jun. Long time no see, father of Song Eun-jin. I'm Ga Ram's stepfather, Lee Myung-jun greeted him calmly. The couple, Song Jin-sik and his wife, were in shock. In his mind, he was thinking, Vice Chairman of Hundo Group, Lee Myung-jun. Why is he here? So, this is what it's all about after all. Song Jin-sik then spoke, Vice Chairman Lee Myung-jun. Even though our family may have caused trouble for your daughter in the past, this isn't the right way to handle things, is it? No matter what you might be thinking, I can only conclude that you're seeking revenge against us. Am I wrong? Hearing this, Lee Myung-jun calmly replied, you misunderstand, Mr. Song. As I stated in the press conference last year, I've forgiven all the children involved. I said that, so why would I waste time seeking revenge? Such actions would be unacceptable. Song Jin-sik, now angered by Lee Myung-jun's words, retorted, don't toy with us. Who do you take us for, fools? If you're saying this isn't about revenge, then you'd better come up with a reasonable compensation. If you don't, I'll make sure everyone in this country knows that the future head of a major corporation is using his adopted child for personal revenge. Lee Myung-jun, unfazed by the threat, responded, very well. From now on, I'll explain the compensation plan step by step, so you understand it clearly. First of all, Mr. Song, I know you've been managing Nengan Checking Company and are looking to expand into Southeast Asia. Therefore, Hongdu Electronics, as a large corporation, will strongly support your company's market expansion. Song Jin-sik, hearing this, thought, a large corporation like Lee Myung-jun's offering to support my private business. Lee Myung-jun continued, and Mrs. Song, about the luxury boutiques in our group's shopping centers. We've heard about your interests and are very keen to assist. If you accept our proposal, I'll upgrade your membership card to VIP status immediately. I promise you'll receive priority on all the benefits we offer. After hearing this, Mrs. Song Jin-sik chuckled and said, do you think I would agree to those conditions? You think I would betray my husband and children? But that's not all. I also heard that both sides of the family have a history of cancer, particularly Song Eun-jin's grandmother, who recently underwent surgery for colon cancer. It was quite serious, wasn't it? But with cancer, there's always a risk of recurrence. The cancer center at our group's medical institute is renowned for having the most advanced cancer treatment technology in the country. For both of you, your parents, and even Song Eun-jin and Song Jin-won, if you wish to receive treatment at no cost whenever cancer is detected, I guarantee to provide lifelong medical benefits for your entire family. Of course, regarding your son's reproductive health, I'll ensure that there are no issues and we'll cover all the expenses for the recovery of his limbs as well. She continued, as for the settlement, I believe it's only fair to offer you compensation. Mr. Song Jin-sik, seeing a large sum of money in front of him, was astonished and said, how much money is there here, my God? Compared to the injuries my adoptive daughter caused to your 2 children, what's this worth? But after taxes, I'll give you about 20 billion won. Besides this, I'm also considering purchasing an apartment in Gangnam worth around 50 billion won, which will be in either of your names. Now, have I offered enough to compensate your family? Song Jin-sik, after hearing these words from Lee Myung-jun, began to laugh hysterically. A second later, he clasped his hands together in delight and said, Vice Chairman, I didn't think there was anyone like you in this world. As for my son, Song Jin-won, yes, his lower half is completely destroyed. He's always been a bit wild, and I've been anxiously worrying about when he'd cause more trouble. And now, with what's left of him down there, well, it needs to be sewn up too. At this point, his wife, having heard what Song Jin-sik said, leaned in to whisper in his ear, Honey, listen to me for a moment. Think this through carefully. Something about this feels off. For them to offer us such compensation, at the very least, we should ask for time to think it over until tomorrow. Honey, he responded, I don't think that's necessary. I've thought it through already, so just trust me on this. Song Jin-sik, after finishing his conversation with his wife, turned back with a smile and said, So, what do we do next, Vice Chairman? We can draw up the contract right here, can't we? As the party receiving the compensation, I apologize, but the contents of this compensation agreement come with 2 conditions. What conditions, Vice Chairman? He asked. First, Lee Myung-jun continued, the matter of the school violence must be kept absolutely confidential. As someone who is under significant pressure from various angles, if any rumors were to spread, I would stand to lose a great deal. Song Jin-sik, thinking it was an easy condition, replied, I thought it might be something difficult. Of course, we'll keep it a secret. What's the other condition? Lee Myung-jun remained silent for a long moment before finally speaking. Ga-ram, please come in. At this, Ga-ram entered the room, much to the shock of the couple. The second condition, Lee Myung-jun continued, is that this child will participate in charity activities. Through charitable work, my adoptive daughter, Ga-ram, will be able to adapt better to life in South Korea. To help her adjust, she needs friends around her. I hope that your daughter, Song Eun-jin, can assist Ga-ram with this. He then turned to Song Jin-sik, saying, I understand that you have a close relationship with Chairman Urgiogo. With this second condition, I trust that you'll do your utmost to help us, won't you? At this moment, Ga-ram also spoke up, Mr. Song Eun-jin. I sincerely apologize for what I did to Song Eun-jin and her brother, Song Jin-won. I let my emotions get the better of me and couldn't control my actions. If you could give me a chance to make amends, I will do my best to correct my mistakes. Turning to Mrs. Song, she continued, and to Song Eun-jin's mother, I apologize for my disrespectful behavior in the teacher's office the other day. I know my apology may not be enough to earn your forgiveness for my rudeness, but I hope that in the future, Song Eun-jin and I can become close friends. I'll work hard to correct my mistakes and hope to earn your praise, which I'll note in my diary. The mother of Song Eun-jin, hearing Ga-ram's words, was shocked and thought, if the agreement includes a condition to help this girl adapt to life here, then my daughter, Song Eun-jin, will also receive support for her university entrance, right? Ga-ram continued, yes, Mr. Song Eun-jin's father, if my friendship with Song Eun-jin remains strong even after we graduate from high school, the cooperation between our 2 families will become an inseparable connection in business. Therefore, I hope you will forgive me for the things I've done. Hearing Ga-ram's words, Song Jin-sik smiled and said, All right, Ga-ram, we'll support you in the future. They smiled brightly at Ga-ram, seemingly forgetting how their child had just been beaten. But then he thought, exchanging money for a good life, well, that's worth it. On the other side, Lee Myung-jun was also smiling to himself, thinking, perfect, with this move, I, Lee Myung-jun, have gained the trust of Song Eun-jin's parents. We might as well say that we've legally purchased the right to bully Song Eun-jin. But don't get too excited, Director Song. This financial transaction isn't as fair as you imagine. After all, when you receive that money, you'll have to pay back double the damage. Ga-ram was also smiling, thinking, look at their reaction. They have no idea their daughter was even photographed naked. And now I have another weakness of Song Eun-jin in my hands. Stepfather, I've gained the trust of Song Eun-jin's parents, and now the game is getting even more interesting. Meanwhile, Song Eun-jin was smiling and saying, Ga-ram is probably on her knees, begging and crying in front of my parents right now. She should know who my father is, right? If he were my dad, he would just make her disappear. My dad is close to Director Lee. If they have to pay for treatment and security, they'll probably go bankrupt. And she'll surely be scolded by her stepfather. In the end, the one who gets to smile last is me. Flashback to 1 year ago. Hyena was sitting on the ground, crying. Song Eun-jin, laughing, said, "Hyena, bark for me. Come on, let's hear it." Hyena, with a chain around her neck, could only cry. A moment later, Song Eun-jin yanked the chain, jerking Hyena's neck. Furious, Song Eun-jin said, "You little wretch, are you not going to bark properly? Bark like a dog, you little bitch." In pain from the pull, Hyena sobbed as she whimpered, "Woof, woof." Hearing this, Song Eun-jin laughed again, "Woof, woof. Now let's hear you whine. And then howl." She turned to the others and shouted, "You pathetic dogs, get lost. I know you're desperate to pee. We've been drinking water all morning. But Hyena here isn't going anywhere until she does it right here. Lunchtime is still far off, so take your time, won't you?" Hyena, hearing this, could do nothing but continue crying. Back in the present, Lee Myung-jun awoke from his sleep, disturbed by the memory of Hyena's crying. Sitting up in a panic, he muttered, "Another nightmare. The contents of Hyena's diary keep haunting me every night. But I must remember every nightmare because those nightmares are the only way my poor Hyena could convey the suffering she endured. Hyena, your heart-wrenching cries, it's only now that your father can finally hear you. Never forgive me. Let me live in this hell forever so that I may become a demon to avenge you." Ga-ram, standing on the balcony, noticed Lee Myung-jun and smiled. "Stepfather, couldn't sleep? And what about you? What are you still doing up at this hour?" he asked. "Oh, I was just too excited thinking about how I get to play with Song Eun-jin from now on. My heart's racing so much I can't sleep," she replied, grinning. "Is that so?" he remarked, a slight smile tugging at his lips. "You could say the same for me, I suppose." After a moment of contemplation, Lee Myung-jun said to Ga-ram, "You must destroy Song Eun-jin's life, Ga-ram." Hearing this, Ga-ram smiled wider. "You can trust me with that, stepfather." The next morning at school, the atmosphere was tense. The students were visibly anxious about something. Among them, Song Eun-jin was seething with anger, thinking, "Damn it, what the hell is going on? That crazy girl, how is she still coming to school unscathed? No matter how much I asked my dad last night, all he said was that he didn't know." She remembered the conversation from the previous night. "You need to befriend Ga-ram, okay? I've already spoken with Ga-ram's father, and he's a wonderful man. If you can get close to Ga-ram, it'll be a huge help to our family. Ga-ram even mentioned that she'd treat you well, so don't worry too much. From now on, try to get along with her, alright?" Back in the present, Song Eun-jin was still fuming. Damn it, who the hell is her father? Could he be some big shot? Even if he is, there's no way I'm going to befriend that crazy girl. What the hell is dad thinking? At that moment, Ga-ram stood up and glanced in Song Eun-jin's direction, giving her a slight smile. Seeing Ga-ram approach, Song Eun-jin panicked internally. "Oh no, she's coming this way. What is she planning to do to me?" When Ga-ram reached her, she smiled and said, "Hey, Song Eun-jin, gather your group and meet me by the lockers." Hearing this, Moon Yi-jin, who was nearby, turned around to watch. A few moments later, Song Eun-jin and her group were standing nervously by the lockers. Forcing a smile, Song Eun-jin asked, "Ga-ram, why did you call us here?" "Don't be so nervous," Ga-ram replied with a grin. "Didn't your dad tell you? From now on, you and I are going to build a really great friendship." "Yeah, my dad did mention something like that," Song Eun-jin stammered. "Good. To make peace with you all, I prepared a really fun game. It's a game everyone loves. It's called Walking the Dog," Ga-ram announced with a mischievous smile. Upon hearing the name of the game, Song Eun-jin was terrified. Meanwhile, Jaeon, one of her friends, raised her hand hesitantly. Ga-ram. I just want to make sure. This game isn't what we think it is, right?" Ga-ram chuckled. "No, it's not what you're thinking." "So, what kind of game is it then?" Jaeon asked, her voice trembling. "It's a game where I'll tie a leash around your necks and walk you around," Ga-ram explained with a cold smile. Song Eun-jin's eyes widened in horror. "So it is exactly what we thought, isn't it? You're crazy, Ga-ram. Are you really planning to do this at school?" Ga-ram tilted her head slightly, feigning innocence. "Well, since this game has an element of role-playing, I figured I'd assign you all some roles. Say he, you seem like a mischievous kid, so you'll be called Beagle. Jaeon, you're more serious, so you'll be Doberman. And our sweet Song Eun-jin, you'll be Chihuahua." The mention of her new nickname made Song Eun-jin's entire body tremble with rage. A second later, she angrily swatted Ga-ram's hand away, causing the collar to fall to the ground. Chihuahua, my ass. Go to hell. Ga Ram's smile vanished, replaced by a cold stare. That collar was expensive, you know. Song Eun Jin snapped back. Shut your mouth, you bitch. Is this how you treat someone you supposedly want to be friends with? Or are you planning to do something crazy with my dad, too? Ga Ram sighed softly, her voice calm. I really do want to be friends with you, Eun Jin. Bullshit. You're insane. Song Eun Jin shouted. Ga Ram's expression softened into one of mock sincerity. Alright, if you don't want to be friends, I won't force it. But, Eun Jin, your actions have hurt me, so I need to relieve my stress somehow. Song Eun Jin's anger faltered. What do you mean, relieve your stress? I've heard that when Gen Z gets stressed, they like to post about it online. Especially when they're really upset, they might post something interesting, like photos, Ga Ram said, her voice dripping with insinuation. And, Eun Jin, I have so many memorable photos of you. Would you mind if I shared them? Panic washed over Song Eun Jin's face as she lunged at Ga Ram, grabbing her phone. Ga Ram, please, don't post those pictures. Ga Ram chuckled softly. Look at you, Eun Jin. Always opposing what I want to do. That's not what a good friend would do, now is it? If you're not planning on being friends with me, I won't hold back anymore. If you don't play with me, I'll post those photos online. Seeing Song Eun Jin start to cry, Ga Ram smiled faintly. She walked over, picked up the collar, and then approached Eun Jin again, her smile growing wider. So, are you going to play? How about we take a nice walk, just you and me? Meanwhile, Eun Jin's parents were out playing golf. A staff member nearby was smiling and said, Great shot, Chairman. That new club really made a difference, it's a fantastic stroke. The better the gear, the higher the price, but it's worth every penny, isn't it? As he spoke, Eun Jin's mother looked worried and said, Honey, please don't talk like that. The money that the vice chairman gave us, it just makes me feel uneasy all the time. At that moment, I was blinded by it, but the more I think about it, the stranger it seems. What exactly does the vice chairman see in us to offer such good conditions? And why would he give us such a large amount of money? While she was speaking, Song Jin-sik took another swing. After hitting the ball, he replied, Darling, you didn't read the school violence records of those other kids besides Eun Jin, did you? I did, along with our lawyer. When the parents of those children involved in school violence formed a group together, do you know what I thought after reading all of that? What our Eun Jin did doesn't even come close to what those other kids did. Compared to them, Eun Jin's actions were just harmless teasing. How could they call that bullying? I did far worse things during my military service. Especially that illegitimate child of Assemblyman Cha. That kid isn't even human. It's a good thing the vice chairman only accused Eun Jin of school violence. Who knows what he's planning to do to get revenge on Assemblyman Cha's child? Honey, what are you trying to say? She asked, still confused. You're not seeing the big picture, he said. The money the vice chairman gave us is because he wants our help with something personal. Think about it. What could Lee Myung-jun be aiming for? His target has to be Assemblyman Cha's daughter. But Assemblyman Cha is just a regular politician, right? Even for someone like Lee Myung-jun, going up against him alone isn't easy. So why do you think he gave us that money? He wants us to help him with his revenge. He just wants us to become allies, doesn't he? After all, we already have connections with the families of those bullies, so he probably thinks we're well suited to be his spies. All we have to do is sit back and enjoy the rewards. So that's what this is all about, huh? You've already got everything planned out, haven't you? Of course, he replied confidently. Have you ever seen me fail? Just wait and see. By now, everything should be falling into place. Eun Jin and Ga Ram. They're going to become inseparable best friends. Meanwhile, Ga Ram and Eun Jin had indeed become inseparable friends, if one could call it that. Ga Ram was leading Eun Jin around the school on a leash. The other students, seeing this, whispered among themselves, those girls are completely nuts. I don't even know what to say anymore. There isn't a single day in this school without some kind of chaos. She's doing it again? But would you dare go against Ga Ram? I know I wouldn't. True, another student chimed in, but honestly, isn't she just humiliating Eun Jin? It's like she's asking for trouble. I wouldn't be surprised if one day she ends up facing serious consequences. I knew this would happen when she put her trust in her brother Jin Ji-yu. And now she's acting like a dog on a leash. Hearing these comments, Eun Jin angrily turned around and shouted, You filthy bastards. I remember all your faces. Just wait until my brother gets better. Then, every single one of you. Before Jin could finish, Ga Ram yanked on the leash, causing Jin to fall flat on the ground. Ga Ram laughed and said, Jin, what should we do if you disturb your classmates during study time? Should I put a muzzle on you? Sehi, noticing her expression, hesitated, no need. I'm just a bit tense, that's all. Is that so? Ga Ram teased. Come on, we're all classmates here, don't take it the wrong way. I'm just a girl from North Korea trying out South Korea's TikTok challenges. And with everyone's agreement, we put on this little show, right? Isn't that right, Jin? Now, let's keep moving, Chihuahua Jin. We've still got a long way to go. If you want to make it to the boys' classroom on time, you'd better hurry. What are you barking about? Jin snapped. Why would we go to the boys' class? I never said we were going there. What are you even talking about? Ga Ram replied with a smirk. If you call just walking back and forth in front of a classroom a walk, why would I bother taking you? That's such a hassle. A real walk involves going around somewhere, don't you think? She leaned in closer, her voice laced with sarcasm. But what's wrong, Jin? This isn't too bad, right? I mean, it's not like you're that crazy girl who dragged someone into the boys' bathroom or anything. Jin's face paled, and she stammered, how do you know about that? Before she could finish, Ga Ram kicked her squarely in the behind, making her stumble forward. Dogs don't get to ask questions, Ga Ram taunted. Now come along, Chihuahua Jin. As Jin was dragged along, she cried out, I'm begging you, Ga Ram, don't take me to the boys' classroom. Please, I'm begging you. Moments later, the boys in the classroom stared in shock as Ga Ram led Jin past their door. They whispered among themselves, what's going on? What kind of crazy thing are the girls up to now? Are you blind? Another boy retorted, that's school bullying, man. Girls are seriously scary. I guess their sisterhood is over. Hearing the whispers, Jin wept internally, thinking, please, stop looking at me. I'm begging you. At that moment, a boy approached, laughing, what the hell is this? Are you serious? Ga Ram turned to him, still grinning, can't you tell? I'm just taking my dog for a walk. These girls are asking for it. Jin, say hello, Ga Ram continued. This is Park Min-woo, the first boy I befriended when I came to South Korea. Upon seeing Park Min-woo, Jin's mind raced, Park Min-woo? He's a first year, but why are these jerks smirking at me like that? Could it be that they're in cahoots with Ga Ram? Park Min-woo's voice broke through her thoughts, Ga Ram, can I join you in walking your dog? Of course. Ga Ram handed over the leash. Jin, horrified, protested, Ga Ram, wait. This isn't okay. No, please. Park Min-woo laughed, what's this? A dog that can talk? How ridiculous. Seeing Park Min-woo's frustration, Ga Ram said sternly, Jin, I hope you don't make me lose my temper any more than you already have. Hearing this, Jin began to cry in fear. A moment later, Park Min-woo yanked on Jin's leash, dragging her along. As Jin cried out in pain, Park Min-woo laughed, now you sound more like a dog. Jin tried to protest, how dare you? Do you even know who my brother is? Park Min-woo smirked, of course, your brother's just another dog. But damn, the more I look at this the more pissed off I get. You're your brother's left hand, aren't you? Telling him to discipline us? Just thinking about all the crap we've had to endure because of you guys makes me sick. What did we ever do to you? Before Jin could respond, Ga Ram interrupted, hey, Jin, now's not the time to make excuses. Do you see all those people behind you? They all trusted your brother and had to endure some terrible things. Jin, confused and scared, asked, what is this all about? Exactly, Ga Ram replied coldly. So shouldn't you be living a little more obediently? I'm not doing this for fun. I'm doing this as part of a challenge for the madamada spirit of South Korea. Alright, everyone line up. Ga Ram called out. Pay 1,000 won for a turn to walk Jin. The students eagerly lined up, pushing each other to get ahead. Let me go first, one shouted. Just thinking about how her brother tortured us makes me angry all over again. Jin, realizing the hopelessness of her situation, stayed silent, too overwhelmed to respond. Ga Ram, taking the money, said, alright, I've got the 1,000 won. Stick out your hand, Jin. Jin, beaten and humiliated, could only comply. I said stick it out. B**********. Why aren't you dead yet? Someone jeered. After the humiliating ordeal, Ga Ram returned to class, laughing. What a meaningful walk that was, don't you think, Jin? Jin could only cry over her wretched fate. Ga Ram, noticing something, commented, "Look over there, Jin. The class president is still studying hard, even during break time. What a model student. You should take notes from her." Ga Ram continued, tauntingly, "I hear that if you study for 3 years at a village school, you'll learn to recite poetry. If you stay close to the class president and keep barking, maybe you'll even learn the answers for the college entrance exam." Jin, terrified, started barking loudly and frantically. As she barked, her cries grew more desperate. Meanwhile, Moon Yi-jin, who was trying to concentrate, became increasingly irritated. Finally, she snapped, breaking her pen in frustration, and demanded, "Ga Ram, what the hell are you doing?" Ga Ram, unfazed, smirked, "I'm just making a comparison." I asked, "What the hell are you doing?" Moon Yi-jin repeated, more angrily. "Just walking my dog," Ga Ram replied nonchalantly. "Don't worry, class president, my dog doesn't bite. If Jin makes a mess, I'll clean it up. I'm even planning to get her vaccinated soon, so you can focus on your studies without worrying." Fuming, Moon Yi-jin stormed out, muttering to herself, "These crazies need to be pushed away." As Moon Yi-jin left, Ga Ram smirked to herself, pleased with how things were going. However, Moon Yi-jin, outside, thought, "I can't concentrate because of these lunatics. Ga Ram's backing is Lee Myung-jun, and their next target is me. I need to come up with a plan to deal with them." Flashback to a year ago. Hyena was lying on the ground, crying helplessly. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "You bunch of cowards, do you really find it fun to bully someone weaker than you? Can't you think of something more creative to do? Isn't that right, Hyena?" The speaker continued with a smirk, "Hyena, did you know that the lethal dose of nicotine is much lower than cyanide? It means that the nicotine in this cigarette I'm smoking is more dangerous than cyanide. Weird, right? Even though I smoke a lot, I'm still perfectly healthy. Could it be that cyanide is just some cheap stuff?" Another voice interrupted, "What are you trying to say?" The original speaker responded, "What I'm saying is that comparing the toxicity of nicotine in cigarettes to chemical waste isn't exactly fair. When you inhale nicotine from smoking, you only absorb a tiny, slow dose. But what do you think happens if you ingest it?" They leaned in closer to Hyena, grinning maliciously, "Come on, don't be so scared. Just because you smoke doesn't mean you'll die instantly. Nicotine has a mild effect. You just need to throw up before it gets to you, right? But of course, if you can't throw up, well, you die." At that moment, another voice chimed in, "Wow, she's talking like she knows everything. Getting into medical school must be tough, huh?" "Shut up," snapped the original speaker, irritated. "You idiots are clueless. Hyena, you're so disgusted that you're willing to do dirty things like this, but there's a reason for that. Knowledge that's only learned in theory is useless, isn't it? So today, I'm going to conduct an experiment on a living subject, on you." They turned to another person in the group and ordered, "Hey, Song Eun-jin, hold her still so she can't move. And shove this cigarette into her mouth." Song Eun-jin hesitated, "Do you really want me to do that? Are you kidding me? Don't you see everyone waiting for the show? Move it, or I'll shove it down your throat instead." Hyena, desperately trying to resist, pleaded with them to let her go. But her cries fell on deaf ears as her mouth was forced open. Moon Yi-jin, standing by and laughing, leaned in, saying, "Hyena, open wide so I can shove this nicotine into your mouth." Present time. Chief Beak was briefing Moon Yi-jin, the second daughter of the director of Taiwan General Hospital, class president of the 6th grade. This child is the next target of Ga Ram. Yi-jin was the harshest bully to Hyena, forcing her to eat harmful things like toilet paper, newspapers, and cigarettes. Though she's incredibly cruel, she hides it very carefully. It's said that she conducts her bullying discreetly, away from the eyes of other students, so until now, very few people knew about Moon Yi-jin's involvement in school violence. He continued, "But to be accurate, Chief Beak, what she does isn't cautious, it's cowardly." Apologies, Chairman. I'll use more precise terms from now on. Since middle school, she's wanted to pursue a path in sports, but her father pushed her towards medicine, adding immense academic pressure. If we exploit this weakness, it could significantly aid our revenge. Since Ga Ram now has the authority to plan the revenge, we should first hear her thoughts. Ga Ram then chimed in, "If it's this girl, I have a unique educational method I'd like to try. Father, do you give me permission?" When they arrived at the classroom, Ga Ram was staring at Yi-jin, sitting there with a subtle smile on her face. Moon Yi-jin noticed this and thought angrily, "It's already the 4th period. Damn it, what the hell is she planning during every break?" Finally, Moon Yi-jin slammed her hand on the desk and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. Stop making everyone so annoyed." But Ga-ram didn't respond, just sat there smiling, which only infuriated Moon Yi-jin more. "This bitch is pushing it," she thought. Ga-ram then spoke, "Class president, haven't you noticed? Right now, it's just the two of us in the classroom." Moon Yi-jin glanced around, realizing Ga-ram was right. She replied, "Everyone probably ran away because of your crazy antics, didn't they?" Ga-ram feigned innocence. "Oh, class president, you're too harsh. It's lunchtime, so everyone's gone to eat. But you're not eating, class president? What do you want?" Moon Yi-jin, still annoyed, demanded, "What do you want?" Ga-ram saw her question, paused for a moment and thought, then smiled and said, "If you killed someone, could you just go back to reading a book right afterward?" Moon Yi-jin frowned. "What are you talking about? I've never killed anyone. Doon-jin just died on her own. So, do you consider suicide an indirect murder or a choice made out of free will? We could discuss this philosophical issue if you like. You're the class president, after all, but you talk like a wise philosopher," Ga-ram continued with a smirk. Moon Yi-jin stood up abruptly and snapped, "Think about it on your own." As she started to walk away, Ga-ram called after her, "Where are you going, class president? Stay and discuss it with me. You're preparing for your medical school interviews, aren't you?" But Moon Yi-jin ignored her and left the classroom. Ga-ram, undeterred, whispered to herself, "Where's the class president going? Shouldn't you be preparing with Ga-ram?" Other students started whispering among themselves, "Is Ga-ram stalking the class president?" Every break after the 5th period, she just stares at her. Even during class, she doesn't take her eyes off her. Ga-ram playfully called out, "Class president, if you only study, your eyesight will get worse. Ga-ram is bored, come play with me." Moon Yi-jin, trying to ignore her, thought, just ignore her. But then Ga-ram picked up a pen and began doodling all over Moon Yi-jin's book. Furious, Moon Yi-jin snatched it back, yelling, "You crazy bitch. What do you want?" Ga-ram immediately started crying mockingly, "I was just trying to help you so you wouldn't get tired, but why are you yelling at me? You're so mean, class president. What? Let go of my book, you're pissing me off." Moon Yi-jin snapped, storming off. Ga-ram called out cheerfully, "Where are you going, class president? Let me go with you." Moon Yi-jin angrily muttered to herself, "Stop this crazy dog act already." Other students, watching the interaction, whispered, "Why is the class president always followed around by Ga-ram? I don't know, but look at how scary she looks when she's mad." Another student commented. A while later, somewhere in the school, Moon Yi-jin was angrily shouting, releasing her frustration by kicking something several times. Afterward, she stood there, panting heavily from the exertion, looking around anxiously. "Did it not follow me all the way here?" she thought. "It's been tailing me the entire day. Damn it, because of it, I had to throw away my 80,000 won reference book. How can it open my locker so quietly, like a cat?" Despite everything, she tried to console herself, thinking, maybe I should be thankful I didn't end up like Song Eun-jin. But then she quickly pushed that thought aside. No. What kind of twisted logic is that? This is just the beginning. It's going to slowly tighten its grip on me, and in the end, it will leave me in a state worse than Song Eun-jin's. Panic started to set in as she thought, I have to stop Yoon Ga-ram before she starts digging up my past. But how? The entire gang of Song Eun-jin was destroyed by just one person. How do I beat that monster? Just then, an idea struck her, and she smiled wickedly. Why am I complicating things? It's been a while since I've had some exercise anyway. Who's going to believe such ridiculous rumors? I used to be an athlete. What can those rumors do to me? A fight against Yoon Ga-ram, what nonsense. 3 members of Song Eun-jin's gang together weigh almost twice as much as Ga-ram. Surely, with Lee Myung-jun backing her, his bodyguards must be protecting her, or maybe she hired some outside gang or mercenaries. They've spread these baseless rumors to elevate Yoon Ga-ram's status at school. Song Eun-jin can't deny them because she's being blackmailed. That's right, there's no need to overthink this. I just need to do what I did to Hyena. Use my strength to find her weakness, and then use Yoon Ga-ram to gather information on Lee Myung-jun, like a spy. At school, I'll use my power to re-educate that Yoon Ga-ram. I could have done this from the start. Among the high school girls in Korea, how many would be considered elite like me? The scene shifts to Lee Myung-jun speaking to Chief Bick. Chief Bick, I read that Moon Yi-jin once aspired to pursue a career in sports. What exactly was her field? Chief Bick responded, Mr. Vice Chairman, it was in the Taekwondo division, held in Korea last year. The Youth Taekwondo Championship, where the winner set an unprecedented record in the competition. She won gold across the board. If it weren't for the pressure of inheriting her family's large hospital, she would be the next national prodigy in the sport. Her most formidable weapon is the frightening power behind her kicks. Meanwhile, Moon Ye-jin continued to smile wickedly, thinking, just wait, Yoon Ga-ram. I'll take my time and break those legs of yours. The scene shifts to Song Eun-jin, who is sitting in the bathroom, crying. Her thoughts race in anger and frustration. Damn it, it's all because of that Yoon Ga-ram that I'm in this situation. I have to hide in the bathroom, crying like someone being bullied. Today, I was dragged around like that, humiliated in front of everyone, and even had that idiot Sol Jin lead me around. Those stupid, crazy people, now they even dared to openly film me and mock me. Damn it, in the end, what's the difference between filming someone and filming a dog walk? Both are equally humiliating, aren't they? She considers her options. Should I tell my parents about this? No, I can't. She'll leak those nude photos of me. I have to stop that at all costs. Plus, if Yoon Ga-ram's stepfather, Lee Myung-jun, finds out about this and tells my parents, it might not solve anything. It could just make everything more complicated. Damn it, what am I supposed to do now? Lee Myung-jun, that ridiculous man, does he think I killed his daughter? Eun-jin's thoughts spiral as she remembers, at this school, starting with Moon Ye-jin, Kan Ah-yun has returned to Busan, Bae Seo-ah transferred to Gwangju, and even Cha Seo-yun has gone abroad and only recently returned. There have been 4 demons that I couldn't even compare to. But why am I the only one being forced to play this humiliating dog-walking game? It's unacceptable. I haven't done anything so wrong that I deserve this. If anyone should be dealing with this madness at school, it should be Moon Ye-jin, not me. Just then, someone enters the bathroom, and Eun-jin hears their voices. What's wrong with Yoon Ga-ram's dog? See, I told you, it's so scared it's hiding in here. Right? That crazy girl transferred to our school and caused all this trouble. Now, this school can't have a single peaceful day. I think something's going on here. It's full of lunatics, that's for sure. I never thought I'd find someone crazier than Eun-jin at this school. But that crazy Yoon Ga-ram. She's the one I had a secret crush on. Stop saying disgusting things like that. She's not even your type, right? Well, Yoon Ga-ram is cool. Yeah, to be honest, I also enjoyed seeing Yoon Ga-ram teach Song Eun-jin a lesson. True, at first, it was kind of scary, but after a while, it just seemed like they were just messing around, don't you think? But just thinking about how uncomfortable Song Eun-jin must feel makes me feel better, one of the students continued. But why does the class president always get harassed? Why do they keep bothering someone who's just trying to study? Right? What did our classy class president do to deserve this? Poor class president, huh? You'd think all the cool people would stick together. Just then, Eun-jin burst out of the bathroom, furious. What did you just say? Damn it, that class president is pitiful? Listening to you makes me want to puke. What do you know, anyway? That Moon Ye-jin has done worse things than I ever did. She was the one who stuffed cigarettes into Lee Hyena's mouth. She was behind bullying Sehi and Yoon too. If you don't believe me, go ask Sung Jin-ji yourself. Damn it, I was just following orders. Even the idea of chaining Lee Hyena like a dog came from Moon Ye-jin. So why do you all blame me? After venting, Eun-jin ran out of the bathroom, tears streaming down her face. The 2 students left behind looked at each other in stunned silence before one of them finally broke the tension with a whispered, "Holy crap, that's insane." Meanwhile, Moon Ye-jin was walking through the school, lost in thought. That's right, first, I need to lure Yoon Ga-ram into the science room during cleaning time when no one's around. Then I'll lock the door and start the real fun. I'll torture her until she spills everything. After that, I'll strip her and take some compromising photos. With those as leverage, I'll make her my spy against Lee Myung-jun. That way, I can get rid of Yoon Ga-ram's nuisance once and for all, and keep my past from being exposed. Feeling satisfied with her plan, Moon Ye-jin opened the door to the classroom, but something felt off. She noticed the other students huddled together, whispering about something. What's going on? Why does the atmosphere feel so strange? She thought. Just then, she overheard snippets of their conversation. I told you, she's not as innocent as she seems. I heard the class president is really fake too. That cold, rigid expression of hers. How could it not piss off the bullies? Looks like everything's coming out now. Hey, the class president is standing right behind you. another student whispered, making everyone freeze. Moon Yi-jin, hearing the whispers, looked around in confusion. She then walked over to the two students who had been talking, forcing a smile as she spoke. Oh my gosh, what are you all talking about? Why did you stop when I came over? Talking behind my back like that, isn't that a bit too much? Come on, tell me what you were saying. What did I ever do to deserve this? Despite her calm words, her mind was racing. Judging by their reactions, it seems I've arrived a little too late. Who the hell spilled the beans about what I've done? Could it be Yoon Ga-ram? No, it can't be. She hasn't been at this school long enough to know. And besides, she wouldn't just use my past to end the game so easily. Then who could it be? Meanwhile, Eun-jin was sitting off to the side, trembling uncontrollably. Moon Yi-jin glanced over at her, her eyes narrowing in anger. It's you, isn't it, Song Eun-jin? Without warning, Moon Yi-jin kicked Eun-jin hard in the side, then pressed her foot down on Eun-jin's neck. Tell me, Eun-jin, what did you say about me? You think you can mess with me and not pay for it? You're just begging to eat dirt, aren't you? But you didn't just piss me off. You made me a laughingstock, you worthless bitch. Eun-jin cried out in pain. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Moon Yi-jin sneered. You'd better get ready, because it won't be long before Yoon Ga-ram has her turn. And after I'm done with her, it'll be your turn again, you pathetic loser. She punctuated her words with another kick to Eun-jin's stomach, leaving her writhing in pain on the ground. As a final insult, Moon Yi-jin spat on Eun-jin's face before walking away, thinking, that's it. If I think about it, all of this started because of that damn Yoon Ga-ram. If it weren't for her, my life would have just gone on peacefully. Yoon Ga-ram, I'm going to kill you. A moment later, the teacher's voice echoed through the hallways, instructing the students, everyone, start cleaning the areas you've been assigned, okay. Meanwhile, in another part of the school, Ga-ram was walking alongside Moon Yi-jin. Ga-ram smiled and asked, Class President, where are we going now? Moon Yi-jin, with a stern look, replied, I already told you. Today, we have to clean the science lab. That's strange, Ga-ram mused. I don't remember anyone announcing that. Moon Yi-jin shot back. No one wants to waste time explaining things to someone who doesn't understand. Just shut up and follow me to the science lab. Ga-ram, noticing that Moon Yi-jin was wearing long pants, didn't say anything in response. After a while, the two of them reached the science lab. As they entered, Ga-ram commented, so, this is the science lab. It smells just like the place I used to live. On the other side of the room, Moon Yi-jin quickly locked the door. Ga-ram, noticing this, turned around and asked, Class President, what are you doing? Moon Yi-jin responded, first, move those boxes from the floor onto the table. I'll sort the chemicals on the shelf. Got it, Class President, Ga-ram replied, starting to move the boxes. While Ga-ram was busy, Moon Yi-jin eyed a particular bottle of chemicals on the shelf. As Ga-ram asked, Class President, where should I put these boxes? Moon Yi-jin suddenly grabbed the bottle, lunging towards Ga-ram and splashing the liquid at her. However, Ga-ram managed to dodge the attack. But Moon Yi-jin wasn't done. She followed up with a powerful kick to Ga-ram, causing the boxes in Ga-ram's hands to fall. Ga-ram stumbled back from the impact. Moon Yi-jin's voice rang out with a mocking tone. I thought you'd only be able to dodge the hydrochloric acid, but I didn't expect you to avoid my kick too. You were using that box to protect yourself, weren't you? Annoying. If you're going to do something, do it right. It's been a while since I've done something like this, and I don't like it when it's boring. Come on, you bitch. Let's have some real fun today. Upon hearing Moon Yi-jin's words, Garam burst into loud laughter, leaving Moon Yi-jin completely baffled. Moon Yi-jin then snapped, What are you laughing at, you crazy girl? Garam responded, This is how it should be. Finally, the class monitor is willing to play with me. Why shouldn't I laugh? Now, the class monitor is finally giving me some attention. Garam is so happy about that. Hearing Garam's response, Moon Yi-jin looked at her and thought, her stance is definitely that of a boxer. I remember the first day she transferred here, she knocked Song Eun-jin flat on his back. She must be really good at boxing. Although I don't know how skilled she is, if she can't handle my kicks, I'll definitely win. After finishing her thought, Moon Yi-jin spoke up, Hey, what are you doing? Aren't you coming over here? I told you to come here. I'm happy to be playing with you. Don't act all tough in front of me and then shake with fear behind my back. If you're too scared, you don't have to come here. I'll just come to you instead. With that, Moon Yi-jin rushed forward and kicked, but Garam blocked the kick. The reason everyone calls Moon Ezine a monster is because Garam remembered what Chief Big said. She can deliver 130 kicks in just 1 minute with full body strength. The speed of those kicks is insane. She spins quickly, and the attacks she delivers hit deep into the bones. Moreover, she has the ability to move her leg muscles very flexibly to adjust the distance with her opponent. In terms of physical strength, she can't match Song Jinwoo, Song Eun-jin's brother, but in terms of technique, Moon Ezine overwhelms even him. At that moment, Moon Ezine laughed and said, "What's the matter? Can't focus on fighting, can you? You're too busy trying to block, aren't you? You look pretty cute like that." After saying those words, she thought to herself, I'm just talking big, but isn't her reaction to dodging my kicks too good? None of my kicks are landing effectively. If this continues, my stamina will wear out. I should probably throw in a few punches in between. Just then, on the other side, Garam laughed and said, "You idiot. Who's stupid enough to corner someone and just keep attacking non-stop? Are you talking about yourself? Your kicks aren't as effective as I thought. Or are you scared?" Hearing Garam's words, Moon Ezine angrily replied, "What the hell are you talking about?" As soon as she said that, she had to dodge a punch that flew over her head. She thought in shock, what was that? When did it get so close to me? On the other side, Garam was laughing and said, "Class monitor, now it's my turn." As soon as Garam said that, she immediately swung her fist, but Moon Ezine ducked and dodged it. The room instantly became tense. Moon Ezine thought to herself, what was that just now? Was it a swish or something? No, the pressure from that punch made the glass panels shake. Realizing this, Moon Ezine quickly backed up, keeping a distance from Garam, and continued to think, she's much more dangerous than I thought. I need to retreat and reassess. At that moment, Garam spoke again. Where are you looking, class monitor? Hearing Garam's voice, Moon Ezine turned back to look, only to see Garam swinging her fist again, saying, "That's just my shadow." Moon Ezine was terrified as she saw the fist flying toward her. A second later, Garam's punch landed squarely on her face, sending her body flying straight into the wall behind her. She cried out in pain, "Ouch. That hurts." At that moment, Chief Big's voice echoed, but no matter how good Moon Ezine's technique is, in the end, she's just a small fry. Over time, her stamina will be drained, and she'll have nothing left. Currently, Garam was laughing and saying, "Class monitor, even though you were warned beforehand, you still managed to block that punch, which is impressive. Plus, in that split second, you were able to kick back at me to reduce the impact. So, I'll take back what I said, you're not a dumb dog." Hearing Garam say this, Moon Ezine thought, damn it, why is she so strong? No, she really is strong, but in that second punch, despite not closing my eyes, I still missed her punch. Her speed is almost like lightning. How is she able to do that? Garam's voice rang out again, "Class monitor, it seems now it's your turn to be cornered. Why would you choose such a cramped place to fight? In Taekwondo, the specialty is long-range fighting, so you're at a disadvantage, aren't you? You really are an odd one." On the other side, Moon Ezine, filled with fear, thought, I've lost because I underestimated her. The rumors about Song Jinwoo being beaten so badly aren't just rumors. I need to stay calm. No matter what, next time, it'll be her who's cornered. Don't waver just because you're cornered. With obstacles on both sides, Garam's attacks are also restricted, so the only open path is straight ahead. The fewer variables, the easier it is to react to her attacks. But if I lose focus like before, I won't be able to counterattack. As soon as I see a sign of her preparing to attack, I need to quickly retaliate. Seeing Garam move her hand, Moon Ezine leapt forward and struck Garam, pushing her back with a kick. Seeing this, Moon Ezine smiled and thought, good, just as I thought. When the fight drags on, both of us have the same speed, but I have the advantage in this part. On the other side, Garam was also watching Moon Ezine closely. The two stood there, observing each other. A second later, Moon Ezine rushed forward, lifting her leg and kicking Garam directly. Garam took the hit, and she became angry. Seeing Garam's anger, Moon Ezine continued to smile and thought, if you can't get close to me, of course, you'll fall behind, right? So now, young Garam, what are you going to do? You can't just push the marble lab table next to you into me. You'll be knocked out just trying to wrestle with that 80 kilograms table. But what if she steps on the table to attack me? I just need to hook her leg and make her fall, that's all. What's the matter, young Garam? Do you want to take control of this fight? At this slow pace, I'll make sure you get hurt over and over again. Just as Moon Ezine thought, Garam rushed forward and pushed the table away. Garam was charging from Moon Izin's side, and a second later, Moon Izin raised her hand to block the punch. After landing the punch, Garam laughed and said, "Damn it, you're such an idiot. You like showing off your long legs, huh? Are you just trying to tickle me? Do you even know how to play this game? You should work on building your muscles, class monitor. You must have felt it earlier, right? My real punch. If you don't have the strength to resist that punch, you're dead for sure." Hearing Garam's words, Moon Izin became frightened and thought, she's not just boasting. If that punch had hit my throat earlier, I would have been done for. I need to get away. As Moon Izin tried to run, Garam grabbed her hair and directly threw her back into the room. After doing that, Garam walked to the door, laughing and said, "Who is it that said they would show me a good time? Playing with someone and then running away? Come on, look closely, class monitor. I'm going to show you something really interesting." With that, Garam broke the door lock with her bare hands. Seeing this, Moon Izin was terrified and thought, this crazy girl. She broke the door lock with her bare hands? The handle of the door? Meanwhile, Garam kept laughing and said, "Now no one can get in or out of here. And now, the real game begins. Where's the obedient and cute class monitor? Ah, here you are, finally found you. Get up, class monitor. I know you can still move. Struggle a bit more to entertain me," Garam taunted. Moon Izin began to feel real fear, thinking, damn it, I was wrong from the start. This isn't just about being overpowered anymore, this is life or death. If I want to get out of here alive, I have to try everything, no matter what, and I can't give up. With that thought, she rushed toward a glass bottle and immediately threw it at Garam, but Garam dodged it. After dodging, Garam looked back at Moon Izin and saw her grabbing another glass bottle and charging at her. Moon Izin threw 2 more bottles, but Garam avoided them both. At that moment, Moon Izin started taking off her shirt, wrapping it around her hand, and with a loud yell, she punched straight through a cabinet behind her. Garam, watching this, was confused. Moon Izin wrapped the shards of glass in her shirt and, a second later, swung it at Garam. Garam raised her hand to block it, but her body was still scratched by the glass shards. Following the glass shards was some kind of liquid that Garam quickly dodged. When the liquid hit the floor, it caused a corrosive reaction. It was acid. Moon Izin spoke up, "I'll do as you wish, I'll struggle." She then took a piece of broken glass and stabbed it into the top of 2 acid bottles, aiming them at Garam and shouting, "Die already." Acid sprayed from the bottles as Moon Izin waved them toward Garam. Garam quickly tried to evade, but some of the acid splashed onto her shoulder. Garam then picked up a chair and used it to block the acid, but the chair was quickly corroded. Some acid also dripped onto Garam's thigh, and she was now visibly furious. At the same time, the acid in Moon Izin's bottles ran out, and she became fearful. A second later, the chair in Garam's hand was thrown directly at Moon Izin. Garam, still smiling, said, "Why so aggressive? Are you done playing with your water guns? I didn't think you'd be such a filthy person. Wait, let's negotiate, okay? How about we negotiate over the plot where we'll bury you with your ancestors, you cowardly bastard." Hearing Garam's words, Moon Izin immediately kicked the chair at her, but Garam quickly ducked to avoid it. After dodging, Garam looked up, only to see Moon Izin charging at her with a chair in hand. A second later, Moon Izin brought the chair down, but Garam dodged again. Moon Izin then kicked the chair directly at Garam, and this time, the chair leg struck Garam, causing her to suffer a broken ulna, a hip joint injury, and fractured ribs. Seeing Garam take the hit, Moon Izin smiled, thinking, this is it. With her ribs broken, she won't be able to fight anymore. I've won. As she stood there, lost in thought, Garam's fist suddenly flew toward her like lightning, landing straight on her face. The punch left Moon Izin in pain, clutching her nose. After delivering the punch, Garam coldly said, "Why is my hand moving so strangely? It doesn't feel natural to punch like this. Honestly, when I saw you lifting that 180 kilogram stone to hit me, it felt like my ribs were breaking into pieces. How dare you touch me? Should I break a few of your ribs too?" Hearing this, Moon Izin thought in fear, this crazy girl. Despite her broken bones, she's still able to throw such powerful punches. Doesn't she feel any pain? She's used up all the hydrochloric acid and dirty tricks, huh? Well, that's not going to work now. It's my turn to give you a taste of the green grass. Don't come near me. I said, don't come near me. Stay back, damn it. Just then, a voice came from outside the door. Who's in there? You lazy kids, hiding from cleaning duties, aren't you? And locking the door too? Open up now. Hearing this, Moon Izin thought, why is there a teacher here at this time? It's supposed to be the teacher's council meeting now. But this is good. It's more important to get away from this monster. I just need to wait until the teachers open the door, and I'll run out immediately. Garam, meanwhile, said, I was going to play with you a bit longer, but it seems there's no other way. Things have turned out this way, so I guess it's time to end it here. It's really a tough choice. Moon Izin retorted, you talk as if you can end this whenever you like. That's right, Garam responded, I'll stop whenever I decide to. I'm serious. I'll end this game right here and now. But I bet you don't believe me, do you? You make me feel both downcast and excited, Garam said. Are you backing out? Well, that makes sense. Walking away would be embarrassing, right? But, class monitor, that's not it. You're clearly not a master of boxing. Now, listen closely, class monitor, my special talent lies in my kicks. As soon as Garam finished speaking, she kicked Moon Izin. The kick startled Moon Izin, and she thought, what? Wasn't the kick supposed to be really weak? Instantly, Moon Izin smiled and thought, I'll use a catch kick to take you down. She locked Garam's ankle, but Garam, taking advantage of the momentum, jumped up and swung her fist toward Moon Izin's face. Moon Izin was shocked, thinking, why is she jumping? It's like she's been waiting for this. A second later, Garam grabbed Moon Izin's head and immediately punched her square in the face. The blow knocked Moon Izin to the ground, and she lost consciousness on the spot. Seeing this, Garam smiled and said, this is a kick-catch technique used to pull the opponent in and break their facial defense. I'm returning that first hit. You hit me in my own way. Don't be sad or dwell on losing to me, okay, class monitor? Meanwhile, the voice outside continued, you kids inside, hurry up and open the door. Why is this door so sturdy? Mr. Chanu, go to the security office and get the key. Inside, Garam heard them and laughed, saying, come on in. It's taking you longer to open the door than I expected. So, in the meantime, how about we play a game to see who can make the other pass out? How about it, class monitor? After a while, Moon Izin slowly regained consciousness from the punch. She was in a state of panic, thinking, what? Did I actually pass out? Did Garam knock me out? But something feels strange. Is this where I fell and lost consciousness? Where is Garam now? At that moment, Garam's voice echoed from behind her, class monitor, you're awake now? Hearing Garam behind her, Moon Izin was terrified, thinking, what? Why is she sitting on my back? And why are my hands tied? Hey, you crazy bitch, get off me. What the hell are you trying to do now? How are you still okay? Untie me now, or I swear I'll kill you. Ignoring her words, Garam began lifting Moon Izin's shirt. Moon Izin's face flushed with anger as she yelled, what are you doing? A second later, Garam sprinkled shards of glass onto Moon Izin's back. After doing that, Garam pulled the shirt down and pressed her knee into the shards, causing Moon Izin excruciating pain, making her cry out. As Moon Izin screamed, Garam pressed her knee even harder. Moon Izin began shouting curses at Garam, you damn bitch, how dare you? I'll kill you, you crazy bitch. You filthy dog. Garam then grabbed Moon Izin's head and pressed it into the ground, lying on her back, and coldly said, class monitor, you're really an annoying little girl. No matter how much you pray or apologize, it won't be enough. You deserve to die. You, the daughter of a medical family, grew up beautiful, but it seems you're lacking in basic survival instincts. I know, so get off me and let's talk, please. Meanwhile, outside, the person trying to get in was still angrily saying, damn it, why is this door so sturdy? Mr. Kimmy, isn't there a bigger tool? The guard said this is the biggest one we have. Just this? How is this supposed to break through a door this thick? Kicking it down would be faster. Inside, Moon Izin, furious that they couldn't get the door open, thought, those useless teachers can't even manage to open this door. At that moment, Garam laughed and said, did you hear what they're saying outside, class monitor? It seems like the teachers out there are having a hard time getting the door open. It's only a matter of time before they manage to open it. If they find this battlefield, we're both going to be in serious trouble. But for me, no matter what punishment I get, it won't really affect me. However, for a model student like you, class monitor, things will be very different, won't they? What are you trying to say? Moon Izin asked. What I want to say is that the only handkerchief you have? What do you mean, adorable class monitor? From the first time I saw you, I noticed something. Your face has such soft and fair skin, just like a clean, white handkerchief. But now, in my hands, I'm sure it will wipe up all the filth on this floor, don't you think? Wait, damn it, you can't do that. No, you're the one who splashed chemicals on me, remember? I was wrong, so please don't do this. It's too late, darling. Time to die. Hearing the screams from inside, the teachers outside were alarmed and said, "What's going on in there? What's happening?" Moon Izin shouted desperately, "Teacher, help me. This crazy girl wants to kill me. Even if you tell the teacher, you shouldn't lie, class monitor." "I'm just cleaning up," Garam said. She then grabbed Moon Izin's head and started moving it toward the acid. Moon Izin was terrified, screaming in panic. Just then, a teacher managed to kick the door open and burst in. He was shocked by the scene in front of him. Moon Izin, seeing the teacher enter, screamed, "Teacher." The teacher rushed over and pushed Garam off of Moon Izin. He asked in surprise, Garam, is that you? What were you doing to your friend?" "It's not what it looks like, sir. I was just trying to help the class monitor up after she fell," Garam replied. "Don't lie to me. I heard someone screaming for help. Good heavens, has a storm hit our school? How could two girls turn a classroom into such a mess? The science lab equipment was brand new and hasn't even lasted a full semester. Do you know how tight the school's budget is right now? You both are definitely going to face serious disciplinary action. What class are you in, and what's your name?" Hearing this, Moon Izin quickly gave her name and class. Hearing the name, Moon Izin, the teacher was shocked. The other teacher beside him said, "She's the top student in the whole school from the March mock exam, isn't she?" "Yes, that's her. She's the one who's been getting a lot of support to pass the entrance exam." The first teacher responded, "So it's clear that Moon Izin is the victim here. And you, what's your name and class?" Garam didn't answer, just stared at him. The teacher, feeling uneasy, said, "Why does that girl look so familiar?" Then Garam spoke, "I met you last time in the teacher's room, remember? I'm the new transfer student, Garam." Hearing her name, the teacher's face went blank for a second before he rushed over with a smile, saying, "Garam. How's your father, Mr. Yoon, doing?" "He's doing well, still going strong," Garam replied with a slight smile. The other teacher then interrupted, "Vice Principal, now's not the time for small talk. We need to get these kids to the hospital and call their parents right away." "Be quiet," snapped the Vice Principal. "Mr. Chan Yu, you clearly don't know how to assess the situation. And you, Mr. Kim, what are you waiting for? Go manage the students outside." "Yes, sir." "You lot, what are you staring at? Anyone repeating what they saw here will be in big trouble. Now get back to your cleaning duties, all of you." After organizing things, the vice principal turned back to Garam with a smile and said, "Garam, it's great that you're getting used to your new school, but why did you let things get so out of hand? You and the class monitor were just playing around a bit too roughly, right? It's understandable at your age, no big deal." He continued, "Mr. Chan Yu and Mr. Kim, make sure to keep this incident a secret, and make sure the other students who saw anything keep their mouths shut too. As for you, Moon Izin, you should be disciplined, but since you're a valuable student, I'll let it slide this time. However, if you bully Garam again, the punishment will be double. Do you understand?" "What the hell? What are you saying?" "Yes, I understand," Moon Izin replied bitterly. "Oh, and Mr. Chan Yu, you'll stay after school to clean this up." "Vice Principal, how can you ask me to do that? If you don't like it, you can leave." "Come on, Garam, let's go. There are too many shards here, it's dangerous." As the two of them walked away, laughing, Mr. Chan Yu angrily shouted after them, "Vice Principal." But they didn't even turn back to respond. Seeing this, the teacher asked Moon Izin, "Izin, did I just get fired?" "It seems like it, teacher. Why did I get myself into trouble and end up getting fired? Damn this shitty school, I'm not teaching here anymore." Meanwhile, as the vice principal and Garam walked away, Garam turned around, pointed at Moon Izin, and made a throat-slashing gesture. This terrified Moon Izin, who remained sitting in the room, filled with fear. A while later, back in the classroom, the teacher stood at the front and said, "Thank you all for working so hard to clean up. And a special thanks to the class monitor and Garam. Both of you did a great job as well. Now, let's dismiss class. Everyone, be careful on your way home." As soon as the teacher finished speaking, all the students stood up and began to leave. However, Moon Izin kept her eyes on Garam. At that moment, Jinzi walked up to Garam and said, "Garam, thanks for helping me out. Would you like to join me for some spicy rice cakes? My treat." "Sorry, I can't join you today," Garam replied. "Really? Do you have plans with someone else?" Jinzi asked. "Who would want to go eat with me after school?" Garam responded playfully. Hearing this, Moon Izin grew angry, thinking, "Damn it, That crazy bitch is planning to hunt me down to the very end, isn't she? Even if Garam wasn't around, there are still Lee Myeon-jun's loyal bodyguards. But damn it, I also had to go to the math center today. What if I get kidnapped on the way? Should I call my boyfriend? But no, I can't drag someone uninvolved into this mess just to help me. Meanwhile, Song Eun-jin was also filled with fear, thinking, damn it, what a nightmare. Staying hidden at home seems like the safest option. If she tries something while I'm on my way home, I'm done for. My parents are on a business trip in Southeast Asia, so I can't ask them to pick me up. If this keeps up, will I end up like my older brother? Come to think of it, I saw her really going at it with Moon Izin during the cleanup. Maybe her target today wasn't me, but Moon Izin. Both Moon Izin and Song Eun-jin silently chanted, "Please, Buddha, let Garam go after Moon Izin instead. Please, Buddha, let Garam go after Song Eun-jin." Just then, Garam stood up with a smile and said, "Alright, I've decided who I'm going to celebrate with, Song Eun-jin. I'll be borrowing your group for a bit, okay? Why are you all looking at me like that? Come on, let's go together today." At this, Song Eun-jin raised her hand and nervously asked, Garam, can I go ahead and leave?" "Why, Eun-jin? Did I upset you by not inviting you sooner?" "No, not at all. Definitely not." "Well then, I'll go ahead. Bye, everyone." As Eun-jin left, Garam laughed and said, "Eun-jin is as heartless as ever. She hasn't changed one bit." Moon Izin thought to herself, why did she choose them and not Eun-jin? They have nothing to do with the Lee Hina situation, right? Well, it's none of my business. I should take this chance to slip away to my extra classes. Please, just leave me alone after school. As Moon Izin stood up to leave, Garam noticed and said, "How long are you two going to cling to each other? Are you electrically charged or something? School's almost over, but I have something I want to ask you, a lot of things, actually." Sehi and Jaeon, upon hearing Garam, started to cry in fear. A short while later, the two were taken to an unknown location, with Garam standing in front of them. The two were trembling uncontrollably. At this point, Garam spoke, "Why are you two shaking so much? Did I do something to you? I just wanted to go with you to ask a few questions. If you answer honestly, I'll let you go without any trouble." "What, you'll let us go? If we say something wrong, are you going to kill us?" "Just kidding. I haven't killed you yet, have I? Then what will you do to us if we answer wrong? That's really annoying. We understand, we'll be honest. Okay, listen carefully to the question. You both went to Seo Middle School with Eun-jin, right?" "Yes, that's right. In that case, you also know about Lee Hina, don't you?" "Yes, she was the one who jumped off the building and committed suicide last year, wasn't she? A third-generation chaebol, right? But what about it? From now on, don't utter a single lie. Tell me honestly. Were you two involved in Hina's death?" "What? We didn't even know Lee Hina." "Yeah, we weren't even in the same class as her." "I said to be honest. I mean it. We're telling the truth. We never even talked to Hina, not once. Please, we're not lying. Don't torture us." "Yeah, no matter how much you torture us, we won't have anything to say because we don't know anything." "Why are you acting like this? If you don't know, what about you, Syria? You and Eun-jin were very close in first grade. And there's another culprit, the one who was closest to Kang Ae-yeon. Are you trying to play dumb in front of me?" "No. Who's been spreading these false rumors? It's true that Eun-jin and I used to be close when we were younger, but since she joined Cha Seo-yeon's group, we haven't spoken at all. And as for me and Kang Ae-yeon, there was never any close relationship. We lived in Busan, so we only greeted each other once and that was it. I've been scared of getting involved with them from the beginning, so I never talked to them. It's just like with Moon Izin, who's considered the boss, but not as smart as Moon Izin. Just seeing them made us tremble, so how could we have gotten close to them? If you keep this up, I might just have to repeat what happened last time," Garam said with a hint of menace. "Please, spare us. I'm telling the truth. I'm really scared of people like Kang Ah-yeon and Cha Seo-yeon's gang. I don't fit in with them at all, please believe me." Jaeon pleaded. Hearing this, Garam thought, it seems like they're not lying. With the help of the head's older brother who collected their incriminating photos, they were forced to reflect on their actions. But after thinking it over, I realized there's no need to reconsider and just tire myself out. It's a pity, if other people were involved in this, the game would be even more fun. At that moment, Jaeon raised her hand and said, "Garam, can you please stop making that expression? It's really terrifying. What's wrong with my expression? You look like a psychotic killer who's been provoked, Garam." "Oh, would you like a beating, Jaeon? Okay, Okay, I'll shut up. Oh god, fine, I'll trust you for now, Garam. Really? Garam asked with a sly grin. But because of me, you both need to help me with a small task. A small task? Sehi asked nervously. Yes, this is why I called you two here. From now on, I'm only going to bully the class monitor. That means Jin won't be bullied by anyone else, right? I can't stand seeing that happen. So, I want you two to bully Jin for me. You understand what I'm saying, right? Can't you give us some other task, Garam? Why are you protecting someone who abandoned you and ran away? Did you forget about those embarrassing photos of you two that I have? Listen carefully. If you do what I ask this semester, by the end of it, I'll delete those photos. Upon hearing this, the two girls eagerly agreed. You can count on us, Garam. Leave it to us. Good. Also, remember to keep what I asked about Hina a secret. Hina? Who's that? Never heard the name before. Is she Greek or something? We don't know who that is, they replied, trying to play dumb. I'll send you the details of your task tonight. Make sure to read it. I'm leaving now, Garam said as she walked away. As she left, Garam thought to herself, let's keep it like this for now. The task that my stepfather gave me. Hina was always surrounded by people thanks to her unassuming and positive personality. Even though she joined during the second semester of sophomore year, she quickly became close with everyone. But after Hina became the target of those people's games, everyone slowly abandoned her. Living in such a strange situation, she was lonely until the end. But Hina would never ask for help from anyone because she wanted to protect her worthless father from those monsters. To protect the Huiyin Corporation, she decided to endure everything alone. It was truly lonely. I want to give Jin a gift. The separation from the world that Hina experienced, the loneliness. The next morning, Jin was in shock as she spoke. What's wrong with you guys? Why are you suddenly treating me like I'm invisible? Is it because I left you and ran off yesterday? But nothing happened to you guys yesterday. I'll treat you to some food today, okay? At that moment, Sehi slapped Jin's hand away and said, your voice is so annoying it makes me want to run away for real. Because of you, we got dragged into this mess and beaten up badly. You're just a useless, ungrateful bitch. Do you think we'd be hanging out with you if it weren't for your connections? Sehi, are you serious? Jin asked, shocked. Don't act like you know us anymore, like you did when you ditched us yesterday. From now on, we're done, Sehi replied. Jin, now furious, shouted, you ungrateful bitches. If you were in my shoes, you would have done the same and left me behind, wouldn't you? Just because of one time, you don't want to be friends with me anymore? You're just as cowardly as I am. When I was taken away, you abandoned me too, following Garam's orders. I can't believe it. Fine, I don't want to hang out with you either. Don't ever talk to me again. After yelling at them, Jin burst into tears and stormed off. Seeing this, the other students in the class started laughing and commenting, did you hear that? Song Jin just broke up with them. What a pathetic group of friends they are. Poor Song Jin. Should we befriend her? Meanwhile, Moon Izin, who witnessed the whole scene, thought, damn it, they're really following Garam's orders. They can't just drop out of school. If I keep opposing her and her stepfather, my family's hospital, built over generations, will become a battleground for Lee Myung-jun. Even if I sacrifice myself, I can't protect our hospital from him. He's a man who can't change his cruel nature. When the Lee Hina incident happened, I tried to stay off the bully list. I'll have to figure out how to deal with this in any way I can. I broke 2 of her ribs yesterday, she probably won't come to school today. Even a monster that doesn't feel pain needs time to recover. Yes, I need to think carefully about my next move. While Garam is absent from school, that's my chance to survive in this dangerous game. As Moon Izin was deep in thought, the door suddenly opened, and Garam walked into the classroom, smiling and saying, Garam is here, my loves. The whole class was shocked, and Moon Izin was bewildered. Garam continued, what's the matter? My brother, the department head, says this phrase is really popular in South Korea right now. Anyway, class monitor, from today, I'll be sitting next to you. The teacher already gave permission, so I'll be counting on your help from now on. Hearing this, Moon Izin was terrified, thinking, this crazy girl, now she's planning to haunt me even during class? Garam placed her backpack down and said, and this is a commemorative gift from me to you. Seeing this, Izin was worried, thinking, what now? What is she hiding in that backpack? Garam smiled and urged, open it, class monitor. It's a special, surprising gift. Izin continued to stare at the backpack, thinking, I'm not mistaken, am I? Moon Ezine thought to herself, there's definitely something hidden in that backpack. I can even smell something suspicious coming from it. I don't know what's inside, but I can't help but suspect that whatever it is, it will bring bad luck to me. And with those sparkling, eager eyes of hers, it's clear that whatever's inside isn't good for me. Does she really think I'll do what she says? There's no way I'm opening it. Seeing Ezine still hesitating, Garam smiled again and said, Class monitor, aren't you curious about what's inside? Go ahead, open it. Ezine coldly replied, get lost, you little brat. Garam was taken aback for a couple of seconds but then laughed and said, let Garam open it for you then, class monitor. She slowly pulled something out of the backpack and then exclaimed, Tada. It's a crustacean and also my pet, a king crab. Seeing the crab, the whole class, including Ezine, was shocked and confused. Ezine thought, is this crazy girl holding a live crab? Garam continued, have you ever heard of using animals for diplomacy? I've read that gifting pets is the best way to strengthen relationships between two parties. It even has a name. Its name means, work hard like an ant, so let's call it Kemi for the sake of our friendship. Still baffled by Garam's words, Ezine finally responded, you sound like an idiot. Don't you know crabs live in water? What you're doing is animal cruelty. It's going to die soon. What are you talking about, class monitor? It's moving around energetically. You really don't know anything, do you? Crabs can live on land too. You're even more ignorant than you look. What did you just say? Ezine shot back. And someone who has abused people is telling me that animal cruelty is wrong. How can you even say that? Garam's comment left Ezine speechless, but she turned away and said, either way, seafood smells, so put it in your bag and take it home. Just take it back the way you brought it. Garam, ignoring her, brought the crab closer to Ezine. A second later, the crab clamped down on Ezine's leg, causing her to scream in pain. Blood started to flow from where the crab bit her, and Ezine frantically shook the crab off, clutching her leg and screaming at Garam, damn it. What the hell are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Do you know something, class monitor? In English, the word cancer means a malignant tumor, but in Greek, it means crab. Do you know why crabs became associated with the word cancer? Because the shape of a spreading cancer tumor looks just like a crab. But according to ancient beliefs, the pain of cancer was said to feel like being bitten by a crab. There's even a story that crabs are the origin of cancer, with the meaning that no one could have imagined how much a crab could be linked to the reasons that led a certain female student we once knew to jump. Hearing Garam's words, Ezine thought, how much does this girl know? Meanwhile, Garam continued, can you guess what today's game is? During class, our Kemi will hide under the desk and pinch the class monitor's leg. Will the class monitor be able to endure the pain? Will she be able to focus on her studies? The entire process will be recorded on camera. Ezine continued to think, she's really stubborn. How can she even think about doing something like this during class? If the teacher finds out, she's done for. Besides, the first period is taught by the homeroom teacher, who has a close relationship with my brother through the English club. She won't side with Garam like the vice principal does. And that crab, which is already foaming at the mouth, probably won't last much longer. I just need to endure through the first period and see what you can do, Garam. Garam, on the other hand, was still grinning mischievously. A little later, the first period began. The teacher stood at the front and said, all right, everyone, let's look at question 26. By knowing what X payson and good mean, you can figure out the answer. So, what I want to say about this question is. At that moment, Garam began her game. She slowly moved the crab toward Ezine's leg and had it clamped down on her thigh. When Ezine felt the crab's pinch, she looked down and immediately stood up. Seeing her stand, the teacher asked, class monitor, what's the matter? Do you have something to say? Garam brought a king crab to school, and it bit me. Please do something about it, teacher, Ezine responded. The teacher was taken aback by this and looked down at where Garam was sitting. Garam just sat there, smiling. This made the teacher think for a moment before saying, Ezine, this isn't a funny joke. Sit down and focus on your studies. Hearing the teacher's words, Ezine was horrified and thought, damn it. Why doesn't she believe me? Oh, that's right. She can't see the crab because it's hidden under the desk. In a fit of frustration, Ezine kicked the desk in front of Garam, sending it flying. The loud noise made the teacher turn around and say, what are you doing during class? Look, teacher, don't you see that Garam is holding something weird? Ezine exclaimed. The teacher looked and saw Garam holding the king crab, clearly surprised. But after a moment, she sighed and said, Garam, don't play during class. Wait until recess, okay? I'll do my best, teacher, Garam replied with a smile. You hear that? She won't play with it anymore. Now, class monitor, sit back down, the teacher added. Izine, completely bewildered, sat down, her head filled with questions, unable to understand what was happening. Meanwhile, Garam continued to smile mischievously. A few minutes earlier, the vice principal had been speaking to the teachers, saying, I have something to tell all the teachers. We have a new transfer student, and I'm very concerned about her, Garam. She has a very strong backing, and we need to do our best to support her in adapting to school life. The school's fund has also received significant support from Garam's stepfather. Her adjustment to South Korea will depend greatly on the support she receives from the staff here. Therefore, even if Garam plays around during class, we must be lenient and not scold her. Back in the present, Izine was furious, thinking, could this be Lee Myung-jun's doing? Has he taken control of all the teachers in this school? Just then, Garam moved the crab closer to Izine again, causing her to dodge and panic. Izine shouted, stop bringing that thing near me. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Why are you even keeping that 8-legged creature? I'm going to boil it and dip it in salt and lemon. Garam responded, don't you see how tough Kemi's shell is? Try to crush it if you can. If you succeed, it won't bother you anymore. Hearing this, Izine lunged at Garam. But as she did, Garam ducked to avoid the punch, and in that moment, Garam used her legs to clamp down on Izine's body. Izine's eyes widened as she felt her body being squeezed tightly. Seeing Izine trapped by Garam, Garam laughed and said, what's wrong, class monitor? You can't even touch its legs, can you? Now you have to let it bite you. Come on, class monitor, let it bite you. No. Wait, don't let it bite my face. Please, no, Izine screamed in desperation. A second later, the crab clamped down on Izine's cheek. The strength of a 10 kilograms crab might not seem too serious at first glance, but it felt like having a scorching microwave pressed against her face. The pressure from the crab, inversely proportional to its surface area, made the pain on Izine's cheek 20 times worse than being pinched by a clothespin. Izine's cries filled the classroom as she pleaded, teacher, please help me. Why aren't you helping me? Damn it, stop teaching and help me. Teacher, please. Hearing Izine's screams, the teacher on the board recalled the morning conversation, thinking, but vice principal, you know what kind of child Garam is. Do you really mean to say that even if she disrupts the class, we should just ignore it? I'm not saying you shouldn't care about the students, the vice principal had said. If you can't teach properly, just call Garam and the student causing the trouble outside. That's what the higher-ups instructed us to do when something happens. Back in the present, the teacher finally shouted, both of you, go outside. Right now. A moment later, Garam and Izine left the classroom. As they walked out, Izine thought, could it really be Lee Myung-jun behind all this? This is too reckless. Even as a chaebol, there should be some who have common sense. Does he think this won't cause any backlash? Damn it, can't you take your hands off me? What are you talking about, class monitor? I'm just holding my hands up high. You're more naive than I thought. No one's watching, so why bother holding your hands up? Garam said with a mischievous grin. Hearing this, Izine lowered her hands and thought, what am I even doing? The closer I get to Garam, the more I start acting weird like her. Just then, Garam had the crab pinch Izine's leg again and said, come on now, you have to be careful of traps when solving questions, class monitor. It's not true that no one's watching. I'm watching you, can't you see that? What kind of class monitor doesn't set a good example? I'll have to punish you on behalf of the teacher. Izine, now terrified, pleaded, wait, this is going too far. You've taken it too far already. Another class passed by, and Garam's king crab, Kemi, lay lifeless. Garam, crying, said, Kemi, please wake up. Class monitor, Kemi isn't moving at all. It's gone. If a crab doesn't live in water and is brought onto land, it can only survive for about 2 to 3 hours. Foaming at the mouth is just a way for it to live on land for a few hours, Izine explained. Why didn't you tell me that sooner? Damn it, I told you already. I told you it's an aquatic animal, you idiot. Izine snapped. It's over, Garam. Your pet is dead. Why don't you take Kemi home and make some crab soup with it? You're seriously deranged, Izine said as she walked away. Garam let out a sly smile as Izine left. A little while later, back in the classroom, the students were holding their noses in disgust. Izine was shocked by what she saw. Her backpack had the dead king crab inside it. She started trembling and thought, damn it, my backpack. My notebooks, the wallet my boyfriend gave me for my birthday. Damn it, I'm going to kill that crazy girl Garam. At that moment, Garam spoke up, "Class monitor, so you've finally seen it, huh? That's Kemi's funeral. I thought a lot about how to send Kemi to heaven, so I thought of you. You were the one Kemi interacted with the most while it was alive. Being close to you would make Kemi very happy, so I decided to use your backpack as Kemi's final resting place. How do you feel about that, class monitor? Are you as happy as I am?" Garam laughed mischievously and thought, "How adorable. Of course, I knew Kemi would die. I just wanted to mess with you and give you a little surprise gift, so I pretended not to know anything. But do you know what's even more surprising, class monitor? My stepfather is preparing something special for you too, a new recipe, freshly invented. And now, the dish is almost ready. My stepfather told me to keep the final dinner preparation secret until the very end. So while I wait for that moment, no matter how much I want to play with you." At that point, Izine picked up the dead crab and slammed it into Garam's face. Izine laughed and said, "A funeral for Kemi? You should have told me earlier. You know something, Garam? The crab's insides are full of nucleic acids that help activate cells. I hear those are great for the skin. So instead of putting Kemi in my bag, why don't you rub it on your face? It might do wonders for your skin." At that moment, Garam grabbed Izine's hand, pulled her, and then threw her behind her. Garam then quickly lunged forward, throwing a punch that landed on the blackboard behind Izine, causing it to crack. After delivering the punch, Garam said, "You're such a strange person, class monitor. Why do you keep provoking me like this? We don't usually play so intensely together, so it's normal for you to feel tired, right? Do you think I'm like Song Eun-jin, some delicate girl? No matter how much I humble myself, you won't let me go, will you? Just keep causing trouble, you crazy bitch. But the reaction you're hoping to see from me, I won't show it to you. I just wanted to play around for a bit, that's all. But I guess even that's not okay with you. Get ready, class monitor. Soon, I'll make your eyes red from crying, and all these puppets too. If anyone asks, you tell them the class monitor caused this, got it?" After saying those words, Garam walked out of the classroom. Seeing Garam leave, Izine smirked and said, "Of course you couldn't take me down, Garam. You know that too. If you keep causing chaos openly like this, you'll be the one who gets into trouble. The nonsense you pulled with that king crab is proof of that. Now, you can't do things outside the law and still get teachers to cover for you. In this school environment, I'm no longer restrained by anything. Because of the limited scope of what you can do, there's no one superior here. I don't know why, but it seems Lee Myung-jun is trying to harass me at school. However, that also ensures my safety and protection. So this is my last chance to strike back. Just wait and see, Garam. Let's see who will be the last one laughing." Her classmates, still frightened, whispered among themselves, "These girls are completely crazy." Later, as the school day ended, Izine walked out, laughing to herself, thinking, "It's been a long time since I felt this refreshed. Even though I'm a bit annoyed about having to clean out my bag, seeing Garam hovering around like this but unable to do anything else is somewhat satisfying. I wonder if she's venting her frustrations on Song Eun-jin because she couldn't do anything to me. What a bunch of idiots." Garam made a mistake by showing off that she had bribed the teachers in front of the class. The moment Garam and Lee Myung-jun keep acting crazy, that's when I'll start my counterattack. I'll gradually leak the details of Garam's actions and the vice principal Lee Myung-jun's disciplinary records to the press, and this will explode in the media. That's right, I know just the right place to handle this. Bae Yo-ak has moved to Gwangju, and her grandmother is the director of a large media company. I'll leak the news to BHS, and the information will spread across all the news outlets. BHS isn't just a broadcasting station but also an MCN, multi-channel network, of new media, from TikTok to Instagram. There are countless news reports published on BHS, too many to count. If the media attacks, can Lee Myung-jun still have his way? Let's see how it plays out. I'll make sure they know who they're dealing with." At that moment, a boy stood in front of Izine. Seeing him, she thought, "Jun-min? Why is he at my school?" She quickly looked around to see if anyone was nearby, then took off her glasses and thought, "Great, no one's around. I haven't seen him in a while, so I should tease him a bit." She called out, "Oppa. What's this? What's this? It's been so long since I've seen you. During your whole competition season, we hardly got to see each other. Why did you come here today? You should have told me in advance. If I knew you were coming, I would have put on more makeup and worn my lenses. Next time, at least give me a hint that you're coming." Jun-min then asked, "Izine, what happened to your face? Oh, this? During PE class, someone accidentally scratched my face, so this happened. But I'm fine, don't worry about it. So why did you come here? Don't you have training today? It's been so long since we last saw each other. Let's find a karaoke place and… Before she could finish, Jun-min interrupted her. Moon Izin, are you a big sister? Izin's expression darkened immediately as she responded, what are you talking about? Who told you such nonsense? My friend's younger sister also goes to this school, Jun-min explained. She said lately there's been a lot of fighting and troublemakers at school, and she's really scared to go. She even mentioned that one of the names being thrown around matches yours, even down to the middle school you went to. Do you have anything to say about this? When Izin remained silent, Jun-min became angry and said, you know how much I hate bullies and school tyrants. You know how much I despise those who bully or isolate others. But my own girlfriend is making her classmates eat cigarette butts? This isn't true, right, Izin? Tell me it's not true. At this moment, Izin began to cry and said, Oppa, do you really think I'm that kind of person? How can you just listen to what others say and criticize me so harshly? Jun-min replied, that's why I'm asking you to explain. I don't want to believe those things either, so please help me understand. At that moment, Izin pulled down her pants slightly, revealing the bruises on her legs, and said to Jun-min, do you see these? These are the wounds I got today from being bullied. Who do you think did this to me? Can't you tell just by looking that these aren't from a fight but from being mistreated? Lately, I've been bullied by those crazy girls at school, Oppa. The kids in class keep bullying poor Eun-jin. I only told them to stop, and now I'm being treated the same way. And those rumors about me being some kind of big sister. They're just spreading false rumors. I'm the one being hurt here. They're the bad ones who did this to me. I didn't want to tell you because I was afraid it would affect your competitions, but now you're doubting me. Hearing Izin's words, Jun-min hugged her and said, I'm so sorry, Izin. I was blind. How could I ever think you'd do something like that? I'll never doubt you again. Of course not, Izin. There's no way you'd do such things. How could they do this to my sweet girl? I'll get revenge for you. As Jun-min held her, Izin thought angrily, damn it, that stupid rumor is spreading faster than I thought. I have to deal with this before it ruins everything. Damn it, why does someone as perfect as Jun-min have to get involved? He's the only one who comforts me and helps me get through everything. If I lose him because of this, I'll kill Garam and whoever started this rumor. Meanwhile, Garam was standing in a tree nearby, watching the two of them embrace. A little while later, the two of them went to a karaoke place. Inside, they were making out. Izin spoke up, if I didn't have to go to tutoring, I'd want to be with you every day. Yeah, it's a shame, Jun-min replied. But just having you here with me right now makes all the stress and exhaustion disappear. Keep surprising me like this in the future, okay? Izin, ever since I found out you were being bullied, I can't just stand by and do nothing. I'm going to confront the person who did this to you and have a serious talk with them. Oppa, they won't be scared just because you say a few threatening words. They have connections too, but we can't let them keep mistreating you like this, can we? Please, Oppa, I'm begging you, don't get involved. I don't want you to get caught up in my problems and end up in danger. But there is one thing you can do for me. No matter what happens, you have to trust me. Don't ever believe the nonsense other people say. Can you do that? Of course, my love, Jun-min replied. With that, they started kissing again. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Lee Myung-jun, who was looking at a wedding photo. He thought to himself, even though you left this world a long time ago, I'm still grateful to you for giving me a wonderful daughter like Hina. She had a warm heart, just like you. Even during her teenage years, she was always so loving towards her father. Thank you for bringing her into this world. She was such an angelic girl. But I'm so sorry, my dear wife, that I couldn't protect our Hina. Maybe now, you and Hina have been reunited in heaven, haven't you? No, it's all a lie. Since when did I start believing that heaven could actually exist? No, there's no way heaven is real. This world is cruel. That's right, my dear wife. I'd rather believe that hell exists. So I'll make sure to prove to you and Hina that hell is indeed real. At that moment, Chief Big walked in and said, Vice Chairman, the investigation into the students that Garam requested has been completed. All right, tell me how the progress is going, replied the Vice Chairman. I need to know everything because this is my revenge plan. Shin Chu-min, a third-year student at Aina Seoul High School and a member of the tennis team. This boy is Moon Izan's boyfriend. If I had to describe Moon Izan's boyfriend in one word, it would be the perfect child. He has a bright future as a professional tennis player and a good appearance. He has excellent academic performance and a good personality, so he's loved by many people. However, according to some of his close classmates, he's easily swayed by others and lacks decisiveness. But over the 2 long years of dating, Shin Chu-min and Moon Izan's relationship has grown much deeper than most couples their age. Izan is cunning. I thought she was just a bookworm, but apparently, she's been involved in things she shouldn't have. I didn't expect this. I also looked into how the two of them met, continued Chief Big. The first time Moon Izan and Shin Chu-min met was at the closing ceremony of the National Youth Sports Festival last year. During the interaction between athletes from different categories, they fell for each other. According to the coaches who trained Moon Izan, because of succession issues, Moon Izan's family forced her to give up her sports career. Since then, she has relied heavily on Shin Chu-min to support her emotionally, especially during her psychological struggles. Even now, as Moon Izan faces the pressure of the university entrance exams, he remains her only emotional support. Summarize and get to the point. Why are you introducing Shin Chu-min to me? Let me explain, stepfather, Garam replied. Shin Chu-min is a part of my plan. Starting with him, I'll break down Moon Izan's mental foundation with a very cruel method. And the name of this plan is NTR. Hearing Garam say this, Chief Big thought to himself, where did she learn such words? Meanwhile, Lee Myung-jun said, interesting. You're planning to steal Moon Izan's boyfriend? That's right, stepfather, Garam continued. I've heard that you're working on a peculiar dish lately. If 2 people eat it, one of them will die. But until that dinner is ready, I can't keep playing around. Until I make Moon Izan eat that, I'll torment her psychologically with this tragic love story. Alright, said Lee Myung-jun. For the scum that harmed my daughter, they can't be allowed to enjoy their youth happily. Proceed with this plan immediately. A few days later, Yi Jin was out with Truman. As they walked, she said, it's been a long time since we've had a weekend date like this. I'm really happy. I'm happy too, but I regret that we only have 1 hour to spend together. I even tried to ask my dad to let me skip extra classes for just 1 day, but he didn't agree. How can I stand it, having already been bullied at school and then having to study for another 10 hours on the weekend? My dad still doesn't know that was bullied, does he? I'm afraid it would worry my parents, so I haven't told them. I've always been gentle, so now everyone thinks they can bully me, right? You shouldn't always think about others, you need to think about yourself too, said Truman. Hearing Truman's words made Yi Jin angry. I'm so frustrated. You're worrying too much about me, and it's giving me a headache. This issue will only be a matter of time until you find out the truth. The more urgent matter now is to keep this from reaching my dad. Seeing her remain silent, Truman spoke up again. Yi Jin, you should tell your dad about everything. Right now, the important thing isn't just about studying. You don't understand because you don't know my dad. Even if his daughter were in a traffic accident, he'd still make her study right there in the hospital room. Let's change the subject. We haven't had a date like this in a long time, so I don't want to spoil it. As long as I can date you like this, school bullying is nothing to worry about. So please, don't think about it anymore, okay? Alright, Yi Jin, it's time for your extra class, so I have to go. But for our next date, you have to make sure your roommate doesn't join us, okay? You've been so exhausted from training, so I'll help you unwind. Hearing these affectionate words made Truman blush. Seeing his face turn red, Yi Jin laughed and said, your face is all red. What's going on? Are you embarrassed? How cute. Okay, I'm leaving now. Let's meet again next weekend. Truman said goodbye to her, but he was still thinking, she's clearly pretending that everything's fine, isn't she? Why am I doubting someone as thoughtful and gentle as her? Maybe my mind wasn't working right at the time. Yi Jin thought, I shouldn't get involved in her personal matters, but as her boyfriend, I need to do something. At that moment, a voice called out, Truman. The one calling him was Garam. When Truman turned around to look at her, he was stunned. She's so beautiful, a real beauty. What am I thinking? I already have Yi Jin. Garam then spoke up, Hi, Truman. I've heard a lot about you from Yi Jin. Oh, so you're Yi Jin's classmate? Nice to meet you. But who are you exactly? Are you curious about Yi Jin's past? Seeing Garam speak, Truman was confused for a long moment before angrily saying, So it was you, huh? You're the one who bullied my Yi Jin, aren't you? Garam responded, You're being really unfair. Actually, I'm the one being abused here. Can't you see the bruises on my cheek? Don't try to make me laugh. I've already heard everything from Yi Jin. People like you are just blaming all your wrongdoings on my Yi Jin, and yet you still dare to come to her boyfriend and try to drive a wedge between us like this? Aren't you ashamed? I don't care what nonsense you try to say, But don't look at me with those flirty eyes, and don't ever show up in front of me again. As Yi Jin's boyfriend, I'll do everything I can to punish those who bullied her, like you. Get ready. Hearing him speak like this, Garam thought to herself, what's going on? I heard he's usually indecisive, but now he's so determined. Wow, the information from my brother in the department is sometimes completely useless. Or maybe it's Yi Jin's manipulation of his easily influenced personality that's making it effective. Anyway, seducing him or whatever can wait. If I let him walk away now, everything will go to waste. If I want him to listen to me, then I should just. After thinking it through, Garam said, yes, that's right. I did those things. What? I'm the one who bullied Yi Jin. Those artistic works on your girlfriend's body? I'm the one who did them. Hearing these words, Truman angrily pushed Garam against a wall and said, do you even know what you're saying right now? Garam smirked and replied, let's talk, shall we? If you leave me and walk away right now, my artistic works won't just stop at Yi Jin's thighs. If you want to save your girlfriend, then chatting with me for a few minutes in a cafe isn't too much to ask, is it? Fine, let's go to the cafe. But if you spout any more nonsense, I won't let you off easily. Hearing this, Garam gave a slight smile. A while later, as she was sipping coffee, she said with a laugh, this flavor is just right. As expected, South Korea has so many delicious things. Hearing her say that, Truman thought to himself, South Korea? Is she from North Korea? Just then, Garam's voice interrupted his thoughts. I'm sorry for being so rude to you earlier. If I didn't provoke you like that, I don't think you would have agreed to talk to me, so I had to do it. Stop beating around the bush and get to the point. What do I have to do for you to leave my Yi Jin alone? It seems like you're misunderstanding me. I'm here to tell you the whole truth. You still haven't stopped spewing nonsense, have you? Fine, let's talk about the truth of the girlfriend you've been with for 2 years being the queen bee of the school. That's probably hard for you to accept, but even so, I ask you to control your anger and listen to what I have to say. Stop babbling and get to the point. You're probably aware by now that I escaped from North Korea. The person who took me in when I had nowhere to go, the person I owe so much to, is my stepfather. My stepfather never let me lack for anything. He cared for me with the warmth of the sun. I opened up to him, and we became close, like friends. But that didn't bring me much joy because the stepfather I adored had to endure painful torment every night. His biological daughter, who he loved the most and had cared for since she was little, Hina, chose to leave him after being bullied for a long time. And the demons who drove her to such a state were none other than Moon Yi Jin and her group. Hearing this, Truman angrily yelled at Garam, shut your damn mouth. This outburst made everyone around them turn to look. Garam raised her hand to her mouth and said, don't shout like that in public. If you keep this up, we might get kicked out before I finish this sweet chocolate drink. I already told you earlier, if you keep barking, there's nothing left to say. Do you think I'll believe your lies without any proof? How could that possibly be true? If you want proof, here it is. Take a look for yourself. My stepfather received these as the family of the deceased. This is information about Hina's case. Read it carefully, because this is the original document. The details of the defendants in the case are written quite clearly. One of the culprits who committed that crime, in terms of personal information and harmful actions, matches up very closely with your girlfriend according to recent rumors, doesn't it? Truman grabbed the papers and, still angry, said, are you kidding me? I could easily fake a pile of scrap paper like this. Do you think you can deceive me with such a stupid trick? I knew you wouldn't believe those, so I prepared something else, Tada. This was provided by the Supreme Court of South Korea. It's a service that allows the public to search for cases. The court service lets you view the trial results based on the case number and the names of the parties involved. The name of the defendant, Moon Yi Jin, also appears here. So, what do you think about that? It's a scam. You could have easily created that by taking a screenshot and filling in a fake name. Stop saying things like that. This isn't just an image file, it's the actual screen of the official court website. You only need to know the case number and the names involved to find and see everything. I've already told you the name of the website. Just take out your phone, search, and see for yourself. I don't believe it, it's just a coincidence of names, that's all. Exactly, it's just a coincidence. The name on that website is just a coincidence. You're just creating false information the way you want it. Am I right? Hearing him say that, Garam thought, how could Moon Yi Jin create such a devoted follower like this? Normally, how does he attract people? After thinking, she replied, what? Coincidence of names? Don't you see you're just forcing yourself to believe that? I understand that you want to deny the bad things about your girlfriend, but you should slowly start to accept the truth. No, Yi Jin isn't like that. I've been dating her for 2 years. I just need to ask her directly, and I'll know everything. As Truman was about to ask Yi Jin, Garam suddenly jumped in. No, you can't. But he angrily pushed her away. You wretch, let go. If what you say is true, then you wouldn't mind facing Yi Jin directly, would you? You could refute her lies right in front of me, couldn't you? So why are you stopping me? As I thought, everything you're saying is just made up, isn't it? Look at yourself right now. As long as you blindly follow Moon Yi Jin, everything I say is just like water off a duck's back. What nonsense are you talking about? Let go of me. Truman, unable to grab his phone, angrily thought, how is she so strong? This girl really is someone who bullies others. Meanwhile, Garam was thinking, I failed. I was too quick to trust the information about his indecisive nature. If I let him talk to Moon Yi Jin in this situation, he'll just be brainwashed even more. With no other choice, Garam broke Truman's phone, which caused her to fall to the ground. Truman stood there in shock for a moment before yelling, my phone. Garam, astonished, said, my chocolate milk. At that moment, the shop owner spoke up, you two need to leave the cafe immediately. As they were being kicked out, Garam said, it's your fault that I didn't even get to enjoy my chocolate milk before we were thrown out. Shut up and get lost. Get out of my sight, or I'll make you pay for my phone. I can buy you another phone, each one from a different brand if you need. Goodbye, Truman. Honestly, even if you pretend not to care, deep down, you're really worried about the rumors about Yi Jin, aren't you? Alright, let's do this. Tomorrow at 4:20 p.m., 20 minutes before school ends at Aleru High, go to the back gate of the school. If you trust me even just once and want to see the true face of Moon Yi Jin, be there and witness everything with your own eyes. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next day. Yi Jin was texting while thinking, Chu Min hasn't replied to my messages. Why is that? Is it because I bothered him too much yesterday, and now he finds me annoying? No, that can't be. Chu Min isn't like that. In almost 2 years of dating, nothing like this has ever happened. What could possibly be going on? And why is that Youngerum suddenly acting so quiet and gentle? I'd rather she did something crazy. But even at lunchtime, she hasn't caused any trouble. She's just sitting there quietly. Now that I think about it, when Youngerum started acting more well-behaved, that's also around the time my dear Chu Min disappeared. Could it be? No, it can't be what I'm thinking, right? At that moment, Garam turned around and asked Yi Jin, why are you staring at me? What's on your face, class president? Garam said loudly. Yi Jin cursed Garam, mind your own damn business. Afterward, Yi Jin thought, at least she's not causing trouble for me. I should just focus on my studies. I've got so much work piled up. On the other side, Garam continued to smile while looking at Yi Jin. Time flew, and it was lunchtime. Eun Jin was eating lunch alone, enjoying her meal when someone threw food at her face. That someone was none other than Sehi and Jaeon Eun Jin. Furious, she yelled, this is insane. You jerks have gone too far. Jaeon responded, why not look at it positively? At least today, we're giving you a meal fit for a human. Exactly. Remember when we made you eat dog food on your first day when we took you out? Compared to lying on the ground like a dog and eating dog food, isn't everything better now? Besides, that day we secretly slipped in some snacks without letting Youngerum know, so don't be too hard on us. Hearing them say that, Eun Jin thought angrily, damn it. I can't believe I thought that dog food tasted good. I almost believed I had the same taste as a dog. I'm so embarrassed. Jaeon then added, oh, and once you're done, head down to the trash heap. Why should I go there? Youngerum told you to go. If you don't, she'll beat you up. Hearing these words, Eun Jin started to cry. She thought, please, just leave me alone for once. Can't I have a peaceful day? A little later, Eun Jin made her way to the trash heap. When she got there, she saw Garam was already waiting for her. Seeing Garam, Eun Jin thought, how did she manage to climb up there and sit like that? Garam spoke up, our Eun Jin is here. How was your lunch, sweetie? I found mine delicious, but from the way you sound, it doesn't seem like you enjoyed yours at all. Why are you so lifeless, poor Eun Jin? You're making me worry so much. My dear punching bag. No, my dear friend, is so down. Do you know how much it breaks my heart to see you like this? Damn it, is she planning to humiliate me again? Eun Jin thought. At that moment, Garam jumped down from above. As soon as she landed, she exclaimed, ouch. She looked up and said, I haven't even done anything to you yet, and you're already on the verge of tears. Yulin, life's been tough for you lately, hasn't it? Let me give you a way to make it easier. Want to hear it? Jin, still upset, responded, are you going to tell me that once I'm dead, I won't feel any more pain? Isn't that right? No, sweetie. From now on, I'm going to be serious with you. I want to make a deal with you, so listen carefully. Today, after school, if you do what I say, I won't bully you anymore. Hearing this, Jin laughed and said, you want me to do something? I'll do it, Garam. Just tell me what to do. I'll try my best to do whatever you ask. So, what do I have to do after school? Garam, seeing her reaction, replied, you need to provoke our class president and beat her to death. Hearing this, Jin was stunned and asked, what did you just say? Did I hear you right? Meet the class president after school, say something to intimidate her, take control of the situation, and then hit her hard. What? I don't want to. You must be joking, right? You're just trying to come up with a new way to bully me, aren't you? I'd rather die than mess with that Jin. It's no different from what happened with Rio. Of course, there's a difference, you idiot. You still got beaten before you died, right? Don't joke with me like that. If I get hit in a vulnerable spot, I might as well be dead. And if that Jin gets mad, it's terrifying. Garam, in front of her, I'm nothing. Aren't you afraid of her anymore? It's not that, Garam is scary, but whether it's getting hit by a car or run over, the outcome is the same, death. At that moment, Garam grabbed her by the neck and coldly said, why won't you listen to me, you idiot? Don't you know the survival rate is higher if you get hit by a car than if you get run over? The deal between us is over. Now, this is an order. If you don't do what I say after school, those less than wholesome photos of yours will be on display for the whole school to see. Getting run over by a truck must be so painful. And your answer is, I'll do it. I'll do it, is that what you want? As soon as those words were spoken, Garam let go of Jin and smiled, saying, of course, Jin is my favorite friend. I'm really looking forward to what happens after school. After Garam left, Jin burst into tears of frustration, screaming in despair. In the blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. Chu Min was standing outside the school gate, thinking, this is in front of Jin's school. I even came home earlier than usual to prepare for the exam. Is this what a boyfriend should be doing? It's really a sin to doubt my girlfriend, but that's because my girlfriend is being bullied. Even if I trust her and tell myself to be rational, it doesn't do any good. This is something I have to do, even though I don't know the reason. Eunrm told me to come here, but if I don't, who knows what she might do to my Jin. Alright, I'll just do what she wants for now. And while I'm at it, I might be able to get some evidence of school violence too. As Jin's boyfriend, I'll stand up to them and save my girlfriend. Just then, a voice called out, oh Lala, Chu Min, you're really here. Why are you out here? Aren't you still in class? I got out of class early, just like you, and I also prepared something for you. Prepared what? I found a great spot where you can see everything that Jin is about to do. A perfect place to hide and watch everything with you. I came here to guide you to that spot, so don't misunderstand me. Come on, follow me, we need to find a place to sit. It's time to face the truth, Chu Min. Chu Min then followed Garam. After a while, school was dismissed. The two of them, Garam and Chu Min, were standing high above, observing. Garam looked down below and said, the main actor should appear soon, right? Could it be that Jin couldn't lure that witch out? At this point, Chu Min asked, hey, what are you holding? Oh, this? It's a high-quality video camera I prepared. I've got everything ready to capture the action. Although I could just use my phone like usual, but that wouldn't be as fun, would it? What's so interesting about this? I don't know why you're filming, but you should have asked me first. If you plan to record everything from the start, why did you call me here? Couldn't you just show me the video afterward? Or do you have another purpose? Shish, be quiet and look over there, Garam said. She finally showed up. Seeing Jin, Chu Min thought, what am I supposed to do? Just stand here and watch? Below, Jin was speaking, hey Jin, you've gotten pretty bold lately, haven't you? You even dared to call me out after school. I told you before, the next person I'll deal with after Eunrm is you, didn't I? Did you forget what I said? Why did you call me out here? What do you want to say? At that moment, Jin turned to face Jin and began to angrily shout, shit. Am I really that pathetic? Hey, I'm asking you, am I as pathetic as you say? If I'm so pathetic, then come at me and beat me to death. Finish me off first, you bastard. Chu Min was shocked to see this from above, while Garam was smirking. Below, Jin was taken aback. A second later, she became furious. Seeing this, Jin was terrified, thinking, Jin is about to lose it. I'm doomed. Moon Yi-jin is going to tear me apart. She'll kill me after a few blows. On the other side, Yi-jin didn't act immediately. She thought to herself, why on earth is that bitch provoking me like this? Both the reason and the timing for her picking a fight with me don't make any sense. But now I can't just turn my back and pretend I don't know anything. And she seems to be aware of what she's doing. I have no idea what she's scheming. Suddenly, she sensed something and quickly turned to look at the opposite building. Fortunately, Garam had already pulled Chu Min down to hide. Yi-jin, still thinking, there's definitely something strange about this situation. Someone must have set this up. Although I don't know what kind of trap they've laid for me, my instincts tell me I shouldn't go along with any crazy actions I was planning to do. Forget it, I'm just going to leave. As Yi-jin started to leave, Eun-jin called out, wait, where do you think you're going? We need to settle this now, you bitch. If you want to go back to the dirt, why don't you go find Garam? If you've got nothing else to say, then I'm leaving. Seeing Yi-jin walk away, Eun-jin was shocked, thinking, I can't just let her go like that. But at the same time, I feel much more at ease with her leaving like this. Although this behavior is very unlike Yi-jin, it makes me feel a lot better. Alright, I've done my best. Maybe Garam will let me off the hook for this failure. At that moment, Eun-jin looked up and saw Garam standing on the rooftop. She noticed Garam's face was filled with anger. Realizing this, she thought, no, what the hell am I thinking? This is Garam we're talking about. She's the type who says one thing and sticks to it, and she could kill me at any moment. If I want to stay safe, I need to figure out a way to salvage this situation, just like that crazy bitch Garam is thinking. Suddenly, an idea popped into Eun-jin's head. She immediately shouted toward Yi-jin, murderer. Yi-jin heard this and turned back, asking, what did you just say? When Hina jumped off the rooftop, she wasn't alone. You and Seo Yun's dad dragged her up there and forced her to jump, didn't you? You're a murderer, you damn bitch. Hearing this, Yi-jin's face darkened. Above them, Garam was watching and thinking, what are they barking about? Sister Hina. Wasn't it because she was too negative and stressed due to stomach cancer that she committed suicide? Could she really have been forced into it? Below, Yi-jin coldly asked, alright, Eun-jin, who told you those things? Seeing that Yi-jin was interested, Eun-jin smiled, thinking, it's working. Then she smirked and said, do you think I tell you? You should go to the police station and confess, you murderer. At that moment, Yi-jin rushed forward and kicked Eun-jin. The kick sent Eun-jin flying. But it didn't stop there. Yi-jin followed up by kicking Eun-jin hard in the stomach. This kick hurt Eun-jin as if she had been shot. Yi-jin continued to beat her. Above, Chu Min watched in shock, thinking, no way. Could my Yi-jin really be acting so violently? Meanwhile, Yi-jin, still kicking Eun-jin, said, yes, that's right. I'm a murderer. But how dare you provoke a murderer like me? Hearing this, Eun-jin, terrified, tried to say, wait, Yi-jin, this whole thing is. But before she could finish, Yi-jin covered her mouth and said, shut up. Your filthy mouth is the biggest problem. With that dirty mouth of yours, I'll make sure you never speak another word again. With that, Yi-jin punched Eun-jin straight in the mouth. Above, Chu Min was horrified as he watched Yi-jin relentlessly punch Eun-jin in the mouth. In that moment, all of Chu Min's illusions shattered completely. The beautiful memories were instantly destroyed. Below, Eun-jin managed to spit out a hairpin. As Yi-jin lifted her up, she said, from tomorrow onwards, don't you dare show your face at school again. I warned you, didn't I? If you appear in front of me one more time, I'll send your body to medical research. Got it? After saying that, Yi-jin released Eun-jin and kicked her once more. This final kick sent Eun-jin flying, and she lost consciousness. Even so, Yi-jin spat on her face. Chu Min, watching from above, witnessed everything that had just happened. He stammered, no way. Is that really the Yi-jin I know? Meanwhile, Garam was smiling as she looked at the video camera, thinking, thanks to Eun-jin acting as the punching bag, I've got a very sharp video to use during the final supper. This video is going to play a very important role. At this point, Chu Min was completely devastated. He held his head and said, a murderer. Even forcing someone to jump off a rooftop. What the hell are they talking about? What kind of person am I dating? Who is the Yi-jin that I thought I knew? Has my girlfriend been deceiving me for the past 2 years? Damn it. On the other side, Garam looked at him and thought, what's he thinking? I knew he would be in for a big shock, but this guy's spirit is even more fragile than I expected. If this is his reaction to finding out his girlfriend is a murderer, I guess that's normal. But I didn't expect what Jin said either. Regardless, he's still part of the plan. Provoking him further will only create more trouble. This is bad. If the plan fails, my position will be compromised. That department head will climb over me and take control, and he'll laugh at me too. I can't allow that to happen. Look at that guy. If I keep going like this and give up everything, I won't have another chance to turn things around. Today, I have to find a way to mess with them, no matter what. Eonga Ram, a girl who loves sweet chocolate smoothies, developed many new interests after coming to South Korea, which were unexpected to me. One of Ga Ram's newfound hobbies is browsing Wikimiki. For a person like Ga Ram, who has always been curious about everything in life, Wikimiki opened up a magical world for her. Furthermore, on Wikimiki, Ga Ram received plenty of inspiration, especially related to revenge. She learned one key thing from Wikimiki. The level of suffering a victim feels upon discovering they've been cheated on is beyond the imagination of those who haven't experienced it. When someone finds out that their spouse or the person they've loved and trusted for years has fallen into the arms of another, the emotional damage is profound. According to Dennis Ox's research, the aftermath of such an event can lead to severe mental distress, including trauma-related anxiety and stress. Therefore, when Ga Ram found out Moon Enzyme had a boyfriend, she decided to pursue this project. In the real world, Chu Min was holding his head in despair, muttering, "Damn, there's no one left to trust in this world. I feel like I'm being spun around in this relationship. How could she pretend to be kind while deceiving me for 2 years?" Seeing Chu Min like this, Ga Ram thought, given his current state, what can I do to free him from this shadow? I guess I should approach this in the easiest way possible. After all, I don't really understand this shame people talk about. I don't feel any discomfort when tempted by Jun Min's shallow allure. But the problem is, for that innocent guy, if I try to seduce him too blatantly, it might just make him even more sensitive. Additionally, some external force may criticize my actions as dark or sinister. So, how should I go about seducing him? At that moment, Chu Min spoke up, "Are you happy now? Do you feel relieved after showing me the truth? Honestly, you could have left things alone and pretended not to know. You could have waited until we broke up naturally. At the very least, until we broke up normally, like any other couple who realizes the flaws of the person they love. Do you even know how painful this is? I'm sorry, but please go away now. Leave me alone. I want to be by myself." At that moment, Ga Ram draped a coat over Chu Min's shoulders. He turned to look at her as she said, "I'm sorry, but I can't leave you here like this. Did you hear what those crazy bastards were saying earlier? Even Hina was pushed off the rooftop. Although she's not my biological sister, I treat her like family. I can't just leave someone in such deep sorrow alone on the rooftop like this. I'm truly sorry for dragging you into my revenge. I did my best to avenge Hina, who was deemed to have died by suicide. Even though I didn't want to pull you into this, to get revenge on Jin, I had no choice but to hurt you. So, please forgive me and understand that I hold no ill will toward you. Given my current situation with the class president, I didn't have any other options. I also feel responsible for your sadness right now, so I wanted to comfort you by sharing my own personal story. This story was unexpected, but when I was young and still in North Korea, it was the happiest time of my life. I had a father who loved me deeply. Even though life over there wasn't as luxurious as it is here in South Korea, just thinking about my future, living with such a loving father, made me content. I didn't feel any jealousy, even though I wasn't the child of one of the high-ranking officials in North Korea. If Jin is your whole world, then for me, my father was my everything. But then came that day. My father was a scientist working for the party. His main job was conducting experiments on rats. And the test subject was me. I became an experiment for a research project carried out by the party. The moment I found out that I had a body suitable for experimentation, my father didn't hesitate at all. He began experimenting on me because doing so would earn him the party's recognition. He was so cold-blooded that he experimented on his own biological daughter. That's the truth about my father. At the time, I was just 10 years old and had to endure all sorts of poisonous substances being injected into my body. Those were the worst days of my life, pain that seeped into my veins. All the suffering I endured came from those years, when I was trapped behind bars, like a test rat for my father. Those 3 awful years, every day, I was injected with toxins. I had to clench my fists for 10 seconds, like this, you see? Afterward, half of my veins would turn black, like this. Chu Min, seeing Ga Ram's hand, was shocked and exclaimed, "Oh my god, you must be in so much pain. Ram responded, honestly, I hate myself right now, but you show me such sympathy. You're truly a good person. Feeling shy after hearing Ram's words, Chumin stammered, oh no, I just. But Ram continued, anyway, what I wanted to say is that I've also experienced similar pain to yours. The image I had of my beloved father was just a delusion of mine. I lost everything in one morning, and I thought my life was over. But life brought me here to South Korea, where I met my stepfather. Thanks to his care, I can now enjoy chocolate smoothies whenever I want. She let out a sigh and added, in the end, the world you once knew will collapse, but even if you think everything is over, if you have the courage to keep moving forward, you'll reach a new world just like I did, right? Hearing Ram's words, Chumin hesitated, a new world? Ram smiled and continued, I've said too much. You can use another girl to forget your ex, you know? My original plan was to seduce you so you'd dump that Jin. But seeing how kind and pure you are, my conscience wouldn't allow it. You're a good guy, and someday you'll meet someone even better than her. She continued, as for my shirt, you can either throw it away or use it as a handkerchief if you want. I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble these past days. I'll be going now. Just as Ram was about to leave, Chumin shouted, wait. Seeing his reaction, Ram smiled and thought, as expected, with a sweet, gentle guy like him, a little strategy works best. She turned back with a grin and asked, why did you call me? Do you have something to say? Chumin stammered, you still haven't returned my phone. You're giving me your shirt so you don't have to give me back my phone? Are you kidding me? You promised to buy me the latest model. Now, you need to come with me to the mall, and it's the perfect spot for a date, too. He continued, you told me to use another girl to forget my ex, right? Fine then. If you're going to use me to get over your breakup, you might as well use me for your revenge, too. Ram laughed and said, alright, let's go then. The date to destroy Moon Jin starts now. In no time, Ram had taken Chumin to buy a new phone. He held it in his hand, looking overjoyed. Seeing this, Ram said, it looks like you really like this phone, huh? Chumin smiled and responded, well, it's the newest model, and it has so many more features compared to my old phone. Ram replied, well then, I've compensated you with a brand new phone. Now we're officially dating, right? You'll follow me from now on. Let's have some fun in this bustling area. Chumin asked, so, do you already have an idea where we should go for our date? Ram answered with a grin, I've already planned a special place for our date, but for now, I'll follow your lead. Chumin nodded, alright then, follow me. First, I'll take you to a great restaurant nearby. A short while later, Ram and Chumin entered a nearby restaurant. On the table was a bowl of noodles, and Ram, excited, gazed at the dish. Meanwhile, Chumin took out his camera and snapped a photo of her. Afterward, they headed to a karaoke bar, where Ram sang with all her energy. Chumin stood watching her with a big smile on his face. When she finished, her score came up 100 points. Later, they went to a photo booth and posed for pictures together. Before long, there were plenty of photos of the two of them, capturing their moments. They then went on a Ferris wheel. As someone pressed the button, the wheel ascended, causing Ram to feel like she was flying into the air. But soon after, her body came tumbling down, landing right on Chumin's lap. His whole body shook as Ram's touched him. Ram turned to look at him with a smile, and Chumin couldn't help but feel like spring had come into his life once again. They continued to play and have fun together, exploring every corner of the town. Before they knew it, evening had arrived. As they walked home, still full of joy, Ram said, thanks to you, I had so much fun today. So this is what dating feels like, huh? Chumin replied, so, where's this special date you've been talking about? You got me really curious. Where are we going for this special date? Ram heard his question, smiled softly, and gave no answer yet. Meanwhile, at Jin's cram school, inside the classroom, the teacher was giving a lecture. To talk about this literary work, this piece has appeared in university entrance exams twice, in 2010. It's a painting that portrays around 30 residents living near the Cheongjia-chul area during the 1930s, depicted in the genre of folk paintings using the technique of stream of consciousness. Particularly, the suffering of women due to the cultural practice of being daughters-in-law and the tradition of taking concubines in that era is strongly emphasized. For example, this beautiful main character represents the agony of discovering her husband's betrayal. On the other side, Jin was anxiously thinking, damn it. Why hasn't my Chumin replied to a single one of my messages? Why can't I get in touch with him by now? Even if he lost his phone, he could still go to an internet cafe to find a way to reach me. Could something have happened to him? At that moment, the teacher called out, Jin, why aren't you paying attention in class today? You've been staring at your phone the whole time. I'm sorry, sir, she replied. You think just because you ranked first in the last exam, you can slack off in class now? In her mind, she cursed, bullshit. He doesn't know anything about others and acts like he's right. Afterward, she thought, because of that younger I've been studying like crazy, unable to follow along with the lessons. I need to focus on class now. Just then, her phone vibrated, signaling a new message. Could it be Chu Min? No way, how could he ignore me for so long? She quickly checked her phone, and her eyes widened in shock. The message was from someone calling themselves Cammy the Crazy, saying, Class President, look out the window. Jin immediately turned to the window, and what she saw stunned her. Across the building, Ga Ram was standing there, waving at her. Jin was shocked and thought, am I hallucinating? How does that bitch know I study here? As her anger grew, her eyes widened even more with terror. Standing next to Ga Ram was her boyfriend, Chu Min. She shot up from her seat, trembling with fear, unable to believe her eyes. The students in the class noticed her reaction and whispered to each other, what's she looking at? What's so interesting out there? At that moment, Chu Min kissed Ga Ram on the rooftop of the building across from them. Seeing the kiss, the students in the classroom laughed and commented, wow. How cool. An unexpected rooftop kiss, how romantic. Hey, you kids, back to your seats, the teacher shouted. Those kids, they're from a high school, right? The guy's probably wearing a uniform from Ein High School. Do they even know we're watching them? Maybe they enjoy being seen like this. They actually look pretty good together, like they're actors in a romance movie. On the other side, Ga Ram and Chu Min released each other. Ga Ram spoke up, Chu Min, I always thought you were just an innocent boy. Turns out there's another side of me you haven't discovered yet, right? Alright, now it's my turn to strike back, she added as she pushed Chu Min up against the balcony railing. Chu Min looked down and saw a large crowd of people staring up at them. Seeing his expression, Ga Ram teased, don't be scared, my love. Have you ever heard of the pendulum effect? What's making my heart race right now isn't the height we're at, it's every part of your body. After finishing her words, Ga Ram kissed Chu Min right on the balcony. Across the way, everyone was witnessing the scene unfold. Jin started to cry. The teacher, noticing her tears, asked, Jin, what's wrong? Is something the matter? A student chimed in, teacher, look at Jin. She's been acting strange for a while now. Another classmate added, wow, look at him, like a little bunny boy. Makes you want to hug him and comfort him, doesn't it? At that moment, Jin received a phone call from Chu Min. She quickly answered, hello? But what she heard on the other end were the intimate sounds of Ga Ram and Chu Min. A moment later, Ga Ram's voice chimed in with a laugh, hello, class president. This is my special date with him. Sweet, right? He's mine now, dear class president. Hearing those words, Jin was overcome with rage and screamed out in anger. Seeing her furious, the teacher said, Jin, calm down for now. I'll arrange today's lesson and send it to everyone later. Right now, I need to discuss a few matters with the supervising teacher outside. Before he could finish his sentence, Jin had already bolted out of the classroom. As she ran down the stairs, she shouted, on Ga Ram, I'm going to kill you, you be asterisk asterisk asterisk. On the other side, Ga Ram noticed Jin running towards her. Seeing this, Ga Ram laughed and said, it looks like the class president is losing her mind. She's running out like a wild animal that's just broken out of its cage. We'd better get out of here. She's a taekwondo champion, so it'll only take a few steps for her to reach us. You know how terrifying she gets when she's angry, right? So, let's run away, my love. With that, Ga Ram grabbed Chu Min and they both quickly left. Moments later, Jin arrived at the spot, bursting through the door. But she found no one. Furious, she screamed, that be asterisk 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 Ga Ram and that pervert Chu Min. I'm going to kill both of you. Meanwhile, Chu Min and Ga Ram watched the scene unfold from below. Chu Min thought to himself, wasn't that once the sweet and gentle voice of Jin? Now, her scream sounds like the roar of a prehistoric pterosaur. How terrifying. I never want to see her again. Ga Ram, still laughing, said, playing this hide-and-seek game is actually kind of fun, don't you think? It reminds me of running away from a crazy fan. Hearing this, Chu Min thought, running from a crazy fan? That doesn't really make any sense. But for Ga Ram, everything happening now was just part of her revenge for her deceased sister. However, Chu Min's heart was starting to feel differently. He then spoke up, Ga Ram, what's your ideal type? My ideal type? Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Ga Ram replied. I just want to know more about you, Ga Ram. I'm really curious about you, Chu Min said. Ga Ram smiled and answered, my ideal type? Well, I've always imagined someone strong. Switching to the scene in Lee Myung-jun's office, he said, Chief Big, do you know why I always maintain the habit of exercising daily, never skipping a session, despite my hectic work schedule? To help you maintain a healthy body and handle the busy work around you, right, sir? No, you're wrong. Exercising always gives me a feeling of strength. Strengthening my muscles can help increase the production of PDNF, which improves cognitive ability and increases blood flow to the brain, boosting mental alertness. Do you understand what I'm saying? I always strive to maintain the highest level of mental focus, so I can plan and get revenge on those scumbags. Of course, sir. You mean we must be patient and wait for the right opportunity, correct? Exactly. So, how's Ga Ram's project going? I'm reporting on the current situation of the project. Today, Ga Ram successfully seduced Chu Min. They went to a restaurant, took photos, went to karaoke, and even visited an amusement park. There have been a total of 4 dates so far. After that, they went straight to the cram school where Yi Jin is studying. On the rooftop of the building opposite the academy, in front of many people, they openly expressed their affection for each other. They successfully provoked Yi Jin. Just as expected, how is Yi Jin now? According to our surveillance team, Yi Jin has been causing chaos on the rooftop for 15 minutes. The building's supervisors are trying to get her down. Every 15 minutes we'll receive further updates about Yi Jin from the surveillance team. Very good. Ga Ram has carried out her mission perfectly. You are also an outstanding commander. Thank you, Vice President. I should have assigned the protection and surveillance of Hina to someone as capable as you much earlier. If I had, that girl wouldn't have been tormented by those scumbags so badly. Hearing this, Chief Big thought to himself, I'm sorry, Vice President. Even if I had been there, nothing would have changed. In that situation, no one could have protected her. At that moment, Lee Myung-jun's voice broke through his thoughts again. Now that I think about it, where's Ga Ram? Currently, Ga Ram is on her way home after eating instant noodles with Chu Min at his dormitory. She mentioned that she has something to report to you directly, sir. Well then, we should head back too. Let's move quickly. Go get ready. A short while later, Lee Myung-jun returned home. As soon as Ga Ram saw him, she beamed with excitement, raising her hand and saying, Stepfather. Good evening, stepfather. Upon hearing this, Chief Big, who was nearby, angrily said, Ga Ram. Hey, Chief, be honest. You really enjoy scolding me, don't you? I do not, replied Big, but I told you to go get that arm cast already. Even though I know your recovery ability is good, if you don't get the cast, the injury could worsen and crack even more. Chief Big, you sure love lecturing, huh? If I get a cast, I won't be able to move comfortably. And so far, nothing's gone wrong, has it? At this point, Lee Myung-jun spoke up, Ga Ram, even a light touch could cause a bone to break again. So stop bragging and listen to Chief Big. Yes, stepfather. I'll go get the cast tomorrow, Ga Ram replied. Her response made Chief Big angry, thinking, this girl dares to mock my words. Then, Lee Myung-jun said, so, what is it you wanted to talk to me about directly? Go ahead and say it right here. Hearing his question, Ga Ram hesitated for a moment before responding, today, I overheard a conversation between Jin and Yi Jin. It seems Hina's death wasn't a suicide after all. What? Do you know what you're saying? You can't just throw around phrases like, it seems. Have you confirmed this information yet? Although I haven't fully confirmed it, I heard clearly that she was forced to jump from the rooftop. This information is also captured on the camera footage, which has been sent to the surveillance team on site. You can review it there. Upon hearing this, Lee Myung-jun's body showed signs of lowered blood pressure, and Ga Ram rushed over to support him. Chief Big also rushed over, saying, Vice President. Ga Ram quickly asked, Stepfather, are you okay? Everything was happening just as she had suspected. My Hina wasn't the kind of person who would ever think of doing something so desperate, she said. Stepfather, I know this might be an inappropriate question right now, but to make you feel better, I still want to ask, before I go get my cast tonight, can I use the kitchen? Lee Myung-jun thought for a moment and then replied, the kitchen? Right, we still need to continue with our revenge. In her entire life, Hina never once treated Jin to any delicious food. Today, I'll allow you to use the kitchen, but tomorrow, Jin needs to be fed until she's full. Don't worry, leave everything to me, Garam said confidently. Then she headed straight to the kitchen, saying, let's begin by preparing fresh ingredients for the meal. Scene transition. 6 months ago. At this moment, Hina is coughing violently. She is crying, and her mouth is vomiting out cigarettes. A voice suddenly echoes. Look at her over there. She's even vomiting out maggots. It's so disgusting, it's unbearable to watch. Let's see how much she can throw up. 1, 2, 3 cigarettes, just enough. She's managed to vomit out an entire pack of cigarettes. You know what? This also proves that nicotine can induce vomiting. Hina, you've actually helped my experiment succeed. I didn't expect it to work. You're a real scientific genius. Hearing this, Izina responds. Is there any point in treating me like this? Do you think that by bullying someone like me, you'll become superior? Will it make your life any better? Stop laughing like a lunatic. You're just a coward afraid to face those you need to. So you're taking your frustration out on me in a really nasty way. What are you talking about? Even though I'm in this miserable situation, I have no regrets about confronting you. Here, you're just bullies picking on the weak. I'm living a very righteous life and haven't done anything shameful. This is how I'll continue to face people like you. Izina, instead of taking your anger out on me, are you brave enough to stand up to your brother? Hearing Hina's words, Izina angrily kicks and curses. Shut up, you bitch. At that moment, Izina wakes up from a dream. She had just dreamt of torturing enzymes. She thinks, why am I dreaming about such scenes at times like these? Those memories are disgusting and not even worth calling memories. It's okay, I agree with you, Hina. But the shock I caused you was also my way of dealing with my own emotions. Still, Hina, you should know that I wasn't the one who killed you. I always paid attention to the force I applied with each strike and the ingredients and quantity of what I fed you. Damn it, you're a strong person. You endured my nasty tricks while I relieved my stress, and you gained a reputation for virtue. Neither of us lost to the other. If only it were just a mistake. Damn Seo Yun, that bitch, ruined everything. That demon went too far and brought you to this state. On the rooftop that day, it was Seo Yun who made me act like a devil. If it were you, would you have been able to resist Seo Yun's orders? To be honest, what did I do wrong? It's all Seo Yun's fault. It was Seo Yun who made me do it. That's right, you didn't die because of me. So you need to deal with your damn sister. A while later, downstairs at Izina's house. Izina is slowly walking downstairs when a voice suddenly calls out. Why are you sleeping in so late today? Will you sleep in like this on the day of your university entrance exams too? Apologize to your father-in-law and stop being so noisy. During the exams, you should be at the top, but is that all you're proud of? Only those who enter university with money, scholarships, and good family backgrounds can see that as a source of pride. Izina, yes, father. God has said we should never let our guard down. He always warned us to avoid temptations that arise from within ourselves. Especially when you commit serious crimes, you must follow his teachings even more closely. Regarding school violence, I am not pleased with you. You caused those incidents, and I had to endure it. I didn't bring everything up again to teach you a lesson, considering your mother. I didn't allow you to learn Taekwondo to become an athlete, nor to use it to bully others. Why are you bringing this up again, husband? I'm bringing it up to make sure she always remembers it. I also heard there was an incident at the academy yesterday. You caused trouble again, just like with the school bullying. If it happens again, I will end your life. Hearing these words from her father, Izina is terrified. A few seconds later, she hurriedly says, I need to use the bathroom for a moment. Izina rushes into the bathroom and immediately vomits into the toilet. Later at school, inside the classroom, students are discussing. Look at him. The atmosphere in the class is so tense today, isn't it? I saw the class monitor shaking and crying earlier. Really? The class monitor didn't even come to class. Although we don't know what happened, should we place chrysanthemums on his desk? But Youngaram also skipped a period today. So, what exactly is going on? Izin was sitting there, holding her phone and crying. She stared at the screen, looking at a picture of herself with Truman. In that moment, she felt like her life was over. That wretched Youngaram had ruined everything, even her final exams were doomed. Her father would find out, and he'd kick her out of the house. Most importantly, she had lost Chu Min, the love of her life. She no longer had anyone to lean on. Her life was completely destroyed. She thought that when she killed Youngaram, she would also end her own life. Just then, Garam walked into the classroom, laughing and saying, "Look at me, I'm Garam the mummy. I broke a bone." Everyone turned to look at Garam, but Izan was furious when she saw her. Seeing Izan's angry expression, Garam smiled and said, "Oh, class president. I just learned some new South Korean words, do you want to hear them? Your boyfriend is amazing." Hearing this, Izan trembled with rage and tears in her eyes. She glared at Garam and muttered, "You filthy whore, you disgusting slut." Garam merely smiled and said, "Why don't we head to the gym? Come with me." A while later, the two of them arrived at the gym. As soon as they arrived, Garam chuckled and said, "Here, you can do whatever you want. Honestly, you're tough, getting humiliated like that and still wanting to fight me. How can I lose to someone who only knows boxing? In this open space, my kicks have no limits. Today, I'll drag you down to hell, and I'll follow right after. Let's go all out today." As Izan charged toward her, Garam kicked her hard, sending her flying 10 meters away. Izan landed on the ground, groaning in pain. Garam's squats could reach 250 kilograms, and her kicks were from Muay Thai. At this point, Garam spoke coldly, "Class president, I've always wondered. When did you figure out I was a boxer? In the science lab earlier, all I did was some basic kicks, nothing but boxing practice. Did you think you could stand a chance against me? How cute. Honestly, there's a reason I brought you here. This is a special meal, full of nutrition, just for you, class president. Imagine how your body will react when this goes down your throat. It will go numb, and you won't be able to handle it. After you eat this, will you even survive and leave this gym?" She grinned and said, "It's time for lunch, dear class president." Hearing this, Izan was terrified and thought, "What the hell is she planning to make me eat?" As she walked away, Izan thought to herself, "There's no way I can stomach that disgusting thing she made. How can I escape from here now?" Seeing Izan trying to crawl away, Garam called out, "Class president, if you push yourself too hard, you'll only make it worse. After that kick I gave you, how long do you think you can last? Even if you squirm and crawl away like that, in the end, you'll still have to drink what I've prepared for you. To make sure you don't run, I'll use these bandages to tie you up. Although the head of the department told me to keep my arm in a sling, I'm sure you understand that sometimes exceptions have to be made for a greater cause." Izan shouted angrily, "Don't come near me. Get away, you filthy dog." A little while later, Garam tied Izan up. Izan screamed in frustration, "Let me go, you crazy bitch." Garam chuckled, "I was going to wrap you up like a mummy, but this bandage is too short, so this will have to do." Izan groaned in pain, "You psycho. Let me go, you worthless piece of trash. Help, mom, help me." At this point, Garam tossed Izan aside and walked toward her bag. "Let's see, where is it? I'm sure I put it in here." Izan, now terrified, thought, "What is she planning to do now? How many bottles of that stuff did she make?" Suddenly, Garam exclaimed, "Ah, here it is. This is what you'll be having for today's meal." She grinned, "Let me introduce you to a rubber tube." Izan, horrified, yelled, "Are you insane? What the hell is that supposed to help me with?" Garam smirked, "Shut up and listen. With someone as picky and stubborn as you, even if I gave you 1,000-year-old ginseng, you wouldn't put it in your mouth, right? So, to make sure you can't spit it out, I'm going to use this rubber tube to pour it straight into your mouth." Garam continued calmly, "Don't be so shocked. Just think of it like we're doing a simple stomach endoscopy. Got it? Now, open your mouth." Izan clenched her mouth shut, thinking, "No way am I opening my mouth for that. I'm not that stupid. What can you do if I don't open it? I absolutely won't." At that moment, Garam kicked Izan in the stomach, causing her to gasp for air in pain. As she opened her mouth to breathe, Garam quickly shoved the rubber tube inside. "Now, class president, sit still, won't you? If you don't behave, I'll rip your throat open." Izan was in agonizing pain as Garam slowly inserted the rubber tube deeper into her stomach. The tube pressed against her insides, causing unbearable pain. Garam smirked as she said, "Looks like the tube hit your stomach lining. Is it hurting? Don't worry, class president. I'll make sure your stomach lining doesn't hurt anymore. Let me give you something to protect it. Enjoy your meal." She continued, "All right, let's begin. Eat up, my dear class president." Garam began pouring something into the rubber tube, which flowed straight into Izan's stomach. Her stomach was slowly filling up, and she could feel it getting heavier. As her stomach swelled, Izan thought helplessly, There's something unknown filling up inside me. It feels so strange, disgusting. At least if I knew what it was, it wouldn't be as terrifying as this. Now I have no clue, except that it's hard and uncomfortable. What is she feeding me? Izen's stomach kept growing larger, and she started to panic, thinking, my stomach is going to burst. Meanwhile, Garam kept pouring more into the tube. Once she finished a bottle, Garam laughed, you've already finished one whole bottle of DHA. Guess I'll pour another one for you. Izen, struggling, shouted, you dare? I'm at my limit. Garam responded with a grin, worried you didn't eat enough? Don't be. There's plenty more to fill you up. I still have 5 more bottles here. I even brought some water for you, in case you get thirsty. She added, let's continue. Time for the second bottle. Time passed, and Garam kept forcing Izen to consume bottle after bottle. After a while, Izen, in agonizing pain, thought, damn that psycho Garam. How could you push me this far? You forced me to eat all 6 bottles of that disgusting stuff. Even when Lee Hina was tortured, I wasn't treated like this. And now you're making me drink 2 more 1.5-liter bottles of water? It's beyond the capacity of any normal person's stomach. If this keeps going, I'm going to die from a ruptured stomach. Finally, Garam yanked the rubber tube out, causing Izen even more pain. Garam laughed and said, how was the meal, class president? Did you enjoy it? Izen, gasping for breath, cried out, what the hell did you feed me? Garam, still smiling, replied, my dear class president, do you know what happens when dried seaweed meets water? It can expand up to 14 times its original size. A small pack of dried seaweed, the size of a cigarette pack, can be enough to make 40 portions of seaweed soup. So, if someone unaware eats dried seaweed like a snack, they'll end up vomiting and might even take a trip to the emergency room. Garam continued her monologue. Even in North Korea, people who collect and eat dried seaweed that's been left to dry in the sun by the seaside have ended up with ruptured stomachs, leading to their deaths. Now, with what I've given you, you can probably guess what's going to happen after you ate all 6 bottles. With a sinister smile, she added, I'm sure the readers can already guess too. The thing Izen ate, the stuff Garam fed her through the rubber tube, compressed into small pellets, was nothing but dried seaweed balls. Garam then taunted, now, with 200 dried seaweed balls expanding inside your stomach, what do you think will happen next? Let's wait and see. While Garam was feeding Izen seaweed in the gym, back in the classroom, the teacher began to speak, class president, take charge of the class. Everyone, pay attention. But when the teacher looked around and didn't see Izen, he asked, where is the class president? And why is the class half empty today? Where did everyone go? Upon hearing this, Jaeon and Sehi exchanged glances. A second later, Sehi raised her hand and said, sir, I know what happened. The seat in front of me belongs to Song Eun-jin, but she got injured yesterday and asked to stay home to rest. As for the class president and Garam, they both weren't feeling well, so they asked to go to the infirmary during the break. What? They went to the infirmary? The teacher asked angrily. Those kids are probably skipping class and playing around somewhere. Earlier, I had a headache and went to the infirmary for some medicine, but I didn't see anyone there. Do you all think I'm that easy to fool? Now, tell me where they really are. Sehi started to panic, unsure how to respond. What should I do? Garam said I had to come up with a reason why they weren't in class, but now what? She thought frantically. The teacher, still agitated, grumbled, forget it. They must be trying to skip my class. These students today have no respect for teachers. A second later, he yelled, if this were the old days, you'd all be getting punished right now. After this outburst, the teacher paused and then asked, wait a minute. Did you say Garam went to the infirmary? Sehi, nervous, answered, yes, sir. The teacher seemed to be internally debating something for a moment before saying, all right. Let's just get on with the lesson. Open your books. Today, we're going to learn about earthquake zones and volcanic activity as part of the Earth's transformations. Earthquakes often occur in seismic zones, which are also where volcanoes tend to form. Volcanic activity is typically quite intense. Meanwhile, back in the gym, Izen was vomiting up the seaweed that had been forcefully fed to her. Each time she retched, her body grew more exhausted, but there was still so much seaweed left in her stomach. Izen couldn't stop throwing up, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her face and expression changed with every passing second. Hearing Izen vomit, Garam laughed with amusement. Izen, now terrified and in tears, cried out, "Why am I throwing up so much? Why can't I stop this? Why does my body want to keep vomiting?" Before she could finish speaking, Izan retched again, struggling as her body continued to purge. She had vomited 56 times in just 3 minutes. Garam stood by, watching each moment with satisfaction. At that moment, Garam spoke up, "Class president, did you know? In Hina's diary, there are 101 entries where she wrote, 'I vomited everything in my stomach.' And you've only thrown up 50 times and you're already complaining? You still haven't reached Hina's record of vomiting. You owe her, and you'll have to vomit every bit of it, principal and interest included. Keep going, class president. If your stomach doesn't explode, it wouldn't be fun, would it?" Izan continued retching, tears streaming down her face as she thought, "Why on earth is this cursed seaweed in my stomach making me vomit uncontrollably? Every time I feel the urge to throw up, it's like my internal organs are about to spill out too. I can't stop myself from vomiting. Worse, if the seaweed keeps expanding faster than I can throw it up, my stomach will explode, and I'll die. How can something this horrifying even exist in this world? I don't want to die from a ruptured stomach, but I hate this constant vomiting even more. It's driving me insane. How can I escape this nightmare?" As she was lost in thought, something started rising in her stomach. Garam, watching the scene, was stunned as she saw something solid pushing its way out of Izan's mouth. Garam laughed and said, "Oh my god, just like Jack climbing the beanstalk." Hearing Garam's words, Izan's terror grew. "This is the end for me," she thought. "The seaweed has expanded so much that it's stuck in my throat. I can't breathe properly. If this continues, I'm going to die soon." At that moment, Izan started hallucinating, seeing Hina choking her with her hands. Izan, trembling in fear, muttered, "Hina, are you here to drag me to hell?" Unable to breathe, Izan soon lost consciousness and collapsed to the floor. Garam, watching her from above, smiled darkly. She walked over and stomped hard on Izan's stomach, causing her to vomit again. Garam chuckled softly and said, "Don't worry, Izan. I'm not planning to let you die just yet." A terrified Izan, barely conscious, could only think, "What do you mean, you're not letting me die yet?" "Garam, I was wrong. I won't do it again, I promise. Please, spare me, Garam. Please give me a chance to live." Izan begged desperately. Garam smirked and replied, "Izan, don't you remember? Earlier, you said you were going to kill me. You don't remember? I really thought I was about to meet my maker. You've disappointed me so much, you know?" As Garam finished speaking, Izan started vomiting again. Between retches, she cried, "Call 199. Call an ambulance, please." Garam laughed, "Oh, look at you, how pitiful. What would calling an ambulance do for you? They can't help you. All they'll be able to do is watch you suffocate to death. But I have a faster solution. Just vomit everything out, and you'll be fine." As she said this, Garam kicked Izan hard in the back, causing her to vomit violently once again. After a few more moments, Izan started to regain a bit of clarity. The gym floor was now covered in seaweed. Izan had been vomiting for 35 minutes straight, retching a total of 382 times. Garam, watching the scene unfold, laughed and said, Look. Anyone who walked in now would think we're farming seaweed in here. Well, it seems like you've paid off your debt, principal and interest included, huh? Good job, class president." Hearing this, Izan, exhausted and trembling, smiled weakly and replied, "Thanks, Garam. So, I've paid my debt now, right? Will you forgive me?" Garam's smile faded. "What nonsense are you talking about, class president? There's still a lot more you need to pay back." Izan, confused and frustrated, shouted, "What are you talking about? You just said I've paid everything." Garam sighed, "Oh, you poor thing. Sure, you've paid for what you did to Hina, but did you know that your actions gave her stomach cancer too? And don't forget the debt you owe for making her jump off the rooftop." Izan's eyes widened in horror. "What, the rooftop? How do you know about that?" As she spoke, Izan suddenly remembered something. Her voice trembled as she said, "So, you were up there that day, watching." Garam smiled coldly, "That's right, my dear class president. I was there. Well, today's game is over. But don't worry about the remaining debt, you'll pay it all, no matter what it takes. I'll make sure of it." Izan, trembling in fear, felt the full weight of Garam's words. Meanwhile, Garam turned to leave and said, "Oh, and make sure you clean up the mess you made in here." See you later, Izan. As Garam walked out, Izan, enraged, screamed at the top of her lungs in the empty gym. Once outside, Garam made a call to Lee Myung-jun. Stepfather, you're safe now, right? I just did something praiseworthy, father. Have you seen the video I sent you? Garam asked cheerfully. Yes, I've watched it, Lee Myung-jun replied. That seaweed dish looks delicious. Garam giggled. Thanks, father. So, have you come up with a recipe for the final dinner based on my creation yet? Lee Myung-jun responded. Yes, it's time to finish this revenge. The project to eradicate the evil twins, Song Eun-jin and Moon Izan, and the final dinner party will soon be complete. We'll make sure those who robbed Hina of her life pay the price. Just then, another voice called out to Lee Myung-jun, vice chairman. Lee Myung-jun turned to Garam and said, It seems like we need to end this call now. Let's continue with our excellent plan, Garam. Let's do it, Garam replied, smiling. The next morning at Lee Myung-jun's company, he was in his office with department head Big. At that moment, Lee Myung-jun glanced up and heard a voice from outside. May I come in? Hearing that, Lee Myung-jun told the person to come in. The office door slowly opened, and the person who entered was Song Jin-sik. He was smiling as he greeted, Hello, Vice President. Have you rested well? Thank you for arranging such a great place for me to relax. Please have a seat. Yes, sir. As soon as Song Jin-sik sat down, he immediately smiled and said, Today, when I got to play golf at this wonderful place with a distinguished guest like yourself, I don't know if it's because I got some luck from you, but I found that my shots never missed the target. Although I was the one putting the ball in the hole, how could I compare myself to a professional like you? You've given me quite a few surprises. Lee Myung-jun heard him speak but remained silent, while Song Jin-sik kept laughing after his flattery. At this point, Lee Myung-jun finally spoke up. I have some unfortunate news for Director Song here. The decision by our corporation to support your efforts in expanding the trade route has been cancelled. What do you mean, sir? Our corporation has conducted a financial review of the trade company, Nong Van, under your management, and we found that its financial situation is not stable enough for us to invest. Therefore, the investment to support the expansion of the trade route has been indefinitely postponed. Upon hearing this, Song Jin-sik was horrified and exclaimed, This can't be. What do you mean by this? So, why did you call me all the way to distant Thailand? Seeing his reaction, Lee Myung-jun calmly responded, You don't need to be too upset. On the contrary, our corporation has a better project that we would like you to take on. A different project? What project is that, Vice President? You may have heard of it already. Our corporation has a subsidiary here in Thailand that is gradually entering the market. Recently, we have been in the process of looking for a company to collaborate with in supplying goods to our subsidiary. What do you mean by that, Mr. Lee Myung-jun? Director Song Jin-sik, how long will you continue to worry about profit margins and trading with others? Why don't you try producing the products directly at your factory and supply them to our subsidiary? Song Jin-sik, hearing these words, laughed loudly and said, If I can take on this project, there is nothing better. Isn't this the kind of opportunity that everyone in the trade sector dreams of? But producing and supplying goods here means you're planning to set up a subsidiary for us here, right? That would require a considerable amount of capital. How much would I need to invest? Lee Myung-jun responded, Indeed, the amount you'll need to invest won't be small. From covering legal procedures, purchasing equipment, to buying land for the factory, adding all those costs together, you'll need to have 20 billion won. I will invest 10 billion won, and the remaining 10 billion will be your part, Director Song. We'll split it evenly, 50-50. Of course, I understand that raising this amount of money will be a huge burden for you, but this is the best proposal, a big opportunity, that I want you to take on. With this project, it's your chance to provide a massive supply of goods to our Hyundai Group subsidiary. Rest assured, we won't let you down. Hearing these words, Song Jin-sik was momentarily stunned and began to think. One thing he could be certain of was that the subsidiary the vice president mentioned must be Bone Electronics, a subsidiary of Hyundai Group gradually entering the Thai market. Last year, when the parent company's stock wavered, this was one of the few subsidiaries that remained unaffected. If he could consistently supply goods to such a large and stable company, it would be a rare and invaluable opportunity. However, one concern came to mind, and after thinking, he spoke up, "Vice President, I am very grateful for your trust and for offering me such a great project. But unfortunately, our company doesn't have enough capital to operate a production company. I'm sure you're aware of this after conducting the financial review of our company. Even if I try to raise funds through commercial banks and investment banks, I can only manage about 5 billion won. Hearing this, Lee Myung-jun replied, "Then do this. Do you remember the apartment I gifted you? I'll introduce you to a trustworthy private credit company. You can mortgage your apartment and private house in Gangnam to raise the additional 5 billion won. Upon hearing this, Song Jin-sik was shocked and thought, "No, absolutely not. Borrowing money at high interest rates to take on such a large-scale project? This can't happen." Lee Myung-jun then said, "Director Song, please think carefully. From the beginning, I've tried to secure this project to support you in your work. Initially, the company our group considered wasn't yours. However, because I wanted to keep my promise to you, I made this offer. Therefore, if your company encounters any difficulties during the process, we will do our best to assist you, both physically and mentally. This is also clearly stated in the contract. Please take a look and review it." Song Jin-sik looked at the document and thought, "Alright, there's nothing to hesitate about. After all, if this doesn't work out, the vice president will be the one to suffer the most. Even for a large tycoon, investing 10 billion won isn't something taken lightly. It must have taken great determination to make this offer. Clearly, providing this capital is a way to bring me to his side. Moreover, the apartment in Gangnam wasn't really mine in the first place. If half the capital is coming from him, then this seems like a gamble worth taking. From the start, this gamble was already set, with the consumer being a large-scale buyer. This is a golden opportunity handed to me by fate." Making up his mind, Song Jin-sik then said, "Vice President Lee Myung-jun, please trust me and leave everything to me." Hearing this, Lee Myung-jun responded, "Good. Then review the contract one last time." Song Jin-sik held the contract in his hand and smiled. "Since this contract was prepared by your side, I'm sure there are no mistakes. If there's any issue..." He paused and then continued, "Vice President, this clause here, it states that if the investment is used for any purpose other than what's specified in the contract, I would have to pay back double the original investment. Compared to standard contracts, this compensation clause seems quite overwhelming for me. Is there a particular reason you've included this?" "Oh, that clause," Lee Myung-jun replied. "It stems from some weaknesses within our corporation. It's embarrassing to mention, but as you may know, last year, our group was involved in a massive embezzlement scandal, which started at the highest levels of leadership and extended to directors of subsidiaries and external partners. The corruption and embezzlement were linked to a political party and were uncovered on a large scale. As vice president of the corporation, I was required to cooperate with a government investigation. After being betrayed by those thieves hidden both inside and outside the corporation, I've since included stricter penalties and compensation clauses in contracts. The imposition of higher fines compared to standard contracts is my determination to ensure that such incidents never happen again. It's not that I don't trust you, Director Song, but as the head of the company, I need to include these terms to protect the group's interests. I hope you'll understand my position on this matter." Hearing Lee Myung-jun say that, Song Jin-sik laughed and said, "So that's how it is. Then, what else can I say? I've heard about that already. The person who revived the corporation during that crisis was you, Vice President. You appeared many times on the news, handling the situation. Yes, last year, I had to make a lot of efforts in many ways to revive the corporation. If you've finished reading, please go ahead and sign." "Alright," Song Jin-sik replied. He picked up the contract and thought to himself, even though the penalty clause depends on the decision of the one who made it, it feels like that person is secretly preparing for something. As long as nothing goes wrong, I don't need to worry anymore. I just need to ensure I don't violate anything to avoid paying compensation. Let's just sign it." On the other side, Lee Myung-jun saw Song Jin-sik sign, and he smiled inwardly. After signing, Song Jin-sik handed the contract back to Lee Myung-jun. Taking the contract in his hand, Lee Myung-jun said, "This must have been a tough decision for you. You've worked hard, and I'm sure you're tired after playing golf with me. You should go and rest now." Hearing this, Song Jin-sik felt a bit disappointed and spoke up, "Vice President, it seems like you're being frank with me, but I understand everything already. The meaning behind giving me such a big opportunity. Though I may silently feel a bit discontent, I fully understand the situation. Just give me your command, and I will always remain loyal and dedicated to carrying out your requests. I understand what you're trying to say. Now, please go and rest. Yes, Vice President. I hope you rest well too. After Song Jin-sik left, there were only 2 people left in the room. Department head Big spoke up. He does have some strategy, but if he thinks he's the one you'll choose to help you get revenge, he's gravely mistaken. No, Department head Big, that's the truth. Our revenge plan needs Director Song. The scene shifts to Song Eun-jin's room. She was sitting bored in her room when suddenly, someone rang the doorbell, startling her. Hearing the bell, Song Eun-jin worriedly thought, who could that be? No one told me they were coming today. At that moment, a voice called out, delivery. Hearing that, Song Eun-jin smiled and said, it's the self-defense spray to deal with Moon Yi, Eun-jin, and Eong Gagam. Finally, it's here. Staying home alone feels much safer now. This is the weapon that will protect me. Moon Yi, Eun-jin, and Yun Ga-ram, what are you? Do you think I'm scared of you? Outside, the delivery person smiled when they saw Song Eun-jin come to open the door. Hurry up and open the door. Your Ga-ram is here. Seeing Ga-ram arrive, Song Eun-jin froze in shock. At that moment, Ga-ram was standing at the door of Song Eun-jin's house. When Eun-jin saw Ga-ram, she was extremely frightened, but still had to invite Ga-ram inside. Once inside, Ga-ram took off her cap, her eyes scanning everything in Eun-jin's home. Meanwhile, Eun-jin, trembling with fear, walked inside, but kept her eye on Ga-ram. In her mind, she was thinking, damn it. Why is that crazy woman Ga-ram sitting in my kitchen now? How does she even know my address and come all the way here? Well, since she's already here, I have to treat her properly. Better play along, or else she might go crazy again. With shaky hands, Eun-jin poured a glass of orange juice and, forcing a smile, turned to Ga-ram and said, Ga-ram, I don't really have anything fancy to offer you, but would you like this glass of juice? Her hands were shaking so much that the juice spilled over the edges of the glass. Seeing Eun-jin's nervousness, Ga-ram coldly glanced at the spilled juice and said, are you suggesting that Ga-ram should lick up the spilled juice on the floor? No, I'm sorry, Ga-ram. Let me get you a new glass. No need. I don't drink anything except sweet chocolate smoothies. Then let me get you a chocolate smoothie. No, just sit down. That's fine. Oh, okay, I understand. Eun-jin quickly pulled out a chair and sat across from Ga-ram. Stammering, she asked, Ga-ram, why are you wearing a delivery uniform? Are you working part-time as a delivery person? You mean this outfit? Ga-ram said with a smirk. Oh, our shy little Eun-jin. If you had seen my face through the doorbell camera, wouldn't you have locked the door like fortifying a fortress? That's why I disguised myself as a delivery person, so I could get in here. Hearing this, Eun-jin thought, damn it, she really sounds like a criminal on the run. Then she asked nervously, so, you just dressed up, right? You didn't take my package, did you? Why? Were you really expecting that package? If it benefits me, I might just take it. What? You're going to take it? It's just a bear spray. Bear spray? What are you talking about, Eun-jin? Realizing she had slipped up, Eun-jin panicked. But Ga-ram continued, how strange. Living in a place like South Korea, where there are no wild animals, why would you need something like that? Or, were you planning to use it on me? No, Ga-ram. I was just trying to ease the awkward atmosphere with a joke. You know, to lighten the mood. Really? You don't know about pranks, do you? In South Korea, people often play little jokes like this when friends visit to break the ice. Is that so? Well, it seems there are still many things about South Korea that Ga-ram doesn't know yet. At this moment, someone outside rang the doorbell at Eun-jin's house, and a voice called out, delivery. It says here that the recipient needs to accept the package in person. Is anyone home? Ga-ram quickly ran outside and pressed the button to answer. Yes, I'm home, but I don't remember ordering anything. Could you please tell me what the package is? The delivery man responded, it's bear spray. Hearing that, Ga-ram turned back to look at Eun-jin. Seeing Ga-ram's angry face, Eun-jin froze in fear. Ga-ram smiled and responded to the delivery man, yes, just leave the package at the door, please. Thank you. Then Ga-ram turned back to Eun-jin, who, now terrified, clasped her hands together and pleaded, "Ga-ram, I'm truly sorry. I was wrong, please forgive me. Don't kill me, please. I still want to live." At this moment, Ga-ram raised her hand. A second later, she placed it gently on Eun-jin's head and sat closer to her. Before Eun-jin could understand what was happening, Ga-ram softly said, "It's okay, Eun-jin. You don't have to be so scared. I understand. You must have gone through a lot of pain to order something like that. I won't harm you, so don't worry. By the way, why didn't you go to school today? I missed you." Eun-jin nervously replied, "I was scared the class president would kill me." Ga-ram responded, "You don't need to worry anymore. I've already taken care of that violent class president for you, so you can be at peace." "Taken care of? How did you do that? You shouldn't try to know too much. It's not good for you. Anyway, you won't be bullied at school anymore. From now on, I will only treat you kindly, so make sure you go to school, okay? Do you understand, Eun-jin?" Hearing this, Eun-jin became emotional and, a moment later, pushed Ga-ram's hand away. She burst out, "Ga-ram, I'm not going to school. Do you think I'm that stupid? Last time, you said you wanted to be my friend, but then you treated me like a dog. Do you think I'll trust you again? Leave my house, or I'll call the police. Please, just leave me alone." Seeing Eun-jin's strong emotions, Ga-ram calmly said, "Our little Eun-jin is so scared. But Eun-jin, this time, you should believe me. By the way, did you know what your dad is doing in Thailand? Today, he's there to sign a contract with my stepfather. From now on, your family and mine will be closely connected. So, if I keep bothering you, my stepfather will scold me." "What? Is that true?" "Of course it's true. Think about it. Eun-jin began to think, Ga-ram, who broke into my house without permission, has no reason to treat me kindly. I know my parents went to Thailand for business, and I realized I'll be home alone until tomorrow. She could have had all day to torture me, but she didn't do anything. Not because she doesn't want to bother me, but because she can't anymore. Dad is the best. He must have negotiated something with Lee Myung-jun." While Eun-jin was lost in thought, Ga-ram's voice brought her back. "Eun-jin, are you going to school tomorrow?" Eun-jin smiled and replied, "Yes, Ga-ram, I'll definitely go to school tomorrow. It seems like our families are in a really good business relationship." "Really? Of course. I've even warned Se-hee and Ion not to bother you anymore. Now I have to go. See you tomorrow, Eun-jin." "Okay, be careful. I'll definitely come to school tomorrow." Seeing Ga-ram leave, Eun-jin smiled and thought, that's right. As long as Ga-ram doesn't hurt me anymore, it's okay to serve her a little. I used to serve Cha Seo-yun, so serving Ga-ram won't be a problem. Once I have Ga-ram as my backer, I'll become the second most powerful person at Seozo again. I'll defeat those who look down on me, like that Moon Easy girl. I'll become the queen of Alalogo and reclaim my rightful place. At that moment, Ga-ram suddenly came back to the door and said, "Eun-jin, I'm really curious about something, so I have to ask. What would happen if I used this bear spray on someone else? Should I try it on you, just once?" Eun-jin froze in fear at Ga-ram's words, unsure whether Ga-ram would actually do it or not. A moment later, the scene shifts, and Ga-ram is on the phone with Lee Myung-jun, walking and laughing. "Stepfather, I went to Eun-jin's house and convinced her to go to school as you requested." On the other end, Lee Myung-jun responded, "Good, you've worked hard. You made sure to be as friendly and gentle with her as possible, right?" Ga-ram hesitated. "Well, I did tease her a little at the end, but she'll definitely go to school tomorrow." Before she could finish, Lee Myung-jun angrily interrupted, "Ga-ram, you need to control your behavior." "I'm sorry, stepfather. I was wrong. I know you've done a good job so far, but in this final act of revenge, everything must happen at the school. Do you understand?" The scene shifts to a year earlier. A man is laughing and shouting, "Maji Maji do. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, featuring the most beautiful model ever at Atelier Song Jin Won, the nude photo exhibition of Lee Hina. Everyone, come and see." In the crowd, a man laughed, "This photo collection is the best yet. Her body is perfect. No wonder it cost 70,000 won to see it. It's worth every penny. But honestly, I'd rather see the real thing than just photos." Another man chimed in, "You don't understand anything. Even if the real person is right in front of you, you can only see this kind of satire through photos. Song Jin-won's work on social commentary is everywhere, provoking the imagination through simulation. The first man scoffed, "You're just trying to sound sophisticated. If you want to touch the real thing, just pay extra." Meanwhile, Jin spoke up, "Hey, when are you going to organize the next exhibition of the people who badmouthed me? Hurry up and expose them, strip them down, take photos, and organize the exhibition." The man responded, "Don't be ridiculous. Even if we strip them, they have to be worth something. Some of them make me want to puke just looking at them. Look at Hina here, she's perfect. Hina, don't frown, you'll only look uglier. Save your energy. Some people from the nearby school will be joining us soon." Another person, Song Jin, added, "Next time, bring someone worth looking at if you want pocket money, okay? That's how you'll keep your wallet full. Got it, you pervert. But honestly, thanks to Hina, I was able to buy a new handbag. Thanks, Hina. You're the best golden goose I've ever contributed to my brother. Keep making more pocket money for me, okay?" Back in the present, Lee Myung-jun was speaking. Song Jin-won and Song Jin, those two siblings, they've been bribing the school's security staff. Every night, they hold those shameless exhibitions in the school's gym, involving athletes from Seoul to athletes in Bucheon and Incheon. They've been accepting money from perverts and exhibiting nude photos of 5 girls, including Hina. If anyone tries to leak information about the exhibition, their photos will be spread across the internet and sent to their families. The identities of 218 buyers involved in illegal prostitution are protected. I'll pay to bribe the homeless to act as watchmen. Ga Ram, you must punish the ringleaders. Do you understand? The place where our Hina endured so much pain and humiliation. That's where we'll carry out our character annihilation project, the destruction of the Song siblings' humanity.